hear from you. OneDrive entry, King's College London. It's going to be an intense day for them, isn't it? Monty, did Exeter arrive in the end? Cool.
They're here.
Yes!
They're here. They're currently fastest on the hot lap challenge downstairs.
There's a hot lap challenge downstairs. What's that?
Oh, yes.
In F125. I'm having a go at that at lunchtime.
Well, you see, William's been very kind. Not only have we got all the rigs up here, but they've sent some of the rigs downstairs where they'll be having lunch. There's a hot lap challenge on the F125 game. And they've also got those reflex boards where you have to slap the buttons as quickly as possible.
The ones that all the kids that did PE at school were good at.
Exactly, those ones. So they've got that down there as well, just to kind of keep them entertained.
If you did PE at school, how's life working out for you now, huh? Anyway, meanwhile.
I can't comment on that one because I skived PE actively. Asthma, fantastic excuse.
What about the ones that did PE GCSE?
Oh, I see.
If you did GCSE PE, no one's watching this. Here we go. If you did GCSE PE, how's life working out for you now?
Oh, dear.
I'm definitely not bitter. Anyway, what you were saying?
I was going to say we've also got the careers team from Williams joining at lunchtime as well to give the students a chat about what it's like to have a career in motorsport engineering and tell them what they need to do after they've graduated.
Wonderful stuff.
Educational as well as fun today. They can't. It's the best of both worlds.
Yeah.
Miley Cyrus, eat your heart out.
Yeah.
Hello.
Exactly. Just get good, guys.
Right. Okay.
We
are late by 10 minutes already.
They're just figuring out everything in there, but we're not starting racing to 11, so
it should be alright.
So we're still.
It means we have to waffle less.
Yeah, that's a good thing. So
less waffle.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they've got our social media accounts linked to us at some point. Also, you can actually see. Oh dear.
What?
You can see the. Okay, very good afternoon, a very good morning, a very good evening, wherever you are.
Child.
I might have jumped the gun a bit there. You said we're live, like bang, right, let's go.
And you got it live on your Instagram.
Yeah, we're live. I mean, as if I don't ever save the live streams though. I never save them. It's too long.
Yeah.
No one's watching. Where are you? Where are the people?
Oh, it got a notification saying FS is now live.
Right. Hopefully some people should start joining. And if you're watching this on our Instagrams, go over to YouTube and comment stuff.
YouTube. Hold on. Let me get the exact.
Are we going to read out the link?
No, I'm not reading out the entire link, Giles. Bloody hell.
Just make sure it's muted. Yeah, it is. 4-Minute Student UK. Head over to the 4-Minute Student UK YouTube channel. We are live now. The holding screen should be presented to you. Please comment where you're watching from. Hello, Jojo Scott. Yo! We've got Jojo Scott in the chat on YouTube. Lovely to see from you. And I want to know who you are supporting and where you are watching from. So do please get over to the 4-Minute Student UK YouTube channel. We would love to hear from you. You can also catch behind the scenes coverage, the comms cams on Jess's Instagram and on FS Online 101, which is the official Instagram account of the 4-Minute Student podcast, which we're involved, which was quite nice.
I'm going to start to be involved with as of
this weekend.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Javri is there in the comments. So that's Jojo Scott's there. Javri, Javier. How do you say that? Javier. Bonjour. It sounds French. Bonjour, Javier. Ça va, mon frère. Mon frère. Mon ami.
There we go.
You know, like in UK, like slang for friend is bro. Do you reckon in France they called each other their frère? Because obviously frère is brother.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've got no idea. Is anyone here from France? If so, could you send over a drone with some French bread? I love French bread.
French bread.
Vive la France! I know there's a French team coming to FS this year, which would be cool.
Yeah.
But FS France is electric only, so it's going to be an electric car. The chances of them getting through scrutineering, I think I've got more chance of going out with Sydney Sweeney.
Wow.
I know Sydney Sweeney is single and also potentially going to be the next Bond girl. I'd be so down for that. Big up Sydney Sweeney. I'm Other fantastic American
Bands
pop
are
culture-
available.
Pop culture icons are available. Sabrina Carpenter being one of them. That De Montfort have named their car after. They've named their car after Sabrina Carpenter. So
Oh my goodness.
Sabrina will be taken to the track at Silverstone. Fingers crossed if De Montfort get through scrutineering. De Montfort are always a very exciting team, very exuberant. They've been nicknamed the Full Send team because they usually do go full send out on track at Silverstone. Other teams have been launching their cars: Leicester, Oxford Brookes, Cardiff. We'll talk about that later, won't we, Jess?
Yes.
We have questions, Cardiff. Got questions there. Who else has launched their car that I've seen?
Leicester.
Yeah, Leicester we've spoken about. Birmingham, they've got a lot.
Staffordshire.
Staffordshire. Birmingham have got a lot of time behind the wheel for their car. And I'm intrigued because I'm thinking, okay, that is looking to be a very well put together car with a lot of kilometers under the hood. But again, will they get through scrutineering? Is the question.
We'll have to wait and see.
We really will. Moments away from going live, I hope. First race in quarter of an hour if you're watching on the Instagram.
Not kill the Citroen C1s.
Lockhill, is it?
Not kill.
Not kill. Not
Right,
kill.
let me just check. Hold on. I need to get my notes open because my laptop died.
Citroën Creative Technology. See? Citroen's French, isn't it? They had the weird one that was in the Bond movie for your eyes only, with like the crank start and stuff. Such an
Right,
odd
let me have a
car.
look. It's... Yeah, Citroen
Citroen
C1
C1s
Enduro
in
in
Not
Not Kill. And
Wonderful.
all the heat are the default setups, whereas the finals are open setups.
Finals are open setup. There you go. A very good afternoon, a very good morning, and a very good evening if you're joining us on Instagram. Head over to the Formula Student UK YouTube channel for full coverage of the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. I'm Giles. She's Jess.
Hello.
Somewhere around is Monty, and we'll be with you live on YouTube. We're going live very soon, so head over to the Formula Student YouTube channel, hit on the live and comment. Where are you watching from and who are you supporting in the sim racing final? If you don't know what the sim racing is, get over to YouTube. We've got a full day of coverage with you until 6 o'clock. We can only apologise. They couldn't find anyone better. Unfortunately, Crofty and Brundle cost too much. So instead, you got
So
us
we got
two.
us two. Yeah.
We're going to be with you until 6 o'clock. We're really looking forward to it, aren't we?
Yes, I'm excited. 4 completely different combinations. We had to go yesterday, didn't we, Giles?
We did have to go.
Let's just say, let's leave it to the professionals.
One round in particular is going to be absolute carnage. And
The trucks?
I cannot wait. Yes.
It had ABS off.
It does. I mean, basically, I could make a load of jokes about long distance lorry driving, but I've got a funny feeling it's not politically correct now, and it wasn't politically correct when Jeremy Clarkson was making those jokes in 2008. So.
We got someone
travelling-
travelling to FSUK. Yeah.
FSUK right now, yeah, brilliant. Which team are you with? Who are you coming with? And also, how do I pronounce your name? Inigo Gomez. What's on, Inigo? Inigo, go quick to FS UK. Inigo, if you fancy it, you can go and watch the sim racing. So if you're sat on a bus or something and you're kind of bored, then hook up your phone to the speakers. There's a Monty. We're just promoting this. They've got teams on the way to FS watching us on this now.
Safe
Get over
drives,
to the
guys,
YouTube.
and avoid A34. It's a horrible road.
It's an absolute bitch.
However, you guys will be pleased to know that the introduction video is about to go live on
Let's
YouTube.
go.
We are going live in 3 minutes, guys. See you soon.
Yes.
Bizkaia are ones to watch. They could honestly, Bizkaia are one of the Formula Student teams to watch. They could actually take FS UK this year. So Bizkaia.
Yes.
Hello to everybody travelling from Bizkaia University. Very good afternoon, a very good morning, a very good evening. I imagine it's morning by this point if you're on your way over. We're about to press play on the launch video over on YouTube. So head over to the Formula Student YouTube channel and you can watch this live. You won't see our faces. But
Yes.
And I'll walk in this direction to show them the rigs and stuff like that.
Yep.
Okay.
So if you
Wonderful.
Awesome. Thanks, Julia.
maybe.
Will we be able to see the VT on the screen or not?
Yeah, but like we did last year, I think we will because they got the start and screen.
Rock and roll. I'm really looking forward to this. It's going to be quite good.
I'm excited.
We'll go full cinema mode with the launch video as well. So head over to the Formula Student UK YouTube channel to be able to see what we're seeing and what we're talking about. I mean, this is just the extra bit. This is the comms cam, so you can see our reactions. I mean, actually, to be fair, going live like this is not a bad shout because a few years ago when we first started commentating together, it got so wet that the camera shortened, and this was the only way of getting any sort of Formula Student
And that was when commentary won the sprint.
It was indeed.
Like, let's watch this.
Here we go then. Might be about to hear some familiar voices. Or silence. That's fine. Silence works. Silence is good.
Yeah.
Silence is
Science
golden.
yeah, we've already seen this, but by Monty anyway.
Yes, indeed.
If you guys need a reference,
It's right behind us. Yes.
behind you.
Are we going to have an audience for the heats or just the final round?
You're probably going to have an audience for all of it. It's getting quite hot in there already, so I'm going to encourage them to make.
Yeah,
use
do
of
encourage
this.
and do encourage them to cheer and make some noise and just get
yeah.
make it like a grandstand at the F1.
I think we can do that.
Yeah.
So, can I just say to the gallery, we shouldn't panic that we can't hear anything in our headphones right now.
Just a quick shout out to the University of Vigo who created this introduction video that you're seeing just now. Fantastic work, guys.
If you're watching this on YouTube, Vigo made this video, and quite honestly, Brad Pitt who? It's so cinematic, isn't it?
Yeah, I was watching this a few days ago and lush.
It's just great.
Oh, we got some people in the live chat. Let's go.
Javier. No,
Sound now?
yeah, they're watching from Vigo. No sound at the moment. No.
No sound for VT.
No sound for VT.
Still haven't got sound for VT, guys.
Oh, from our headset.
From our headset, it might. I'm hoping that if you're watching this on.
Oh,
there
there we go.
There it is.
And can you
Okay.
hear them speaking?
Yeah, we can hear that.
Brilliant. Going live shortly.
Sure. I don't think people on the stream could hear that either, but
No, they would have noticed, so they probably
possibly,
would have.
yeah. Oh well. If not, we can replay it later.
We can play it at the end.
To be honest with you, I'd be tempted to suggest playing it after the lunch break. We've got a minute.
Okay.
This is one of my favourite races as well.
Charlotte, that was fantastic.
Charlotte was
in the NASCARs.
Yeah, Charlotte was one of my with the MX-5s.
They're all about to be sent out, so there'll be people walking past.
Perfect.
Start.
That's cool. I like that. Are you like that?
Yeah, I like that.
The MX-5s around the Charlotte's Roval that was my favourite round of the season. I loved the endurance last time out, but the MX-5s around the Charlotte's
Right,
Roval,
well, that was great.
the racing was just impeccable. It really was. Hi guys from Bizkaya.
Oh.
Very good morning, Bizkaya. Come and join us on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel.
We're about to go live.
We are moments away from going live. Tonight on Formula Student. Oh, this is impeccable.
I love this.
Let's go.
Down those stairs. Those. Down those stairs, please. Down those stairs, please. You are going to be on screen.
Going live in the next 30 seconds, so if you want to be in background shots or not.
You put down those.
Thank you.
Still see the webcam.
Am I called to intro?
Yeah, you do it.
A very good morning and welcome to the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025 live from the Atlassian Williams Formula One Experience Centre, home of Williams Sim Racing. I'm Giles Cosgrove, she's Jess Ball. Somewhere around amongst the crowds is James Monty Montgomery, and we will be with you until 6 o'clock, providing you with coverage of this epic finale to the closest season we have ever had in the sim racing. What about you, Jess? What are you thinking?
I'm really excited. The atmosphere here is brilliant. We've got 5 teams, Charles. 5 teams still in the running to win the title. It's going to be epic.
It really is going to be epic. We've got 5 teams in the running this finale. We've got Glasgow, we've got Queen Mary, we've got York, and we have got Southampton. We've had a different winner in every round leading up to this point. So it's all to play for. Monty's going to come round and explain later on how we've got to this point and what way it needs to go for each team out of those top 5 in order for them to win. Thank you so much to people who are already jumping on the commentary. You can catch Jojo Scott Scott giving us a wave saying, what an intro, awesome. It was a fantastic intro, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And if you want to know who done it, University of Vigo created this intro, and it's absolutely epic. So massive shout out to them. They're one of the teams competing in the finals today, remotely, understandably, because they would have to travel too far.
There's a fair old distance involved. Sergi, meanwhile, saying, hi everyone, nice intro. We're quite pleased with it. It was rather cinematic. Brad Pitt, who? Meanwhile, this is what we've got coming up for you throughout the day. So we've had practice going on all morning. Qualifying for Heat 1 is one of the qualifying rounds. It's Heat A and Heat B. We've got qualifying for the big finals, Finals B and Finals A. So all the points that are accumulated throughout the day will go towards those two finals. We've actually just momentarily lost visuals, but I think we're about to get those back. So there we are, wonderful stuff. Qualifying 1 starts at 5 minutes past 11, and then we're through until we've got qualifying 2 and at 5 minutes past 12. 5 minutes past 2, we've got qualifying 3, and 5 minutes past 3, we've got qualifying 4. Monty's joined us. Have you got a microphone?
Hello, I seem to have a microphone. Don't know if you guys can hear me out there.
I don't know whether we can hear you, but if you talk loud enough, we'll pick you up on our mics.
Fantastic. Well, hello everyone, and welcome to the final round of the Sim Racing series. I hope you guys have enjoyed the season. It's been by far our closest one yet, hasn't it, guys?
It really is.
We've had a different winner every single race so far this season. We have 5 teams still with a chance of winning the championship today. It is so close. It is mega. So what we're going to be doing throughout the day is we've got some VTs prepared. We've got some information prepared for each of these teams. So we're going to introduce you to our protagonists, let you know what they need to be doing today to be able to clinch those championships. Practice has just finished.
Yes.
We are going to be heading off to the first heat in probably the next 5 minutes time. Shall I go and show them what the rigs look like? Just for
Do it.
Yes.
Right. Well, okay, let's go on a little tour, guys. So, welcome to Atlassian Williams. This is the Williams Sim Racing Experience Centre. It is beautiful, and we have 120 students here today taking over the whole place. And I mean, look. We have race galore. We have memorabilia from F1 here. We have old F1 trophies.
Gallery, I don't know whether you can hear me, but Ethan Guy is just commenting here saying, Monty, we can't hear you. I don't know how that can be because I can hear him. So
F1 nuts heaven, as far as I'm concerned. This is where you want to be. Downstairs, we have 40 years worth of F1 cars as well. The students have been geeking out there this morning, enjoying this history.
I love how he's being polite about it, and I'm just going to call them out on it. Hello on Instagram. Have they? Which teams have come over from Spain to be here? Oh, Munster.
Yes.
Oh, Struth. Thank you ever so much, Monty. Really do appreciate your time. And that is us back here in the commentary box. Can only apologise if you had audio issues during that segment with Monty there. We're working on fixing those. But that is essentially where the teams will be competing from throughout the day today. Meanwhile, we've got some rather interesting comments coming through from Jason, who has said, I have my whole mortgage on Queen Mary Formula Student for podium. They better win. Just told my missus, and she's not happy about my investment. And Amy has just replied, my husband, Jason, just bet our whole life savings on Queen Mary Formula Student winning. But a fair bit of pressure on Queen Mary Formula Student. They are one of the 5 teams that are in with a chance of winning the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Shall we take a look at the standings?
Yes, we should. And it's not just Queen Mary that are in the running. Of course, our reigning champions, Glasgow, they need a miracle in order to make sure that they take the title today. We've got York A as well. They started to come to their own, really, towards round 2 onwards with the consistent performances. We've got University College Dublin, consistent from them. And, of course, we've got Southampton. Always the bridesmaid, Giles, and never the bride. They always finish second.
Could this year be the year for them to actually clinch it? It could possibly be. They are currently second in the standings. University College Dublin up there in the mix in third. York A, as you were saying, Jess, they're in fourth. They came good with the addition of a certain driver. We'll get into that in a minute. I have a theory going on there. Meanwhile, University of Glasgow's A team rounding out that top 5. So hopefully we'll be with you throughout the day until 6 o'clock, bringing you live coverage. Salvatore just saying Jess's mic is a bit loud. I think we've just literally got someone coming in to fix that. Someone's pushing buttons and adjusting dials. So hopefully we'll be able to sound is crystal clear for you as we go into the first qualifying heat of the day, which will be Citroen C1 Endura. Going around Knock Hill, which is a tribute to our very own Monty because he does compete in a Citroen C1 Endurance Series.
Yes, he did, and he won the 24 hours. It was at Silverstone as well, and he did absolutely brilliant around those cars. So fair play to Monty there as well. And I think I had a go at those earlier on yesterday. You did as well, Giles, in those races.
I did.
And let's just say, let's leave it to the students and not us.
We're better off here than we are in there, put it that way.
Yes.
So we're going to be bringing you full coverage until 6 o'clock. Don't forget as well, you can also catch us on our respective Instagrams. You can catch Jess on JessGames95, all one word, or you can catch me on the Formula Student Online Podcast Instagram. That's FS Online 101. If you want to see some comms cam footage, so that's the behind the scenes, what's going on here in the commentary booth. Jason saying, guys, Amy is away from keyboard. Don't start yet. Well, we're running to a tight schedule because we're going to be here until 6 o'clock. So we've got a fair bit to get through. Going to Knock Hill very shortly. The drivers will be up to take their places behind the wheels of their sim rigs. Jess, could you talk us quickly through the sim rigs? What set technology have we got behind the drivers?
Yeah, we've got the Fanatec wheels, the DD Plus, the DD Pro wheel, as well as the Club Sport F1 wheel, and it's a direct drive. So if any of these teams, in particular the top 5, have a bit of a moment, have a bit of a crash, they could feel it. So my advice to them, for any students who are in Williams, of course, keep your hands on the wheel if you have a moment, because we've seen some people, including our very own Cheryl, have a moment with direct drive wheels if things don't go your way.
Direct drive can be quite interesting. These are the top 5 teams competing for the win here at the Grand Final. Queen Mary, Southampton, College Dublin, York and Glasgow. These are the teams to keep an eye on throughout the day. Monty has a bit more information for you. Hopefully we'll be able to talk you through what needs to happen for each of these teams in order to secure victory. Have we got Monty? I'm hoping we can hear. There we go.
Right, do you want a quick overview on the top 5?
Yes, please.
Fantastic. Right, so as you can see on the screen here, guys, we have 5 teams that have a chance of winning it today. Now, the points may look a little bit deceiving because, as a kind reminder, there's 100 points for a win, and there's an extra 50 points to be earned in the final engineering challenge today. So, when you look at the standings here, you go, well, there's 100 points difference here, so really is it a 5-way fight? The big thing we have to remember is the best 6 of 7 rounds which count towards your championship tally. Everything you earn in the engineering challenges will go through, but for the actual races, only the best 6 of 7 will stand through. So as you can have a look there, what this basically means is we're going to drop the worst score for each of the teams. Now, in the cases of like Queen Mary, University, London, and Southampton, have put together a really consistent season. That means they've got more to lose here because their lowest score so far this season has been 60 points. So they've got to drop 60 points. Taking to comparison, the University of York in 4th there, yes, they're 100 points behind, but they only need to drop 4 points for that first round. So the reality is it's much, much closer than the points initially deceived. There are so many things we need to consider here. And as I say, we're going to do like a breakdown of each of the teams throughout the day. But what we need to take into consideration now is that drop score. Just remember that. York's case, they ain't gonna drop 4
You come out of this, go to me because I want to talk about York's drop score and the alignment with when Darren.
Yeah.
The other way of looking at the drop
So what do I say?
You come out of Monty,
Yeah.
throw to me. I'll talk about my theory about York.
Yeah.
is a 10th position finish. So if they finish lower than that today, they're not going to score any more points towards their tally. That now becomes their worst score of the event. So for them to add any more points to the tally, which you see right on your screens just now, they have to finish better than 10. York haven't got that issue. They've only got 4 points to drop. So wherever they finish today, they will be adding to those points. And as I say, we have the engineering challenge as well. That's an extra 50 points going to one of these teams who was able to do the best report for our judges in between round 6 and now. Historically, Glasgow and Southampton have always been the most competitive at these engineering challenges. So this is why you can't really rule out anyone just yet, because each of the teams have different strengths and weaknesses. We'll talk about this in more detail for now, but for now, Giles and Jess, I will get a good high-level overview as to why these
Okay,
have 5 teams.
So you have to repeat that later. Sorry.
This makes it a lot closer than it is, Giles, because we've got so many teams that did well in the engineering challenges, Glasgow as well, and York, of course, they had not the same drivers for round 1, and then they brought one of their
Yes.
star drivers in,
This
which
is
is doing really well.
This is incredibly interesting, and I have a theory on this subject. So you'll notice, as Monty was saying there, that York's first round, they scored only 4 points. If you look at the other top 5 teams competing there, they have not got anywhere near that problem. York coming in behind us, oddly enough. So they've got a bit more. All the other teams have got more to lose because they didn't do as badly in one of their rounds. You'll notice, though, that the round that York did badly in was round 1. Their driver lineup then changed for round 2 and enter in Dylan Warren, who is actually in the academy for one of the other Formula 1 team's sim racing groups.
Yes.
So incredibly good. And all of a sudden, exponentially, the points growth for York has been substantial since he joined. I do wonder whether Dylan was already on the books as a driver, but wasn't introduced until round 2, so they could firm up their drop round for round 1.
There were a few races actually where Dylan wasn't meant to be racing. They did have a much bigger driver lineup, but because there was more technical tracks and of course he has more experience in sim racing, they had to bring him in. But in the endurance round, for example, he was the only driver, and the round before, both York drivers done very well as well. And of course, with York, we've got half of the drivers here at Williams and half the drivers at home remotely.
It's quite an interesting split, and given some of the distances that some of these teams have travelled from Europe, there are other teams available, but certainly one team you can see behind us are rather excited about their
That they're
prospects
here.
for this round. Some of York are here, and we're very grateful for all the teams that have made the journey this far to be here, including the team from Aberdeen. Jojo Scott saying, please shout out McScottish's dad, Jamie Scotland, who drove for 10 hours yesterday.
Oh, wow.
3 hours stuck in a traffic jam to get McScottish and Rowdy, I've pronounced that awfully, I'm sorry, Rowdy, to Aberdeen, from the Aberdeen to the finals. So thank you ever so much to Jamie Scotland. Big up Jamie Scotland. Meanwhile, Michelle Jones saying, go York. The teams are settling in behind us as we are about to go racing for the first time today. I'm hoping for a fair bit of cheering and shouting like the grandstands we get at usual motorsport races. Don't be afraid to be loud, you lot. Make some noise, please. There we go. There we go. We'll get them worked out throughout the day. Meanwhile, here are the drivers getting to grips with the cars ahead of the first round today. It is Citroen C1s around Knock Hill, so incredibly underpowered cars. And interestingly enough, these rigs don't have a clutch pedal, so it's going to be quite different to drive to what you'd actually expect for a C1.
Yes, all they need to do in these rigs, we were told about yesterday, they can rev wherever they like, as long as they stay neutral. They can go as long as they go into gear 1.
Basically, the trick is ramp the revs up as the lights go up and then drop it from neutral into first, and then you'll be away. But obviously, don't over rev it, otherwise you're going to end up with wheel spin.
And less fuel.
We're talking as if we know what we're on about. We're going to leave it to these lot. This is why we talk about it. So a very good morning if you're just joining us. We're about to go racing for the first time today for the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, brought to you by Williams Sim Racing, live here from the Atlassian Williams Formula One Experience Centre. Thank you ever so much to everyone from Williams that has made this possible. I will also say a big thank you to everyone from Hiviz who is providing the images and audio that you are hearing. They are doing an absolutely immense job behind the scenes, keeping us on air, and we're incredibly grateful to them, aren't we?
And they'll be here on Saturday and Sunday as well. And there's quite a few other people from Hiviz that are going to be there filming all sorts of stuff behind the scenes throughout Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to record all the VTs ahead of Saturday and Sunday's dynamic events.
Precisely. So this is essentially the warm-up to the big event over at Silverstone. We're very much looking forward to it. If you're travelling over for Formula Student and you're watching us, I know BizKaya are watching us from their journey over to Silverstone. So big up to BizKaya. A team to watch out for at Silverstone are BizKaya. Meanwhile, there is the pit wall with the team that put on the sim racing behind the scenes. These guys make this happen. We're just the face of it. We don't really do a lot, do we, Jess?
No.
It's these guys that you're seeing on your screen now that really make it happen. They've got to interact with the students, and rather them than me, and they've got to manage to just get everything together so that we can present as slick an event as we manage to do every year. It's thanks to those guys that we're able to do this. A big thank you to them as well. Meanwhile, Cara Fox says, C1s are cute. Heard they're quite easy to roll though. No experience on that whatsoever. That sounds like a loaded sentence from Cara there. Cara, what's been going on with you and your C1? Bless your heart.
We are about to actually get started with the racing. This is actually Scotland's only racing circuit, which is permanent around here, of course. Of course, we had the karting as well, but it was first introduced in 1992. And of course, one of the most prestigious championships that's still run at Knock Hill, British Touring Cars. That's going to be their next round in August. They're on their summer break right now. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But it is quite a hard circuit, of course, lots of blind apexes, a lot of uphill natures in these cars, so it's going to be difficult for them. It's one of the cars that I found quite easy to drive out of all the combinations. We've got the trucks later on, but we are about to see lots of other combos being made, including the Finals A at Silverstone in the Porsches, which I'm looking forward to that.
If you're sitting down for the day and maybe you're working from home or maybe you've got the day off, put us on and just leave us, because we can guarantee you are going to be entertained. There's going to be no question of entertainment. This is better than Gladiator. This is going to be absolutely first rate. The grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. I'm Giles, she's Jess, will be your commentators for the day. Around us, we've got Monty, who will be our roving reporter. He's also the event captain who manages the entire event of the Sim Racing Series. So thank you very much, Monty. We love you, mate. We'll be going live very soon for the very first race of the day. That is Citroen C1s, as Jess was saying, around Knock Hill. It's a very hilly circuit, and Citroen C1s don't have a great deal of oomph, shall we say, to get up those hills.
They're going to need a lot of skill, I think, for these drivers. And it'll be interesting to see which drivers have been picked for each of the heats. And for each, obviously, they've got quite a lot of universities taking part today. So one group of universities are doing these 15-minute races, and then the other group of universities are taking part in this one. And the grids are random, but it makes sure that everybody gets a chance to start at the front, middle, and back of the grid.
There we go then. It's 15 seconds until lights out for the first race of the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Citroen C1s around Knock Hill, Leicester, Southampton, Liverpool, John Moore, De Montfort, University College London, York A. Lights up, revs are up. Here we go then. And that seems like a jump start off the line there for the car on pole. That looked to me like a jump start, and I don't quite know what's happened there, but it looked to me like a jump start, and they're away though. It looked to me like the car on pole had jumped the start. If the guys in the gallery could move our faces from the top left of our screen so we could see the full running order, that would be great. But Vigo are in the lead, and that's York off and going very sideways. It's an absolute load of drama out of the gate. That is a huge pile-up to begin with. And that is a number of teams right down the running order, including York A down into what looked like 10th, and they've dropped way down the running order. You can see King's College London there in 4th, York B, Vigo down into 6th, they're 2nd, they're battling it out there, De Montfort, Vigo, York B, through goes the leader.
I'll get the timings for you so we can see what's going on. But the leader's pulling off a great gap, 2.1 seconds. De Montfort is in P2. One of the teams actually flown a long way to come here today. Dedication to them. And we got a three-way fight for the midfield cars. We've got Vigo that's trying to overtake King's College London around the outside. This is going to be interesting to say the least when they go up the hill.
Yeah, a lot of understeer there for what looked to be King's College London, with Liverpool John Moore bringing up the rear in 6th in that mid-pack battle. Through they come then. Looking very exciting. These cars, while somewhat underpowered compared to other cars that you'll see throughout the day, still incredibly exciting. There's Vigo leading, but King's College London are bump drafting them, trying to get as much acceleration as they possibly can.
No.
Meanwhile,
Someone's gone off.
is that York? That seems to be York's B team off, and there's boos and groans from the crowd around us. They're incredibly disappointed with that result. It's through go Hertfordshire's B team on them. Liverpool John Moore trying to chase down the guys from King's College and Vigo. Vigo up into 3rd. Meanwhile, is that Queen Mary we're on board with? I know we're on board with the leaders, but we can't see from the timing screen who it is.
It's Leicester.
It's Leicester are up into pole position. Wonderful stuff. Leicester are leading on De Montfort then with King's College London in 3rd. Vigo are in 4th. Liverpool John Moore in 5th. Southampton in 6th. You're on board with Liverpool John Moore now. This is how small these cars are. Liverpool John Moore trying to go round the outside of King's College London. King's College London have got the inside line, so Vigo have lost it. Sorry, that was my mistake. King's College London battling with Vigo. Liverpool John Moore have just got a great view of this battle for the final podium position of the first heat today, and that is King's College London through on Vigo. Not a lot of response from Vigo. Meanwhile, here come De Montfort chasing down Leicester. Leicester pulling away and getting very, very into the apex. Just about managing to stay within the track limits. On board with De Montfort there, going a little wide. Leicester, De Montfort piling on the pressure. As you were saying, Jess, you can see the undulation on this circuit, and there's not a lot of power. That's Leicester going sideways, and De Montfort have got an opportunity here to go up on the inside of them. They're side by side, and surely that's De Montfort through. We wait to see the result of that battle. And, this is really close indeed as De Montfort go through on the University of Leicester to take pole. But as a result of that, that gives University of Leicester the toe on the back of De Montfort. This is not going to go away anytime soon, is it, Jess?
I think this is the point of the circuit where they can gain that slipstream, and with all those heats involved, it's default setup, and we can see a move being made from Leicester to try and get past De Montfort into P1 as they go up the hill, and it's all about the driver's skill with these default setups for these heats. Once we get to the grand finals, that's where we get to see them tweak the setups to their liking. Of course, they can bring notes with them as well, as we can see a little bit of time has been lost from Leicester, but all good. We got King's College London still fighting with Vigo, but I think Leicester, they got to get a move on here.
Yeah.
You can see the gap increasing, Giles.
It's increasing dramatically over the course of only a lap. They've got to break late, do Leicester, if they want to keep up with De Montfort. De Montfort really do seem to have this down. Meanwhile, here's the view from Liverpool John Moore University. Ahead of them, University UCLM, one of the Italian teams, I believe, and then it's Southampton in 5th, Vigo in 4th. Vigo have managed to lose King's College London, and they've got Southampton to deal with now. Absolutely gutting for the team from Vigo who made our wonderful intro video. De Montfort, meanwhile, have lost the position to the University of Leicester. Leicester back through as they go past one of the back markers, who I imagine held up De Montfort and may have caused them to lose that position to University of Leicester. Meanwhile, here's King's College London.
That was Hertfordshire B.
University College London all over the back end of Southampton. Southampton were looking to make a move around Vigo, but now all of a sudden they've looked in their rearview mirrors and it's full of King's College London. King's College London were ahead. They must have gone off in some way because they were up there in 3rd. So it's all going on. Positions swapping left, right and centre. It's like Noel Edmonds' swap shop, for those that remember that one. Meanwhile, here's the view from Leicester as weaving just a little bit are De Montfort trying to shake loose the toe that Leicester are getting off the back of De Montfort in the C1s. Down the hill they go, onto the left, switching back onto the right for the chicane, looking to the inside. Leicester on De Montfort, can they make this work? Is the question. Plenty of love on the chat, and as it gets dramatic, we know when moments are dramatic here because, of course, the crowd in with the commentary box with us go mad.
They are going absolutely crazy right now, which is really, really great to see. And look at one of our championship contenders, Giles, in this. Southampton up into 4th place.
They need the points to Southampton. They'll be determined to push as hard as the C1s can go. The view from the bonnet are the University of Leicester, just biding their time now. 9 minutes of racing to go. De Montfort ahead. Here's Southampton closing in on Vigo. Can they get a podium in their first outing for the grand final? They are one of the championship contenders, are Southampton. Can they get through on the inside here on Vigo? I don't think so, but they are beginning to get as close as you possibly can without making the move. And that reels in King's College London, who are bringing themselves back into the fray. And up the hill they go, and that's Vigo having to do all the work with Southampton getting the toe off the back of them. Surely they're going to make a move through this turn, Jess.
And the more points they can get, the better. So Southampton have got to get the job done as soon as they can. And it's only 15-minute races, Giles, compared to the 25 that we usually expect in a normal Formula Shooter race. And someone's gone off, Giles. I wonder who that was.
I couldn't quite catch that, but meanwhile, we've got a comment here from Steve Miles saying Austria for practice and not kill. I like it. From Steve, the photographer, watching from the camper van while editing. So if you see Steve around with a camera, give him a wave. Meanwhile, here's Vigo with Southampton all over them. Leicester have gone back through on the inside of De Montfort. They keep swapping positions, and De Montfort are coming right back at them. This is excellent stuff from the two front runners here. Inches away are De Montfort from the back end of Leicester. Sweeping into this right-hander as the gradient increases, just breaking the toe to try and look round on the inside. They decide against it and they go slightly wide due to Montfort, and that means Vigo are coming in close, as are Southampton to the back end of Vigo. It's two a pair for the first four runners, and that's King's College London coming up behind them. Meanwhile, side by side are De Montfort. De Montfort are through. They're out accelerating University of Leicester up the hill. They got the toe. They sweep round on the inside and they close off University of Leicester. Do De Montfort. Now they've got it all to do though, and they break later than Leicester by the looks of it, and De Montfort are away yet again in the lead. They keep swapping over. I wouldn't like to call this, Jess.
Oh, here we go. We've got Leicester trying to attack the curb, and there's a bit of contact from both drivers. Oh no, this is awful, Giles.
And there's groans from the crowd as through go Vigo with Southampton side by side them. Southampton have got the inside line. They sweep back inside to get the toe up the hill. Down the hill they go. Surely they're going to sweep onto the inside now for this overtake. They're getting close. They go to the outside instead. That's a bold move from Southampton. Round the outside of Vigo, clinging on for dear life. This is impeccable racing. And that is Southampton having to hold back and just bide their time. They get the switch back instead, do Southampton. But King's College London are right in with them.
They're going to tuck it to the slipstream as well. If I was King's College London, I would wait to one of the drivers make a mistake from the other teams, because you do not want to get into a freeway battle if you're going up the hill there. You're just going to tuck it onto the inside, and that's what King's College London try and get past one car and then do the rest, as we've got Vigo and Southampton still fighting for the lead. Leicester still in it, and De Montfort as well. So even though they had their spin, it didn't cost them that much, but they could have been fighting for the win there.
Jess, we're looking for a five-way battle for victory here with 6 minutes left on the clock. On the inside are Vigo, on the outside of Southampton. Barrelling down behind them is King's College London, with De Montfort and University of Leicester less than 2 seconds behind them. This is incredibly tight indeed for the top three positions, and Vigo are doing all they can to hold off Southampton. Are Southampton just biding their time is the question. I've got a funny feeling a move is inevitable, but they might just wait until the right moment to get through and make sure that they can pull away. And that is the top six, incredibly close together. And through on the inside, go Southampton. That is an impeccable move, a commanding move from Southampton. They put themselves up into P1. Vigo have got no reply but to hold on to the back end. And Southampton are doing everything they need to keep their championship hopes alive.
I think the other championship contenders are going to be watching this race with pure intent to find out what Southampton are doing right in this race, and hopefully they could do well in the races to come. But we could see University of Leicester having a battle with UCLM round the outside. This is one of the main overtaking moves, as you can see. I think De Montfort's gone through UCLM, and Leicester lost a place because of it. What a shame from Leicester. They started the race in pole position, dropped down into sixth. I'm absolutely gutted for them, but they've still got a lot of this race just to climb up positions right now. Southampton still leading. In that last lap, Giles, they're about 5 or 6 tenths quicker than Vigo, but it's not over yet, as we can see a back marker. Oh, the back marker's not going to
Absolute disaster for Southampton. A back marker getting in the way, and that is Southampton's race ruined. Vigo, being the second place car, managing to avoid that, taking a different line to Southampton round the back marker, and that's put the Spaniards up into the first position. They're into P1, and Southampton will be going to the stewards about that one, because that is an absolute disaster. That looked to be Hertfordshire's B team. I can't believe that's just happened, Jess.
Yeah, that is absolutely. You could hear the groans live in the commentary box, and they were absolutely gutted, especially De Montfort that lost a bit of time again. But with Vigo, they're going to be absolutely loving life. And UCLM in P2, that's great news for them
There's
as well.
not enough time for Southampton to make a comeback. Just over 3.5 minutes left on the clock. But Southampton are down in 7th, and that has completely ruined their race. And potentially, have we just seen Southampton's championship hopes extinguished there?
That's going to give more hope to like Queen Mary, College Dublin and York as well, potentially. Glasgow still to come as well. So I think the other teams may be breathing a sigh of relief there. But York A ahead.
York A certainly will be, because moments ago I was sat thinking York A down in 7th. That doesn't bode well for them. But remember, they have less to worry about. One of the Hertfordshire getting well out the way. Hertfordshire B team learning from their mistake and pulling onto the grass to let the main pack through. But they didn't learn their lesson in time for Southampton, who really have suffered. Southampton, a whole looks to me to be nearly 10 seconds behind the 6th place car, King's College London. This is meanwhile up in the mix. York A battling through. Here comes Leicester. Leicester's through in 3rd. Vigo leading. UCLM in 2nd. Leicester are now in 3rd, but De Montfort are right there, and they're going to go past. Surely they're going to go past. They're side by side with Leicester, and they're going to squeeze on through and try and get through on De Montfort as well. University of Leicester and De Montfort going through on York's A team. Impeccable racing for the most part.
I think it's going to be between De Montfort and Leicester to see who's going to get the final podium places. But I'm not going to say things too much until we get to the end of the race. Someone's pointing about that very point in the chat, but I'm not going to say too much because we know how much I jinxed people before in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series.
10 laps down, 2 minutes on the clock. UCLM in 2nd. You're on board with your race leaders, Vigo, who benefited from an absolute disaster for Southampton, who were leading. Meanwhile, De Montfort and University of Leicester have been at each other's throats from lights out, and that doesn't look to be ending anytime soon. De Montfort currently have the advantage in 3rd. University of Leicester coming up on them now up the hill, though, getting the toe. They'll try and get close, and De Montfort looking a little bit squeaky through there to my mind, and just a little bit slower than University of Leicester, and that is UCLM well down into 4th. University of Leicester go through on them. Where's De Montfort are up into 2nd.
Wow.
UCLM have been relegated down into 4th as the charge between De Montfort and University of Leicester shows no signs of slowing down. They are on an absolute send as they battle out between the two of them. I feel like this is more a grudge match between the two of them. Whether they benefit from the positions, they're going through on the inside, potentially not quite close enough. University of Leicester to make a move on De Montfort.
You don't want to clip the curbs too much around up that hill because that's where we've seen many teams today lose it, and we're going to see UCLM try and take advantage. I believe it will be the final lap for a lot of the drivers. Yeah, it is the final lap because Vigo's just crossed the line, and we can see De Montfort just running slightly faster, but the gap is it's uncatchable at the moment unless Vigo makes a mistake. But UCLM having a battle with Leicester. We're going to see what they could do here if they go down the hill, and UCLM gets 3rd.
UCLM are up into 3rd as De Montfort make contact with University of Leicester. Oh, I feel for the stewards. They're going to have an interesting one this time. 33 seconds left on the clock. Vigo a whole 4 seconds ahead of De Montfort. This is Vigo's race to lose. The top step of the podium is about to go to Spain as Javier celebrates in the chat, shouting Spanish podium. 11 laps complete.
York A up to 4th.
De Montfort are in 2nd, and York A with cheers going round the grandstand here at Williams, and that's York in 4th position. They'll be very pleased with that. Meanwhile, here's Vigo coming through for the final few corners. York A as charged through. UCLM battling with York A then, and that's the final podium position up for grabs as Vigo go through and across the line and complete their race. They take the checkered flag, but who's going to get 2nd? It is De Montfort. UCLM Will they cross the line in third? Yes, they do. York A in fourth. In fifth, it's University of Leicester. King's College London takes sixth. And disappointingly for them, Southampton will have to settle for seventh as Liverpool John Moore finish in eighth. University of Hertfordshire's B team, responsible for a lot of that drama, they're down in ninth. And 10th place goes to University College London.
What a race, Charles. And we barely even started. We still got another heat of this to go. More Citroen C runs around not killed. Spanish podium. Close racing. Bit of contact at the start, but for the majority of it, it was brilliant.
We've only just started, and Jess, I need a drink.
Yes, Giles needs a drink. We all need to breathe for a little bit. I think everybody in the grandstand will need to breathe. I'm almost certain of that. But Liverpool John Moore crossing the line in eighth. You score points for everything accumulated to find out who's going to be in finals B and finals A.
Grandstand, give us a cheer. What did you reckon of that? They're very happy with that indeed. York chanting their name already as Ella Rose Eagle says, "Come on, York," in the chat. Meanwhile, Jason has just told us that Amy is back. So hello to Amy, welcome back. And we are just waiting to go again then. Meanwhile, here comes through Callum. Callum is one of the
Race directors.
Race directors who's going to have a fair bit of work on his hands after some of that. I must say, I do think Southampton may have a claim to a complaint to the stewards after that from your Hertfordshire's B team.
Yes, protest will be made, of course, because the winners will be crowned. And let's look at a replay of that one.
Here's a replay of the opening pile-up that completely rejigged the order. It all went haywire from this point. Vigo got away. They were leading. Then University of Leicester got through on them. York's B team went out there. There's one of the key moments for York's B team. Groans echoing around here at the Experience Centre. Meanwhile, this is the replay then of University of Leicester and De Montfort battling it out. Look at this move from De Montfort. They sneak through on the inside, and then Leicester repeat the same move. This is great stuff. They're repeating the same moves on each other. Both drivers know exactly what they've got, evenly matched. Really great stuff between these two drivers. Meanwhile, I'm looking forward to seeing the replay where Southampton got quashed and pushed down. We'll get onto that in just a moment. We're just seeing the replays of throughout the race, key moments. Here, meanwhile, is Southampton right on the back end of Vigo, I think. Meanwhile, there's Leicester.
Yeah, there it was.
That's the moment. That's the big moment that really kind of ended it for these two to be on the podium. Meanwhile, here is Southampton and Vigo battling it out. Vigo, the eventual race winner. Southampton were leading and did look rather commanding. It wasn't until they met a back marker. We'll get onto that in just a moment. Here's King's College London trying to get into the mix. They did all right in the end, did King's College London. As ever, that is the battle between University of Leicester and De Montfort yet again. UCLM benefiting from that one. Now, this is the moment then. So what happened there? So that was... was it? I'm not entirely sure that was Hertfordshire's B team. I think that might have been King's College London, went into Hertfordshire's B team, who then went into Southampton, who were going round on the inside as they should have been. And I wonder then, was that King's College London that was responsible for that, as opposed to Hertfordshire's B team? I apologise to Hertfordshire's B team. We only caught half of the moment on the first time around. But I don't know whether I'm wrong, Jess, but that's what that looked like to me. We're not stewards, so we don't get a say in the matter, but we can always offer conjecture.
Yeah, it was hard to tell from that angle because we didn't get an off-board shot. But it is kind of interesting, actually. But we get to now hear from one of our championship protagonists. We've got 5 VTs throughout the entirety of the sim racing broadcast, and we get to hear from all 5 of them today. And we're going to start with Giles, University of Glasgow.
Roll VT. Sick. Nailed that. Really good stuff. Thank
you.
Good job, guys. Right, which one of you two want to take a break for 5 minutes so I can sit down and then explain how to win this one?
Go for it.
Yep.
Only bit on our side is just if we don't do production call-outs on chat.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's alright, it's fine. It was good.
I didn't know how to get hold of your attention otherwise.
It's alright, don't worry.
Thank you, sir.
I can always put it on the WhatsApp for Monty.
Wonderful. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've got my tablet.
I apologise.
So what are you going to do, Monty?
Just going to explain what they need to do to win the championship today.
Okay.
So are we both out or am I just out?
You can be out for just a minute if you want. We're just going to do a quick chat. Then the camera's going to go straight into there again because we're going straight into the next race.
Yeah.
So when you see the camera go over there,
Yeah, jump.
oh God, what are they doing? What are they doing? Why are we having a break? Can you go and find out why the VT stopped, please?
The VT's knackered.
VT's knackered.
Yeah, the music's too loud and the voice is out. The static, I don't know what's going on with it. I'm just going to have a look.
It's fine when we played it. There's no comment. There's no comment on the stream. Usually the stream will tell you if there's an issue. And it was sounding fine in my headphones.
Yeah.
I'm standing in the middle, and if we have to jump back in, I jump back in.
Yeah.
I'm kind of glad I wore jeans today, to be honest.
Good shout, good shout. Yeah, no, the idea is I'm supposed to do a quick 2 minutes just to explain what they need to do to win the championship. We can do like a quick back and forth, and then the camera should move over to there as we watch the students get set up. When the camera moves to over there, then I'll swap with you again.
Yeah, sure.
Sound cool?
Yeah.
Go and stretch your legs, darling.
Captain Maths.
Exactly. Hello, world. Well, all two people. How you doing?
This is our events captain, guys.
Hello, how you all doing? I drive C1s in my spare time.
Yeah,
don't I?
we did say that.
Great fun.
Yeah.
Great fun.
We want to make sure that was on the broadcast. So
Oh,
then-
thank you. I appreciate the big up. People get to see my blue and pink suits. In the
Greetings from Isotek Racing in Turkey.
Welcome, guys.
On Turkey. How are we doing?
Welcome.
If you're not already, get over to the Formula Student UK YouTube channel. We'll be back live very shortly with more coverage of the Formula Student Sim Racing Grand Final live from Lassie and Williams. So we're not too far away, are we?
No, we shouldn't be too far away. Could you just check with Giles? Sorry, you're Giles. With Callum, I think it's 11:40. The next race starts at.
Yeah, sure.
Cheers. One race down, 7 to go.
That was good.
It was good fun. That C1s did what they promised to do best.
Yeah, they
which is,
did.
Chaos
Yes.
and calamities.
Yes.
So
And it was nice to have the audience as well.
You
So
can feel the cheers from everyone that way, right? It just adds a bit of ambience to it.
yeah.
It's great to see that them all on board. Top Hat, how are you doing, sir?
How are you doing?
Oh, living life to the finest, living life to the finest. For anyone that's been watching the sim racing series so far this season, if you ever hear us talk about Top Hat Tyler, this is why, because he wears a top hat all the time.
We've got 4 or 5 minutes, so I don't know where we are. Do you want to just jump back out? 'Cause I'm not going to have enough time. And
Hop
then
back in.
You're going to have to go and try and check. Right. They're playing it again. Right, so we'll
It's 2 minutes, it's fine.
right.
It's 2 minutes.
It's 2
We'll
minutes.
be good. We'll be good.
I know those guys.
And then we'll just hand it straight over. Because they'll just tend to go straight to the live game feed once I'm finished speaking then.
Okay.
Yeah?
And I could carry on speaking once you finish speaking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which camera is it? Is it this one?
The one on this
Middle.
one.
Right.
The one close to the light.
Okay.
It looks like Hogwarts.
Say again.
It looks like Hogwarts.
It
What?
does.
Womp womp womp.
Womp, womp, womp.
Oh.
Great tracts of land.
Hello from downstairs. Hello, Joshua.
That's Lucy. I've been speaking to her a lot because she's the team principal who's been doing like.
Yeah, she's the head of the sim racing team.
Yeah, it's her. I've been
they're not
speaking
here,
to a lot
though.
on emails. No, they're all up in Glasgow.
Love you, Glasgow. Miss you, Glasgow. Come
We
back.
miss you, Glasgow. Come back next year. Such a good opportunity missed here.
They got to do it in most people's final year, surely.
Exactly. Has to happen at least once. Has to happen.
Cardiff on here though.
Terry.
Terry, woo! Woo, Terry, woo. It's like Ooh Gary Davies, but woo Terry woo. That's an 80s reference.
Can you just ask James what the countdown is, please? Shortly. No, I need a number.
I don't have.
Not JW. Other James at the back.
If I go in there again, I'm going to piss them off.
No, you're not. JW. No, not JW. The other James at the back. Just say, have they formed up for the grid yet?
Oh, right. Sorry, I went to the wrong place.
So are you coming through? You're just sitting here to go through this?
I'll just sit here, talk through it all, and then we'll go straight to the live game feed.
1 minute 40 or something like that.
Brilliant.
Not got a lot of time.
Okay, that's fine.
So we'll go straight to you once the VT's over.
Exactly.
We'll get it right the next time.
Too bloody right we will. Actually, sort it. No.
Oh, that's... Sorry, FS Online.
Sorry, Sort it. Giles, you take over. Sure. I just realised I need the graphic to talk it through.
Cool.
So we'll head straight to you then.
I've got a funny feeling we might be entering into a race that's already started, Jess, so just stand by for a second.
No, we've got a few minutes until the race starts.
We've got a minute.
Oh,
Less
right.
than a minute. Hello, Pacific. Yeah, this is going to be...
Right.
Hey, Cheryl's watching. Wonderful.
At work. Dedication.
Go away. And here we go then. The lights are on for the second heat of the day, and away they go with MTU on pole, Hull B passing through on them, Bolton and Hertfordshire's A-team, along with Glasgow's A-team. Hello to Nev Cohen, he's back again, and we're on board with Glasgow as they go through into turn one. Exciting stuff right out of the gate. That's MTU, Munster, and sideways go Hull. Hull's B team are sideways, and there's groans from the grandstand here at the Experience Centre, and they're getting a bit squiffy. It's not quite as dramatic as the turn one drama from earlier in heat one of round one, but suffice to say, this is still very, very exciting stuff, Jess.
Yes, indeed. Of course, it's the second heat Heat B of Heat 1. So the other 10 universities get to take part. And that also includes Glasgow and Queen Mary and College Dublin are free charity protagonists.
Oh.
As we've got Salford that's moved to the right. He's had a spin, Giles.
Salford have had a spin, but I think there may have been a coming together. Oh, and talking of comings together, that's not gone well for Hull's B team. That's, oh dearie me. Right, here we go then. Up at the front, we've got Bolton leading now. Glasgow's A team are right behind them in second, with Hertfordshire's A team in third. Queen Mary, former student, following behind in fourth. And Exeter will be rather pleased with this, because Exeter are up into fifth. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Mayuki Panda, who's joining us on the live stream. Hello, Mayuki. Michael has been calling for a restart. I can't think why, personally, Michael. You might have to explain that one to us in the commentary booth, please. I don't know why you want a restart there. Meanwhile, here's Bolton holding off the pressure applied to them by Glasgow's A team. Hertfordshire's A team, meanwhile, keeping up with them. Going sideways a bit are Bolton, making use of all the tarmac, and that is a disaster for Hull's. Who is that? Is that Hull B in the wall there?
No, that's Hull A. That's Hull
A.
A.
How do you tell the difference? Hull's A in, look at, that's not gone well. Meanwhile, here comes Glasgow round the outside of Bolton. Can they make this work? They close them off, and that is Glasgow up into P1.
That is crucial for them because they're last in the championship right now, Giles, and they got to score as many points as they can in the Williams finals, and they're doing just that in P1. They want to score as many points as they can cumulatively to make sure they get into finals A, and they're definitely doing just that.
Behind the wheel for Glasgow is a Formula Student Sim Racing legend, Nev Cohen. I do hope his mum's watching. I love Nev's mum.
Me too.
Nev's mum, if you're watching, hi! Glasgow then leading ahead of Bolton. Exeter have got themselves a podium position. They'll be rubbing their hands together with this. They're in third. Stop the count. I can already hear the calls from Devon. Queen Mary in fourth. Aberdeen in fifth. College Dublin in sixth. Queen's University Belfast are under pressure from Hertfordshire's A team. Oh no, is that Hull's A team? It's not Hertfordshire. Hull Electric Racing Team. There we go.
And speaking of them, they're going for a move on Queen's University Belfast as they make their way towards turn number 1. Who's going to cover off the inside? I think we just got a very good defence from Hull A team, and a lot of gas have been seen in the grandstand. It's just too close to watch.
It really is quite tight now between Queen's University Belfast and Hull's A team. They were in the wall earlier. Are they going to manage to recover into the top 5? There are plenty of very good drivers ahead of them to try and challenge with. Queen's University Belfast, meanwhile, putting a couple of tyres into the gravel trap. That's not going to help them. Muck Scottish, meanwhile, another Formula student sim racing legend, is busy holding off the advance of the University of College Dublin as they go side by side. Talking of side by side, they're looking very tight here. College Dublin going through on the inside. I think Aberdeen are going to have to give up the place. Muck Scottish backs off and through go the Irish, but there goes Muck Scottish. Classic driving from Muck Scottish, getting the switch back, a nose ahead of the team from Dublin. Up the hill they go, along the start-finish straight then. The question is, who is going to break first into turn 1? They're evenly matched. Neither car has a slipstream on the other, and they've got the exact same setup, so that's going to be a question of who is braking latest. But you've got to remember, Aberdeen have got the inside line. They do take it, and they sweep on through and close the door on College Dublin, who try and get the switch back, but that's some great defensive driving from Aberdeen as they approach the back end now of Queen Mary. And this suddenly is about to become a battle for 4th. As is that a back marker? No, in fact, that is. Who was that they went past?
I think that was Hertfordshire. No, whole A team, I think. It is too hard to tell. We've got Queen's University Belfast, University College Dublin fighting with... Oh, no, it's University College Dublin fighting with Miss Scottish right now as well. And they're two both legends in the sim racing series. You can see that College Dublin are trying to go up the inside of Aberdeen. We'll see if they can make it work round the outside. It's going to be a tough move to do it because they got to be on low gears if possible around here. We also got Bolton, was a little bit further behind of Glasgow Way, but look at Exeter. They're going to be bump drafting each other. This is going to be amazing as they make their way towards turn number 1. Exeter, that almost missed out on a chance to Finals A last year. They want to get to Finals A this year, and they're having a very good chance now. Queen Mary is going to have a sniff at them, and this is crucial. Queen Mary are leading the standings. They can't afford to lose out on that many points. Exeter, I think, has just got Bolton up to 2nd.
There's going to be some green paint on the front of that blue Bolton car, and likewise with the Exeter team there, and Bolton go back through on Exeter to reclaim the 2nd tier on the podium, and Queen Mary are just rubbing their hands together, watching these two teams duke it out, slowing each other down and allowing Queen Mary to reel them in. This will be crucial points for Queen Mary, who are just idling in the background, keeping nice and close, and meanwhile Bolton and Exeter unwilling to give each other any room at all. Elbows well and truly out between the Northerners and the Southerners, and just about on the edge of the track are Exeter. Up the hill they go towards the start-finish line. They put their foot down just a bit harder than Bolton. They seem to have got ahead, and they've closed off Bolton, have the team from Devon. But remember, Bolton are going to get that slipstream. They're going to get bump drafted up the hill, and they're going to switch back onto the inside. But Exeter defend well, and they get through away, do Exeter into 2nd place, and that is Bolton down into 3rd.
Do you think, Giles? I think Bolton was being a bit patient, and that was Queen Mary, our championship contender, Giles. It's in the wall.
Absolute disaster for Queen Mary. They seem to lose it at their own accord because there was no one around them. They
no
were
contact from any team.
Exactly, biding their time, waiting for Bolton and Exeter to make a meal of it, and instead they made a meal of it themselves, unfortunately, and that is Queen Mary down into 6th. Not what they're going to want. Exeter have been relegated back down into 3rd as Bolton have gone through on them, and Bolton have opened that gap up dramatically, all things considered. That's half a second's gap. Talking of a gap, Glasgow running away with it. They've got a 7-second gap between them and Bolton. Meanwhile, there's Queen Mary having to contend with the disaster that's befallen them. Bolton having to defend yet again against an advancing Exeter up the hill. The positions have swapped now, and it's Exeter getting bump drafted and getting the toe up the hill. Toe and bump draft are two different things, Giles. Come on. Bolton are ahead, but Exeter have got the slipstream. You can see them gathering pace. Talking of gathering pace, here's Queen Mary gathering pace behind Muck Scottish. Can Muck Scottish hold on to a top 5? I know for a fact that Liffey is going to be hoping they do, but I got a funny feeling they might not, because Queen Mary are really charging now, determined to make up for lost time and lost track position as a result of that self-induced off. But Queen Mary have got to contend with an icon of Formula Student Sim Racing. Muck Scottish well and truly holding them off are the team from Aberdeen. And that looks to me, it's a disaster now. They're into the gravel trap. Aberdeen, they go sideways on the track. Can they get off the racing line and get going?
Yes,
but
they
that
do.
will mean that Queen Mary are up into 5th.
That's Belfast that's got past him, and I think they're going to get past quite a lot of drivers too. And Bolton and Exeter are going at it again.
Exeter and Bolton yet again duking it out. One of the back markers going wide to let them through. Exeter
Fair
well
play.
away there. Nicely done from that back marker who's pulled out the way. There are no rules of back markers having to get out of the way in this series, but myself and Jess are quite keen on it just because we like polite driving. We're boring like that. Bolton coming through then to try and get back past the Devonshire team of Exeter. This could be one of the best results that we've seen for Exeter in a long time as they sweep on through with a gap opening up of about half a second yet again between these two teams. Nev Cohen just going away with it for Glasgow, nearly 10 seconds between P1 and P2. Unless Glasgow falls off the end of the earth, that is going to be Glasgow's race. So therefore, all eyes are on P2, getting very squiffy and making use of every inch of tarmac and the curbs as well. Are Exeter and Bolton, the battle for the second step on the podium, and getting sideways are Exeter. And that's an interesting line, I must say.
That was an interesting line. I think Exeter could take P2 here from Bolton, and they're literally banging wheels going up the straight. This is going to be sensational if Exeter can make it work, but I know Bolton is not going to give this up without a fight. Exeter's going to take the outside line, with Bolton taking the inside line. We'll see who has the upper hand as we head towards the start-finish straight. With not that long to go of this race, still side by side as we got Bolton now having the toe. Bolton actually competed for the championship this year. Not last year, not this year, of course, but they're here for a bit of fun, of course, and they want to gain as many positions as they can. As we have a spin. Clyde had a bit of a moment as well
with
Hertfordshire.
A team as they pull away. Meanwhile, here's the on board with Exeter looking properly squiffy. You're right on the edge of the limit of that car and of the grip available on these C1s, which isn't a lot, which is why they're dancing like Torval and Dean on ice at the moment. But it looks to me, Jess, and I could be wrong, but Exeter seem to be pulling away. Well, they were until they went into the gravel there just a bit. 2 wheels into the gravel.
That's allowed Bolton to get the slipstream and get the move.
Go round the outside, do Bolton, but Exeter have got the racing line, but Bolton don't even need the racing line. They can just go straight through on it. Dab on it, Wagwan, say Bolton, and they are straight through on Exeter, and away they go to possibly hold up that position. 4 minutes left on the clock, the gap opening up to half a second between Bolton and Exeter. That never seems to really extend beyond that half second, Jess, I must say.
Definitely not. And I think this is what we want to see in Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Close racing. We saw that in Imola last year where it went down to the line, the race leaders. Hopefully we can see that later on.
There's Exeter just charging through past the traffic, past those back markers. It looks to be Hull's B team Hull's A team, I'm sorry. Hull's A team. Sorry, Hull, you're in the grass again. As Glasgow are just giving a masterclass in how to deftly handle slightly underpowered, slightly squiffy cars through a rather undulating, curving circuit. Exeter have got a front view of Bolton's back end. And
it's got a bit of a slide there.
They're off.
Bolton's on the grass and Exeter's took an advantage. Exactly the same to what we saw Exeter do last lap.
Really well done there from Exeter, who learnt from their mistakes, saw that Bolton were about to make the same one and thought they capitalised on it. Meanwhile, here's Queen Mary back down in 6th, Queen's University Belfast in 5th, College Dublin in 4th. Top 3 now then, Glasgow, Exeter and Bolton. Bolton seem to have lost Exeter. I don't know about you, Jess, but I don't know what they were.
They lost a bit of time. I think it's about a second. And you can tell that they were sliding. So I wonder if it's due to the tyres. And it's about being so smooth with these cars. You can't go aggressive throughout the entirety of the 15 minutes. If you do go aggressive, the tyres tend to overheat. They have more tyre wear. And of course, the tyre multipliers increase for this lobby. So if you go aggressive for the entirety of the 15 minutes, the car's just going to slide and it's not going to be good. The ones that are doing well are the ones that can keep the car smooth and have smoother driving, and Glasgow seem to be doing that. And so is Exeter.
That man right there, Nev Cohen for Glasgow's A-Team, a real smooth operator. Exeter down in second, Bolton in third, duking it out, but it seems to us to be Exeter's second place then. Bolton really losing a lot of time in the gravel trap. Here's Glasgow making their way through the pack, and Aberdeen now. Well, that's a massive twist. Queen's University Belfast, real disaster for them. A proper pirouette through the grass and back onto the tarmac, and Aberdeen did well to avoid that. They managed to get themselves righted to Queen's University Belfast. It's behind them, Hull's A-Team and Strathclyde come in for a bit of a fancy of it, and that's Hull's A-Team pushing themselves up into seventh, but they are side by side with Queen's University Belfast. Groans of concern from Hull's team here on the grandstand within the Experience Centre at Lassie and Williams, and you can see Hull's A-Team there. They are down in 8th as Queen's University Belfast push themselves back through. They had a big off. Are they going to have another big off, Jess, is the question. There's a minute, 10 seconds left on the clock. They've just got to hold on, but Hull's A-Team are really putting that pressure on there.
They are as well, and don't forget, points matters as Hull A is going to try and go for the move as a bit of tight contact there, but really respectful racing between Hull A and Queen's University Belfast. Hertfordshire A was having a moment, as we've got, I think, some back markers in there as well. We've got 2 cars a lap down. Well, I believe we're on the final lap of this race. Glasgow A still leading, Exeter second. I think Exeter, I'm doing all right to stay that at the moment, but you never know. It's not over till that lady sings.
Talking of things that really aren't over, this is going to be a race to the line between these 3 teams. You've got Queen's University Belfast leading a train consisting of themselves and Hull's A-Team, along with Hertfordshire's A-Team. Bob, they're back in there, but there we go, man. Side by side. Are they going to get it? No, they're not. Queen's University Belfast overdriving it just a bit onto the gravel. That's going to invite Hull's A-Team to make a move on the inside. Here comes Hull's A-Team diving down, and Hull's A-Team are through by the looks of it on Queen's University Belfast. We're back with Bolton. Bolton have managed to make a resurgence up on the back end of Exeter. It's going to be the last lap, and very clearly Bolton hadn't lost it. They were just waiting for the last moment, and this is the moment to make it work, and they go through on Exeter.
They were saving their tyres, Giles, after what we saw that moment a few laps ago, so maybe they were following our tips in order to try and close up to Exeter. You saw them get the fastest lap a few laps ago. They were pushing to try and get Exeter, and to be honest, that's a very good strategy from Bolton to be able to do that, because that doesn't leave Exeter with enough chance to get second place. But still, third place for Exeter is good, but we've still got a few more sections to go of this circuit. Can Exeter close in? I don't think so. But we got our leader, Giles, about to finish this race.
12 laps completed and completely untouched for the entire duration. A gap of 14 seconds as he crosses the line, asserting their dominance yet again. Glasgow's A-Team crossed the line with Nev Cohen behind the wheel. Bolton have got a rear end full of Exeter. It's going to be a race to the line. Are Exeter going to break the toe and go for an overtake? I don't think they're close enough.
No.
That is Bolton's to take the second place. They cross the line in second. Exeter right behind them in third. 3/10 separating those two. Glasgow College Dublin, meanwhile, come across in fourth with Queen Mary following up behind them in fifth. It could have been so much better for Queen Mary, but they had that off. And unfortunately, fifth is the best they can manage there. Aberdeen with McScottish behind the wheel in sixth. Queen's University Belfast in seventh. Hertfordshire's A in eighth. Is that Sheffield Hallam in ninth? And meanwhile, University of Hertfordshire's A-Team coming through in 10th. And that is the second heat of the day done.
Wow, I think obviously lap 1 was more cleaner, but we've seen some more tactical racing, in particular from Bolton. I think Bolton was like, I'm not going to give up here. I'm not going to let Exeter get that second place for me. I'm going to push on the final lap, and that's exactly what they did. But Glasgow absolutely brilliant. This is what we wanted to see from them all season, and they did it. And that was the most really great drive from Cohen that I've seen in a long time, and that is crucial for the championship. They are the reigning champions, and that was the champions' drive.
It's nice to see them up towards the front because they've had a mixed bag this year because obviously university students cycle through, you get a cohort, they go through, they graduate, that knowledge transfer. They've got to find their feet. A lot of the team from Glasgow, new students this year, so they haven't been as dominant as previous, and yet they've still managed to hold on and keep themselves in the running for the championship. So fair play to the team from Glasgow. Meanwhile, plenty of comments coming in. Amy Davis saying, hi guys, GP Alessio talking about earlier in race 1, if a back marker wanders around the centre of the circuit, I think the blame is easily apportioned.
Well, we're not going to say too much, but
Can't disagree with that. JB93 asking, where's Monty? He's around and about. C. Jones, I didn't see I got a penalty. I think it was hidden by HUD apps. I don't know.
But here's a replay, Giles, of what happened throughout the race. So that was Queen University Belfast on the whole A team, and we're seeing lots of great moves being made throughout. This is some really clean stuff. There's moves that you wouldn't expect to go for, and College Dublin's move there was textbook.
Really great stuff. This is really close indeed between Aberdeen and University College Dublin. No, it's I don't. There's a lot of teams.
A lot of with blue and yellow.
These two were like siblings, like a sibling rivalry going around between these two, and I absolutely loved it. Bolton and Exeter properly at each other throughout.
It was fantastic.
It was respectful as well. I don't think there was any overtly aggressive driving. There was a bit of elbows out and a bit of paint swapping, but I don't think there was anything that would be put down as anything more than a racing incident.
And the only reason why they lost time, as we saw Queen Mary, one of our contenders.
Queen Mary there? I still don't know. I mean, all we managed to see was them in the gravel trap.
We can ask you in the lunch break, couldn't we?
Yeah, I've got to ask Queen Mary about that. Meanwhile, Dylan saying Queen Mary on top. I mean, though they weren't, but it's a nice thought anyway. So those are some of the highlights from the second race of the day. Plenty more to come, so do stay with us. We'll be with you until 6 o'clock. Meanwhile, we've got some people watching here in the Experience Centre. I say we don't have a commentary box this time around. We have a commentary table, but we're right in the mix of it, so we can actually get the ambience and the reactions from the spectators.
It is like an actual LAN event.
It is like a LAN event. So we've got a VT for you now, another championship contender this year. They've been the result of some very dramatic driving and some rather opinionated drivers. Here's York. Oreo?
What?
Oreo?
Yeah, we're off.
Do you want an Oreo?
No, thank you. I thought you said, are we off?
Right, let's give this an actual try. See if we can actually make it work this time. Give it a break again. We're getting there with them.
Getting there. Responsible for some rather dramatic driving and opinionated drivers.
Yes.
I mean, on the stream. I wasn't wrong.
No, you're fine. Hello again, team.
There's nobody watching.
Oh, hello, no one.
So it's race to Toyota's at Brands Hatch.
That's right. I'm going live. What's up?
Okay.
Okay.
Charles.
Are we on time?
Yes.
Okay. I'll actually start calming down soon. Not yet, but soon. Soon I will.
Okay. I'll hand to you.
You'll hand me in.
Yeah, for you. They're coming down. So here we go then. That was York A, pretty much his VT, and we've got Mr. Monty McGovery, our events captain. He's going to go through all the permutations for all of our top 5 champions. Of course, we were going to go through Glasgow, but we had a race going on. But Monty, what does York need to do to win the title here today?
Well, let's speak about both at the same time. We've got a couple of minutes to
Yeah,
go,
we may
Jess.
as well.
So, you guys will remember the graphic that we were looking at earlier today. So,
Ta-da!
yes, there we are, just like that. So here we are, back with our graphic. So here's the top 5. Here are our protagonists. Here's what they need to do. Now, the case of Glasgow is actually quite a simple thing. Glasgow, they're the reigning champions. However, Glasgow by name, but not necessarily by nature. Everyone that we've come to know and love who have dominated the series over the last couple of seasons have left. And so it's a brand new team this season. And as you can see, in the first couple of rounds, they really struggled. I mean, it was unusual stuff, wasn't it, Jess? They even failed to qualify for the top server in some of the rounds.
Yes.
But come the mid-season, they found their feet, they got some coaching, and they were back to winning ways. And this is why they're back in with a championship fight. And as always, they're always on top with their engineering challenges as well, or in the top 3. So they've been scoring big points there as well. So Glasgow, basically, all they need to do is win the race today and win the engineering challenge. Now, granted, they need a lot of luck. They need the 4 protagonists above them to have really bad races as well. So,
That is a win the race if they got to get into finals A and win that.
yes, exactly. So they've got to get into finals A. They've got to be able to win the whole thing outright today, shall we say, as well as the engineering challenge. It is a lot to ask, and they do need a lot of luck, but it's not impossible because that's exactly what Glasgow had to do last year, and they came from behind and capitalised on Southampton's misfortunes to win the title. And to give them the best chance of winning it, as you guys saw, Never's back. So they're throwing everything at this one.
And they started off strong. Won the first race in not kill as well. They want to score some maximum points as well. York didn't do too bad in the race one we saw earlier as well. Of course, they had the drop round in round number 1. But they still have a decent chance. It's going to be a lot closer for York, I think. And York have done a lot better recently with the engineering challenges. Out of the top 5, second in the engineering challenges based on that. So
yes,
we'll see what do York need to do.
Well, from their point of view, it's pretty much the same. Again, they need to win overall the race today, so win Finals A. They need to win the engineering challenge as well, but they're not as reliant on the luck of everyone else falling out because they only need
round.
Yes, exactly. Because they only need to drop 4 points, they aren't as reliant on the luck of others' misfortune. They can capitalise, they can win this themselves and win the engineering challenge, provided they can tick both of those boxes. Mathematically, at least, they have a good chance of winning the championship today. So that's 2 of the protagonists done, Jess. We'll come back to the other 3 throughout the day. As I say, guys, we have 100 points up for grabs in the race today and an extra 50 points for the engineering challenge. I cannot stress enough, those 50 points for the engineering challenge is going to make or break this championship, because if Queen Mary or Southampton can win that challenge, they've given themselves breathing space. If they can't do it, that's the other 3 that have got a chance of catching up on this.
Yes, and of course, if you're wanting to know what UCD, University of Southampton and Queen Mary got to do, well, you're going to find out a little bit later on. So after the end of this race in Brands Hatch, you'll get to see what University of College Dublin has to do as well. So Monty will be back a little bit later on, and also he'll be revealing the results of our engineering challenge with one of our head judges of that, James. There's a lot of Jameses here at Formula Students in Racing Series, so they'll be revealing that around about 1 o'clock, the results for that.
I have news.
Oh.
Guess who went viral on Twitter because Williams accidentally uploaded a video of him doing some test footage for today? Yes, Monty has been uploaded to the official Lassie and Williams Formula 1 YouTube channel. Briefly, they had taken it down, but for a moment he was up there, and it was just test footage. So it was cutscenes and random chat, which has now been clipped by Formula 1 fans, and our very own Monty is now going viral on Formula 1 Twitter. Wonderful stuff. Meanwhile, big shout out to my Yuki Panda, who says, "Hi guys, hi Cheryl."
She will be here towards the end of the week, and she's she is the host of Formula Student throughout the entirety throughout Saturday and Sunday, and you'll also see her around the paddock on Thursday and Friday as well. So if you see her, She doesn't bite. We don't bite. So come and say hello to her.
Do say hello to Cheryl. Give her a sticker. If you've got stickers for your teams and you want to get them out there, give them to Cheryl. Cheryl is trying to collect as many Formula Student team stickers as she can.
She's a
this
Formula
year.
Student fan, you see.
Exactly. She is one of the co-hosts of the podcast, which I feel like I'm going to plug now because we've got a bit of waiting to do until we go racing again. So I'm going to plug the podcast. If you haven't already heard, we've got a Formula Student podcast. You can check it out on the Formula Student online YouTube channel. And if you would like to see behind the scenes of us in the commentary booth when we're actually commentating, then you can get over to Jess's Instagram, JessGames95, all one word, or FS Online 101, which is the Instagram account for the Formula Student podcast. Cheryl says, if people come say hi, I may reveal some lore about Giles. No, you won't, Cheryl. No, you won't. Plenty more to come. We've got Toyota AE86s around Brands Hatch for the next round of the final. These are great fun to drive.
Honestly, Brands Hatch, I'm going to Brands Hatch in October for British touring cars, and I've been dying to see these cars race in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series around Brands Hatch. It is the shortened version. It's not the full GP circuit. It is the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, which will host the second round of British touring cars this year. So it looks amazing. Of course, you've got the Paddock Hill Bend turn number 1. Then you've got Druids. Druids is always a great place to watch as well. And then instead of going through into Surtees up the hill, you go straight down Clark. You go around Clark Curve, which is the hairpin, then onto the start-finish straight, and that's Brands Hatch Indy for you.
I've just looked at the map. Jess has got the map up here on in the commentary booth for the Indy circuit of Brands Hatch, and I've just had to giggle because I got the sense of humour of a schoolboy. Anyway,
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
and we'll leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to know what we're on about, just go and look at the map of the circuit and then just imagine you're a 10-year-old boy. For me, it's not particularly hard. We're going to be going racing again very soon. You can see on your screens there here at Lassie and Williams F1 Experience Centre, the home of Williams Sim Racing, who are our title partners this year for the Sim Racing Series. And we are so grateful to them to have their immense technology at our disposal for the finals. A number of teams have come a great distance to be here. Teams have come all the way from Munster, Technological University, and of course, as we were talking about earlier, come all the way from Aberdeen, which is a fair old way to go, Jess. It is a fair old.
They got stuck on the M6 in the pouring rain yesterday. That's dedication right there.
And don't forget, if you're watching on YouTube, then you can comment and let us know who you are supporting and where you are watching from. It's truly an international event. Over on the FS Online 101 account, we have people watching from Turkey. So this truly is
A global event.
a global event. And I must say, Jess, I would ask for predictions for this next race, but to be completely honest with you,
We
it's
don't
been
know who's racing.
we don't know who's racing, and it's so unpredictable. There's probably no point anyway.
Yeah, we didn't actually have a go at these last night because we didn't have time, but I would have loved to have a go at
I
that.
would have liked to have. We didn't, but I would like to have. Rooting for the FS Sim team, says Priam. Yes, Priam, my guy. Here we go then, and we are away with University College Dublin in the lead. Queen Mary Formula Student following up behind them with Harriet Watt in third. Salford are in fourth, and none of the liveries have gone through, so we've got no idea who is who. Fantastic. Oh dear.
So we just got to rely on timings, Giles.
We're going to have to rely on the timings here, but that looks to me to be Queen Mary on the inside with University College Dublin on the outside. With Harriet Hertfordshire's
Oh, we got a spinner. We got Liverpool John Moore that's had a moment.
Liverpool John Moore's had a moment. Queen Mary pulling away with nearly a 0.6 of a second, nearly a second's gap already. Hull's 18 going well down into fourth. Meanwhile, College Dublin have benefited from that. A second's gap between P1 and P2. They are up into second. Hull's 18 then past Harriet Watt in third. Come on, UOL, I love you, says Alia. Michael will continue to comment restart, in my opinion, every single time, apparently, for reasons that he won't reveal, but you crack on and make yourself a meme there, Michael. Meanwhile, Javier says, I go with the white one. Let's go.
We got sidebite as a contact with the leaders. We got College Dublin has made contact with, I don't know, because we can't tell who has made contact with the skin.
Oh, dear, this feels like the Benny Hill theme would be appropriate right now. Queen Mary are ahead of Southampton. Harriet Watt are up into third. Salford are in fourth. Bolton are in fifth. De Montfort are in sixth. Exeter making an appearance, and they put their way up into seventh. Meanwhile, DMU the goats, says Daniel. And rooting for that one, says Mayuki. Yeah, we've got no idea. We're doing the best we can. Talk about a challenge in the commentary box for us. Come on, Jess, let's concentrate then. There's Salford battling it out with Bolton and De Montfort, as well as, of course, by the looks of things, Exeter. Is that there? You're on board with De Montfort. Ahead of them is Salford, Bolton in fourth, and Heriot Watt in third. All incredibly close as we go around the Indy circuit off Brands Hatch. Rather an interesting circuit, to say the least, at least in terms of shape. Bolton have got through into third. Salford are up
that's Heriot Watt that's had a bit of a moment, lost a bit of time now, which is allowing Exeter to close in a little bit. Salford in fourth place. That's really great to see. They're heading towards Druids now, which is a very tight little moment, and they're going towards the very tight bend here. All these three drivers are just so tightly close together. It's great to see, but one advantage is Southampton in second. We've got Bolton chasing down.
I think that's Salford and DMU. Here's Southampton, meanwhile. Two of the championship protagonists having the race that they will have wanted to here, because Queen Mary have pulled away. They've got a 4-second gap to P2. Southampton are in P2. They've got a 1.5-second gap between themselves and P3. Both of them will be determined to get as many points as possible. And they desperately need to keep their championship hopes alive. If they can keep this clean, they're going to be incredibly pleased. Meanwhile, Oldham is complaining that no one is sideways. Just wait, you never know what might happen. So Queen Mary.
We've seen it in the last race.
Queen Mary, your race leaders. And through here go Hull's A-team on the back end of Exeter, looking to the outside, switching back onto the inside. That's a fantastic move for Hull A as they go through on Exeter, putting Exeter down into 8th. And Hull A are on the advance, slowly but surely, with 11.5 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, here's Salford with a back end full of De Montfort. De Montfort closing in just a tad. It's about half a second's gap between those two drivers. And ahead of them, you can also see Bolton, the last of the top three. Sideways, there's a bit of sideways action.
There you go.
With Salford in fourth as they squirm under the hard gaze of De Montfort, who are chasing them down. They know they're under pressure from De Montfort to Salford. And meanwhile, there is Hull's A-team. Hull's A-team reversing back onto the track. They're going to have to get out of the way. They've gone onto the gravel. That's a disaster for Hull A. And Liverpool John Moore and University of Leicester have taken full advantage of that, as have University College Dublin, with Exeter in 7th place now. They've clawed their way back up there. Was there contact? We don't know. Meanwhile, Salford are in 4th. There's Bolton ahead of them, but De Montfort are Salford's biggest concern. More sideways action from Salford as they try and defend against a storming De Montfort, but with no avail, and De Montfort go through on the inside of Salford, and they put themselves into 4th.
That was great stuff from De Montfort, of course. They weren't in the podium battles in the last few races, but there were a few times where they got involved in a bit of squabbles. But let's hope they can have an instant-free race, as we got Salford trying to get the slipstream from De Montfort. Southampton in second, that's crucial. Two of our championship contenders, Charles. 1 and 2 in this race.
Exactly. And here, meanwhile, is Liverpool John Moore on the approach to University of Leicester. We're reliably informed by Javert that tyres overheating is a big thing with this car. More sideways action will be seen. Those of you that like things sideways, stand by. With 9 minutes 45 to go, we're going to get some sideways action to come. Initial D music intensify, says Ethan Guy. I'm not on the internet enough to know what that means, but sure. Meanwhile, here is University of Leicester holding off Liverpool John Moore. Liverpool John Moore closing in on the back end of Leicester. Just biding their time are the Liverpudlians, waiting for a moment to come through on University of Leicester. As these tyres begin to go away, I would argue it's going to get a lot more squiffy. So make the move now and get the pace on whilst there's still life in the tyres, Liverpool. That's my advice. Not that you can hear me or anything, but, you know. Jess, you know Brands Hatch fairly well. How integral is grip on a course like this?
I think it's very important, and with the fact that it says that quite a few drivers are struggling with tyre overheating, they got to be a lot smoother than what we saw in Knockhill, because they need to try and find as much grip as they can, really, especially towards turn number 1. And for a lot of these people, this is the first time they've raced in these rigs at Williams, and they've only had like about an hour's practice at a different track. They've got to learn to adapt to many different combinations in a space of like the whole day.
It's the adaptability that's one of the key strengths of a Formula Student sim racing driver. Here is University of Leicester's view of the back end of Liverpool John Moore. Meanwhile, Ayash asking for a shout out from India. Good morning, India. Thank you for joining us. Meanwhile, Organ asking for some Euro beats. If it's royalty free, we can probably put it in there. And that's an absolute disaster for Liverpool John Moore as they are put through onto the grass, and University of Leicester on the overtaken by Hull's A team. Hull's A team makes mincemeat out of the pair of them. That looked to me like Liverpool John Moore was suddenly on the grass. University of Leicester just didn't have the pace to hold off Hull's A team, and Hull A team are pulling away now. Here's Liverpool John Moore trying to get back past Leicester, but doesn't look to me like it's going to happen anytime soon. Got about just under 8 minutes left now of this race. Giles and Jess with you in the commentary box throughout the day for the Formula Student Sim Racing final. We're on race 3. We've got these Toyota AE86s round the Indy circuit of Brands Hatch. Queen Mary are your race leaders with Southampton in second. A 5-second gap between the pair of them. A 3-second gap between P2 and P3 with Bolton in P3. De Montfort in 4th. Salford in 5th. Harriet Watt in 6th. And here's the view from Exeter as they chase down Harriet Watt. A wonderful angle here. And you can see the gracing green of Exeter, the team from Devon, just really maxing it on the revs and breaking late, going on the inside. And they do make that work, and they force Harriet Watt onto the outer edge of the track, and that puts Exeter into 6th. Incredibly brave stuff there from Exeter, I must say.
If that was me, I would have probably gone onto the gravel trap in Paddock Hill Bend. So Exeter was very more comfortable on the brakes here today. That was very, very impressive.
Absolutely wonderful stuff there from Exeter as they pull away from Harriet Watt. And now it's Salford and De Montfort who've been going at it like, well, a pair of drivers who want each other's position, to be completely honest with you. But we're going to try and see whether anything can happen in the next 6 minutes as Queen Mary are comfortably leading this race. They are leading the championship going into today's final. They need to max their points as well as possible. This will be the best result they've had today. They haven't had particularly great results thus far, have Queen Mary. Some previous results in the past couple of races, not what they would have wanted, but they are now just under 5 seconds ahead of their nearest rivals, Southampton in P2. Onto the grass there is Salford. Exeter, they've come together, and that through goes University College Dublin incredibly rapidly, and that's University of Leicester really struggling to get the car back righted. And that also looks like Salford maybe, but it looks to be Leicester and Exeter came together, to my mind.
Obviously, it's hard to tell from us in the commentary box because we can only see, obviously, what we see on our TV screens, but on the stewards that are working behind the scenes, they got a variety of POVs that they can look through, so they would know who was at fault there. Oh my goodness, that was brave going up the hill there through Cooper Street.
Bit brazen there from Hull's A team and University College Dublin taking advantage of that. Side by side, Hull's A team with University College Dublin, Exeter ahead of them. Elbows well and truly out, Jess, with 5 minutes to clock as they go across the line to start another lap. Things beginning to get just a little more aggressive, and you can see these cars are losing grip, and that's Exeter well off into the gravel trap, and that's their race near enough done. They're down into 9th now, and I don't see them recovering from that, especially with the tyre degradation that we're seeing. As definitely Javert was spot on with their prediction that the sideways action was to come as the tyres went away. Hertfordshire, Hull's A team up into 6th then, followed by University College Dublin and Salford. 4-second gap between Salford and Exeter. That's how much that trip into the gravel cost the team from Devon. 5 seconds between P1 and P2. Queen Mary with a commanding lead. On board with Salford now. Salford on the charge. Taking an interesting line, but I can see what they're trying to do here. Hull's A team have got side by side with College Dublin.
College Dublin then, looks like College Dublin is going to hold that position for now, but they're chasing down Hull A.
I think Hull's A team are going after Harriet Watt.
Yeah, it's hard. The reason why we're struggling, There's no skins at the moment, but it's all about the pass and parcel of the
Well,
fun. It's still racing.
a training-
That's the most important thing.
It's a training exercise for us, Jess. University College Dublin chasing down Hull's A-team. Hull's A-team have got Harriet Watt ahead of them with a gap of about a second. I would be more concerned about what's behind me than what's in front of me if I was Hull. Queen Mary with that commanding lead, trying to maneuver through the traffic. The gap holding at about 5 seconds between Queen Mary and Southampton. Both teams will be determined to keep it clean and keep it out of the way of those back markers to maintain as many points as possible. I know Southampton will have wanted the win, but second place is still second place. I'm talking of first place. Queen Mary have got that signed, sealed, delivered. It's theirs. A full-on Stevie Wonder job there from Queen Mary as Southampton managed the same sort of clean driving, just a little bit slower. But then again, Queen Mary did manage to get away well from that start. In fact, I think they may have been towards the front row of the grid. Southampton then taking that second place in their stride. 2:45 on the clock. Exeter in 10th. You can see them there behind Liverpool John Moore, who are closing in on Salford.
I think it's around about 8 seconds between Liverpool, John Moore and Salford right now. So it's not impossible, but we only got like 2 minutes left on the clock. So a lot of work needs to be done. A lot of sideways action from Queen Mary there. They've got to be more conservative on their tyres because like we were saying earlier, tyre temperatures are a killer here. Southampton are probably looking at this and thinking, right, how can I close up and take advantage here?
Well, how can they close up? Because even with that slight off, I mean, just running a little wide there with the tyres beginning to go away now on the Toyota AE86s, but the gap's opened up. Even with that off for Queen Mary, that's opened up to 6 seconds now. They were averaging about 5 a moment ago, so Southampton clearly struggling as well with the tyre degradation. Harriet Watt in 5th with De Montfort ahead of them, but Harriet Watt really should be looking in their rearview mirrors because Hull is not a million miles away, Jess.
Yep, and point means more chances to get into finals A. So the more you climb up, the more it would help you get the most point into getting into finals A. But if you get into finals B, it doesn't matter. As long as you're in the top 5 for that one, then you can get into finals A a little bit later on. These races are absolutely crucial. As we can see, College Dublin on Salford. They've gained a lot of time here as we're heading through the start-finish straight in towards Paddock Hill Bend at turn number 1. We're seeing College Dublin gonna go for the move and hardly any contact at all from these drivers. But we've got someone that's gone and used a bit of the curve for good measure. Respectful racing.
Wonderful stuff there from the pair of them as University College Dublin go down the inside, round the sweeping hairpin to the right, and they're right up in there, our College Dublin. They take 7th place from Salford. Salford, though, staying with them, only a few metres between the back end of College Dublin and Salford's front. That looks to me to be a gap of approximately 0.3 seconds. They are right in the mix. Our Salford with a minute on the clock left. This could be really quite entertaining to the line then between the two drivers as there's that sideways action with a bit of help from College Dublin, and Salford are up into 7th and the College Dublin relegated down into 8th. They may be going to the stewards about
That's
that.
not good for their championship, is it?
Not very good for their championship at all, and not very good for my pronunciation. It's Moors, as in the plural. I can only apologise to anybody watching from Liverpool. Queen Mary are your race leaders. They are in first place, with Southampton following behind them with a gap of 5 seconds in P2.
It was 6 seconds.
It has gone down
Southampton's
again.
gone down. Yeah.
Bolton in 3rd, De Montfort in 4th, Harriet Watt in 5th, Hull's A-team in 6th, Salford in 7th, UCD in 8th, and Liverpool John Moores in 9th. With
You're going to have that joke all throughout, aren't you?
You know I am. And in 10th, it is Exeter after some rather exuberant driving that eventually didn't turn out their way.
Which was a shame because they did so well in the last race. We were commending them as well, but it just goes to show that some tracks may not be suiting to some certain drivers, but they still got a long way to go. They still got 2 more heats left later on this afternoon after lunch, so plenty of chance to claw back some points.
Fantastic stuff there for Queen Mary. The leader is on the final lap. The checkered flag is in sight. Queen Mary keep their championship hopes alive and kicking as they cross the line to take victory in the 3rd race of the day. Southampton managed to get that gap to below 5 seconds as they come across the line to take 2nd place. Bolton in 3rd. De Montfort will take 4th. And that is Harriet Watt, who will be rather pleased with a Nice 5th position for them. You can see them on your screens now as they head towards the finishing line, round the final corner. Meanwhile, Hull's A-team bringing through into 6th, Salford in 7th, University College Dublin in 8th, Liverpool John Moores in 9th, and Exeter. They're so far back, they've already finished, and they are in 10th.
We had another good race. I think we just treated to some brilliant races so far, and Brands Hatch just did not disappoint there. And with Queensberry and Southampton, those were both crucial races for them. Southampton did not have a good race one, did they? And not kill.
No, they didn't. So
redemption.
they have made up for that, and it keeps everything nice and competitive throughout the day, which is what we're excited about, because none of us have any skin in the game, but nonetheless we wish to be entertained, and we hope you have been entertained. If not by the driving, then by us struggling to know who was
Which
where.
car was what?
Exactly. So we will be going racing again, the same setup, hopefully this time with the decor on the cars, so we could actually have some sort of idea of what was going on, because this is what we were greeted with as the race kicked off. Plenty of drama, but unfortunately no idea who was where and what was going on. But that was an absolute disaster, and that looked to me to be University College Dublin punted off there.
It's going to be not as much stewarding compared to obviously what we saw in Knock Hill, but still quite a few for the stewards to look at.
There'll be a fair bit of it, I should think. There will be a fair bit of it. Liverpool John Moores there, pushed down into what looked to be about 9th at that point. Harriet Watt there. Keir's Queen Mary, Formula student. Just getting a little bit wide, but never troubled by it.
I don't think Queen Mary had a good first race either as well.
No, they didn't.
So, you know.
This makes up for it. This balances it out, and this keeps things on an even keel, because Southampton and Queen Mary both struggling in round 1. Round 2, they've managed to make up for it. There's what spelt the end for any competitive result for Exeter there, that excursion into the gravel trap. Queen Mary scything through the back markers like corn harvest. University College Dublin on the inside there. That's a nice bit of driving, I gotta say, from the Irish.
I think that was the respectful racing I saw there from Salford as well. And that was just how difficult the cars were to manage in terms of the tire temperature. That tire temperature was heating up quite quickly. So, interesting.
Really interesting stuff. We're looking forward to going racing again very, very shortly, so do stay with us. We're with you until 6 o'clock. So get us on your tellies, get us on your phones, and then just stay with us, whether you're working from home, whether you're in the office, or whether you've got a day off. Stay with us. Meanwhile, over in the comments, GP Alessio asking, well, how many John Moores does Liverpool have? To which we're reliably informed, 7. I don't know how true that is, but unless we hear anything otherwise, then we're going to go with Liverpool John Moores having 7 John Moores. Meanwhile, we've got another championship contender, don't we, Jess?
Yes, we do, and we're going to stand by with the one who was 3rd place coming in today, who raced in the last race, University of College Dublin, Robbie T. What's
up?
Hello. How you doing?
Alright, you. Right into it, aren't you? This is amazing.
Yeah, we it was Monty's idea to move all of this from the cupboard.
That's good. Get you front and centre.
Yeah.
Important to do that. You're looking well.
I'm trying to be. How are my eyes? I've shot past a couple of days.
Yeah. You've been partying it, haven't you?
Last few weeks, yeah. Can't lie.
Where's Monty? Because it's kind of my turn to have a bit of a break before the race.
Hang on, let me find Monty for you.
If not, it's not the end of the world.
Jess wants a break in between races. You do talk with me.
Right, that's fine. This is the last one before lunch, Jess.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, there we go. Thank
There
you
you
very
go.
much.
No worries. No worries.
Are we going to have deliveries for the next bit?
We hope so. There was a data issue, so
What issue was that?
How you doing, Jess?
Yeah.
they forgot to transfer us through. That's what. Whoops. They forgot to install it onto the.
So how long?
So they're doing it right now. We hope it will be there. If not, it's going to be another one, but it will be definitely for.
Okay, fun.
Exactly.
Hey, Kean Butler from Ian Cowan's watching. We'll give him a shout out.
Nice, nice.
She said half the day at the info point and then half the day with you guys.
I'm so happy Dublin have been able to make the jaunt here.
Yes, unlike Southampton.
Yes.
I'm going to make that comment.
Please do.
Yeah.
No, do it. Do it because I've driven up from
You
Southampton
drove from
to be here,
Southampton.
so, yeah, exactly.
That's fine. I need to times, but yeah.
Which camera? Is it that one?
The centre one.
Whose is that one?
Jess's.
G29, yes.
Do we have Monty Easter eggs on the livery? Currently, we have no livery. I don't know whether you noticed. Oh, he's got vinyl.
G29.
He's got vinyl. Good man.
Anyone in your chat, Giles?
No one in my chat.
Nope. No one in my chat either.
Good. Quick sound test balance. Just make sure it's all okay.
I love the Irish accent.
So do I.
Of the Irish.
I know quite a lot of Irish people. They're lovely.
Nice, softly spoken. Copy, copy.
Health.
Right.
20 seconds,
go
copy.
then.
Am I introing or are you introing?
You intro.
Up the Irish. Thank you very much to University of College Dublin, who are one of our championship contenders going into this final. Wonderful stuff to see from them. Meanwhile, we've also got to give a shout out to Cian Butler. Hello from the land down under, says Cian. Why are you upside down? We're the right way up. You're upside down, mate. But it's fantastic to see College Dublin not only in with a chance of winning this season, but also have come all the way here to Williams to compete live with us. It's really nice of them to make the journey over from Ireland.
Yeah, 100%. I'm so appreciative for how many teams that have actually bothered to make this journey. We've got 27 universities here today, guys. It's not just the British mainland UK universities as well. Obviously, you've got those like Aberdeen who have done a
10-hour drive.
10-hour drive and stuff like that from top of Scotland to come down here as well. But yeah, we've got the Irish here as well. We've got Dublin here. We have Munster here. Belfast have turned up as well. We helped them arrange with the transports as well, with the minibuses. And even some of the Spanish universities have turned up as well. So this really is an international affair. So I really am pleased to see that, in particular for our championship protagonists, Queen Mary are here.
Yep.
York are here.
Yep.
Dublin are here.
Yep.
There's only two missing.
Who are those?
Glasgow, which fair enough, it's a long drive for them.
I've done the drive to Glasgow. I wouldn't wish to drive all the way from Glasgow and then do this.
Exactly. And Southampton are the other one.
Yeah, well, I mean, they could have got a lift with you, Southampton.
Yes, I live in Ferrum. So
Could have just done
I
the taxi.
I could have picked them up. I've got a big enough space.
So,
Hi,
hi, Muck Scottish. Because I've just had a comment here from Muck Scottish saying, who am I supporting? Aberdeen. Where am I watching from? Behind you.
Oh, bless. Right, we've got a couple of minutes to go before the next race, Giles. Shall we talk about what Dublin need to do to win this championship?
Absolutely.
So, you guys, you'll recall the top 5 graphic which we had before. So, we have got Dublin are currently 3rd at the moment. Please bear with me as I'm looking at my phone to read my notes on this because there's so many calculations to do and what ifs.
It feels like a GCSE maths exam.
So much math, so many what ifs to do to try and work out what the teams need to do to be able to win this one. Dublin's point of view is pretty much the same here, okay? So obviously they need to win the round. They are on the back foot, so the more points they can score, the better. They need to win, and they also need to win the engineering challenge as well. I would say, actually, they're under more pressure than York, purely because York only need to drop 4 points, whereas Dublin, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now. I think it's 50 points we put on that...
I think it was.
Graphic
Yes,
earlier,
I think it was. Correct us in the comments if we're wrong, but 50 comments feels about right. 50 comments, 50 points.
50 comments. You can tell it's coming up to lunchtime here. Yeah, so we believe it's 50 points for Dublin, which they need to drop. So obviously they need a bit more luck than York. They need the win. They need to win the engineering challenge, and they also need to capitalise on some bad luck, I think, to win it. Not impossible, as Jess says, and it's never over until the fat lady sings, but definitely a bit more luck is needed this time.
It is, and I'm just thinking about the results these drivers have had, and I think in the case of both Southampton and Queen Mary, they've both had poor results and also really positive results over the past couple of races. Whereas York's A team, I haven't really seen be dramatically successful in terms of a big haul of points, but they don't necessarily need that big haul of points to keep their championship hopes alive. So they could actually not even win a single race today, and they could still come out on top if the others don't really get anywhere. So I think at the moment, it feels to me, because especially if College Dublin have got that 50 points to make up, I mean, and they didn't really come out particularly well out of that last race, I'm beginning to think it might be York's to lose.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. But we have to remember the qualifying heats are just that. It's qualifiers. There's no points at play here yet, guys. The only points that the teams are going to work, or I should say earn, is going to be in the finals. All we are doing at the moment is determining whether they're going to be in Finals B or Finals A, and that's where they're going to score the points from. So this is why we're doing the 4 lots of heats. So, yes, it's a problem. But at the same time, it might be tactical, because remember, we've got the bonus points as well on offer here. The fastest laps, the highest climber. Now, I would be surprised if someone like York would want to risk purposely going into Finals B and try and risk being one of those top 5 finishers who promote into Finals A to try and earn a couple of extra bonus points to get that fastest lap in Finals B, to get the highest climber. And
really playing the game.
Exactly, playing the game. And then, of course, that means they'll be starting at the back of the grid for Finals A. So if they can get up to the top there, that's another bonus point for highest climber there as well. So suddenly that 100 points on offer for the win, plus a couple of extra bonus points, that could be potentially 103, 104 points, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but we are literally talking about a handful of points difference.
There's nothing in it. This is such a tight season, and just to reiterate how tight it is, GP Alessio in the comments has very kindly reminded us of the points that the teams have to get over. So Southampton and Queen Mary are 60, University College Dublin 50, York A was 4, and unfortunately for Glasgow, GP Alessio can't remember, and currently neither can we.
That's fine. We'll get the graphic back up later, and we'll give ourselves a refresher after lunch. But for now, I think we've got some racing coming up soon.
I think we do have some racing, and hopefully some coloured racing rather than the rather monotone racing we had previously.
Yes, no, that would be fantastic if we have got some skins on again this time. Sorry about that, guys. We had a bit of a technical hitch with the upload, it looks like. So not all the skins have pulled through, which is a shame, because Rob Eldon, who used to be a competitor for Aberdeen, he has been responsible for all the skins you've seen all season. He's done some fantastic work and some
really
fantastic
has.
Easter eggs and memes as well.
Talking of Easter eggs, he's made me look like an egg. you put you and me. You found a photo of you when you're bald. I mean, I've never really had hair, and then found Jess and turned Jess into the Easter Bunny and put you and me in an Easter egg basket. So that was wonderful. Monty will be back with more on how each team can win the grand final of the sim racing. Jess is back here in the commentary box with me. Meanwhile, Cal says, Giles, can you wish Rob a happy 3rd birthday, please? I feel like I'm on CBeebies, you know. In the Night Garden's coming up next, but first, happy birthday, Rob. Anyway, more to the point, In the Night Garden is not coming up. I'll tell you what is coming up. Another fantastic race around the Indy circuit of Brands Hatch with those Toyota AE56. Giles, my thoughts on Mayo. Mayo is in mayonnaise.
That's a weird question to ask at a Formula Student Sim Racing series. Hello, Giles.
Hello, Jess. It goes rather well with tuna and jacket potatoes. I think
I don't know.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go. And we have got the liveries back. Glasgow B on pole, Hertfordshire's B in 2nd place, and they both managed to hold on to it. Aberdeen swamped at the start by Vigo. In the background there is Hull's B team alongside Portsmouth as well. Sheffield Hallam in the mix. York A go through and getting very sideways there. Who was that? Was that Aberdeen?
Oh.
Aberdeen have got sideways, and there's a pile up in the back there as Glasgow's B team get away well, but Vigo have got away even better and have stormed the charge up into P1. A wonderful drive then from Vigo, with Hertfordshire's B team up into 2nd place and Glasgow having to accept
Holby.
3rd. Holby, yes. Sorry. There we go. We'll get there.
We'll get there eventually. And with one of the cars that actually made contact with one of our championship contenders, York A. They've had a mare, unfortunately, which is a bit of a shame, of course. But we've got more contact being made there. That was University.
York's B team managing to somehow just about hold on, and then they couldn't, and I don't blame them after all that. Let's go through your running order then. Here we go then. Vigo are in first, with Glasgow's A-team hunting their way into second place, with Sheffield Hallam down into fourth as Glasgow's B-team go through on them. Here's King's College London into the back end of what looked to be Glasgow's B-team. An absolute disaster. They're all over the shop. This is far more dramatic than the set of other race in this round. What on earth is going on here? I mean, there's elbows out, and then there's just kicking and screaming. King's College London then have got York B in their sights and very clearly seem to be giving no quarter. And that is York B looking in the background. There's Portsmouth Racing B team on 7th place there, with ahead of them UCLM. Side-by-side panel swapping. This is interesting stuff, to say the least, as BRT comments, "Come on, Gryffindor, lol, what is this racing?" Jojo Scott commenting, "Carnage." Too right, Jojo. This is mad stuff. Posting the fastest lap of Vigo, keeping themselves well out of the way with a gap of 10 seconds. Sheffield Hallam up into second place, with York B in third. King's College London in fourth. Glasgow's B team in fifth. UCLM in sixth. They're going side by side on the B team from Glasgow and UCLM, the Italians. Glasgow's B team getting sideways, and into the gravel they go, and the Italians are through, as are Portsmouth's B team as well. Portsmouth's B team side by side with the Italians, and through they go, and that is Portsmouth up into fifth.
Brilliant stuff from Portsmouth. A much better race for them this time around as they chase down King's College London for fourth place. But look at the gap from Vigo to Sheffield Hallam, 11.1 seconds. Vigo, of course, have the comfort of them having their home set up, but of course they had miles to travel, so it would have been hard for them to travel today. Sheffield's here at Williams as well, and so is York B. So I wonder if there's going to be a look at them on the rig saying, "Oh, you made contact."
Meanwhile, you're on board with Glasgow's A-team, who are sat behind their own B-team. Will there be team orders between the two of them? UCLM, meanwhile, are there in sixth. And here comes York B on the charge. And through they go past Sheffield Hallam. And that puts them up into second place. But Sheffield Hallam are still right there with them, with King's College London not a million miles away behind them. In fact, there's how close King's College London are to the back of Sheffield Hallam. And you can see the sideways action really coming to the fore in this second routing here at Brands Hatch with the Toyota AE56s. And Vigo have gone away with it. They seem untouchable, so the battle is on for second place. Sheffield Hallam currently holding on to that, but York's B team right there with them, as are King's College London. Jess, how sideways do you really want to get these cars? Because obviously you do run the risk of completely losing it.
You don't want to be sideways too much. Towards the first half of the race, you want to be sideways a little bit, but not towards the end where the tyres just overheat like crazy. You've got to manage it effectively. And Sheffield, that was a bit sideways there going through the first part of Paddock Hill Bend. And there's contact.
There is contact indeed between York B and Sheffield Hallam. That allows King's College London to go through seamlessly and take second place. They've been waiting for that opportunity, and now they've got to really put their foot down and make it count, because back through comes Sheffield Hallam, and they go onto the grass, do King's College London, and they go wide, as do UCLM. The Italians are down in sixth and under pressure from York A.
York A, of course, they need to climb up masses because they were involved in that carnage earlier on. This is going to be crucial for the championship. Don't forget, in Finals A, they have to win it. As Monty was saying earlier, if they don't win it, they're out of it.
Pushing into the wall. King's College London bottlenecking up with Portsmouth's B team. So Sheffield Hallam, I should say. That's King's College London relegated down by some rather aggressive driving from Sheffield Hallam, who then go wide and suffer the consequences of King's College London going through on them. And after some of the rather aggressive driving, I would say rightfully so. Here comes Portsmouth B team right into the mix alongside Sheffield Hallam. King's College London there, as well as York's B team. The battle for second place. 4 cars duking it out. Elbows and body panels going wild. This is properly interesting stuff. Just about in the realms of racing incidents, I think, Jess, but I think anything further and you could be looking at a steward's inquiry.
Yeah, I think these drivers have got to be very clean. And we've got a spinner again. That's Sheffield.
Sheffield Hallam are off, and as far as I'm concerned, out of any competitivity. Talking of competitive, it's properly competitive between KCL and Portsmouth B. This is properly exciting stuff as they come round the final corner to start another lap. York A are coming into the mix. It's not a million miles away. This could be quite interesting.
This could be very, very intense indeed from York A, because the more positions they climb up, the higher the chance it is for them to get into the grand final. We want to see all 5 contenders in the in finals A, right?
Absolutely. But the question is, as Monty was saying earlier, do York take the rather bold strategy? Talking of bold strategies, that's rather a bold move from York A as they go through on UCLM and that's UCLM and KCL just pushed out the way by York A, and UCLM taking advantage of that and putting themselves up into 5th as well. The question we were asking earlier, as Monty was saying, will York take the risk of going into the B final to then climb up into the A final as well to maximise their points haul? York B probably won't do that because they're down into 7th. And that was a disaster.
They were doing so well at the start. It's just York A and York B switching position.
Yeah, York A have been pushed down as well then. So that's UCLM and KCL swapping back with York A. Did York A give the place back after some rather aggressive driving? Lost KCL out. KCL are going to lose out.
Someone spun in the background.
Is that Aberdeen? KCL looked to lose it themselves there. That was an unforced error. They got the tail out and then the back wheels went onto the gravel. Insane comeback drive for Portsmouth, says Hypothermia. I'm inclined to agree there. KCL through then. I say through. UCLM through on KCL.
Yep.
Glasgow's A-team in the hunt as well. And Glasgow's A-team properly into
They're giving it everything, aren't they? They're not that far off York A, so
No.
it's not in the realms of possibility that they could score some decent points as well. And like you were saying earlier, they tend to do well in the engineering challenge.
They really do, Glasgow. So they're not out of it just yet. KCL on the inside of UCLM trying to take the place back are the team from London against the Italians. And I think KCL might just have it. Some properly evenly matched driving. UCLM managed to hold on, but they've got the racing line. Can they get back through? No, they shut the door on them. Do UCLM, but King's College London managed to hold on to the racing line. They sweep back through. Body panel swap. They're away. They're off. And that is King's College London out. And
No way.
Glasgow's A-team take full advantage of that and they put themselves up into 4th. They're facing the wrong way. The team from London as they're down into 8th. An absolute disaster as there are Sheffield Hallam who were busy duking it out with them earlier on and they had a similar incident and that is an absolute disaster for King's College London. York A up into 3rd. They'll be very pleased with that. Portsmouth B team, rather wonderfully, are up into 2nd. Their A-team, the A-team of Hertfordshire, I should say, has got Queen's University Belfast to contend with, and ahead of them, York's B team. I'd be more concerned about what's behind you because we know Queen's University Belfast are fairly good, especially when they put their right foot down, as they are doing right now into turn 1, Jess.
And we tend to see a few teams that may not do well in an online environment at their homes do a lot better in a LAN environment because they're in an even playing field and they're using the same equipment potentially.
And the same setups.
And the same setup as well. Remember, default setup, no, they're not allowed to change anything in the Fanatec setup as well. They're locked in and they do change it. We have some of our volunteers that keep an eye on that and say, no, you're not allowed to do that. So pretty much they're using the same force feedback, same sensitivity, same everything, as also the same setup on a set of course as well, which is a game that is being used today. So it just shows who can adapt to these things more, as there's a bit of a slide there from Sheffield.
Sheffield have slid in a way that reminds me of the day after an Indian. That's KCL going through on them. Up into 9th are King's College London. Old frenemies in this race are King's College London and Sheffield Hallam. They're battling out for 9th. It's not going to make a great deal of difference when it comes to points, but the honour of racing still matters to both these drivers, and King's College London have swept through and slid their way sideways there. Nicely held. A bit of tail action from King's College London up into 9th with a substantial gap. There's Aberdeen seemingly struggling and going well wide to let, by the looks of things, King's College London through because they are a back marker at Aberdeen. Here's the view for Hertfordshire's A team as Queen's University Belfast charge on down behind them. Not long to go before Hertfordshire are going to start having to think about how to defend against the team from Belfast. Talking of sideways action, really handling the drift well are Vigo. I should say we know that they are not here today at Williams, but credit where it's due, they made every effort they possibly could to try and organise transportation to get here because Vigo aren't entering FS UK this year. But the team wanted to still compete in the sim racing, and they made every effort they possibly could behind the scenes.
Even if it was online, it's better than nothing. They
Absolutely.
they were here last year, so fair play to them.
Yeah, big shout out to Vigo, who are leading with a 21-second gap.
That's
how
incredible.
dominant their drive is from P1 to P2, and it just goes to show how beneficial at times their home setup, a setup they're familiar with, can be. The second place car, P2, is Portsmouth. They are Portsmouth B team, 21 seconds behind. They're 2 seconds ahead of their nearest rivals, York A, in third. Meanwhile, here's Hertfordshire's A team. Behind them, you've got Queen's University Belfast, and ahead of them, you can see the view from their back end now. This is York's B team. They are up in 6th at the moment. With UCLM posting their fastest lap ahead of them. The big gap of 12 seconds between UCLM and 6th place York B. So York B really ought to be worrying about what's behind them as Hertfordshire B and Queen's University both on the charge. Hertfordshire A team really pushed forward by Queen's University Belfast and the pressure they're under. It looks to me to be Hertfordshire gaining on York B. Maybe close enough to try and make a move on the switch back here. Not quite, but it's not a million miles away. And Belfast are right in the mix there as well, Jess.
Yeah, but Belfast are pretty much in a very decent position right now because 7th position, it is gold mine in terms of points. And you can see they've been saving their tyres. They've not been pushing every lap for the last few laps. They've learned from their mistakes and it's helping them here.
I just don't know how much of a difference it's going to make to Queen's University Belfast in terms of the overall standings. But then again, 7th place is 7th place, and they really are going for it. They've got
Points
the line.
prizes.
They've got their foot down, do the Irish, and this is surely their position. Yes, they're up into 7th. They just got to close out Hertfordshire's A team to make that position final. And they do. They're away. Queen's University Belfast up into 7th, I should say. Sideways through there, nicely held. But they have lost a bit of time in doing so, inviting Hertfordshire A back on through. And they're side by side with Queen's University Belfast on the racing line. Glasgow off the racing line and into the grass. They're back on track now. And the gap is so substantial, they don't really have anything to worry about. They've lost about 2 seconds there. Have Glasgow's 18. Queen's University Belfast confirming their 7th place. Hertfordshire well behind as they start to reel in York B.
York B is definitely trying to defend for this one. And you can see Queen's University Belfast going slide again throughout that corner. And I think you have to go sideways there.
I think there's the opportunity to do so, and you potentially can lose less speed, but it just invites that oversteer to really kick off and take the car out from underneath you. But if you can hold it, then definitely do so. York B just trying to keep things nice and clean because they know one mistake will allow Queen's University Belfast to take the position from them. The gap is about 0.7 seconds and closing between Queen's University Belfast and, of course, York B with Hertfordshire A just waiting in the background. Carlos, thank you for the comment. Unfortunately, I don't speak whatever language that is. I think it might be Spanish. I don't speak Spanish. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, that is Queen's University Belfast looking for a way round York B. It was inevitable. They dive down the inside. They're side by side. Queen's University Belfast have to abort. Well defended by York B, who managed to hold off. And Queen's University Belfast are through here, though. They're side by side. Here's Vigo. 15 laps completed. A 20-second gap between P1 and P2. The checkered flag is imminent as Sheffield Hallam get out of the way of your race leaders, your race dominators from the off. Here comes the checkered flag. Can they get across the line to start another lap before the end of the race? No, they can't. The checkered flag is there. No, they do. They do. An impeccable moment.
They just crossed the line with like a few seconds to spare.
Wonderful stuff. And this is a victory lap then for Vigo as they go sideways and go through into their final lap. We didn't expect one more lap, but this gives the opportunity for the rest of the pack to try and some overtaking. But here's a team that have absolutely conquered this course and this setup. The Indy course at Brands Hatch with the Toyota AE86s. Impeccable stuff from Vigo. This is how you do it here at Formula Student Sim Racing. They're not in with a shout for the championship, but a win won't hurt. That is absolutely marvellous then. But Portsmouth's B team coming in second place is not anything to sniff at either, with York
They're coming in clutch, aren't they?
18th. They are coming in clutch indeed. Look at that, just getting a nice bit squiffy through there. Here comes the check.
They can celebrate. They can weave if they want to. They got a few moments to do so. But Giles,
the checkered flag belongs to Vigo. They cross the line and take a win back to Spain with them. Not that they've ever left Spain, but hello to Spain and Vigo. Portsmouth's B team, really nicely done.
Oh, King's
They
College
come through
London have had an off.
Second, KCL have indeed have an off, and that's not what they will have wanted. But here comes across the line. PRB, University Portsmouth Racing B team come across the line in second. York's A will get their best result of the day so far with a third place. UCLM coming across the line in fourth. And the battle then between Queen's University Belfast and Hertfordshire's A team is going to be to the line. Yes, they're side by side. Hertfordshire have got the line, but Queen's University Belfast are just ahead by a nose. Who's going to take it? It looks to be Queen's University Belfast who crossed the line in sixth. And in seventh, it's Hertfordshire A, with York B rounding it out in eighth, and KCL will take ninth.
and then crashing into the wall in good measure. Why not? It's the end of the race. But York B, the York A, sorry, they're in the top four yet again, but this time they managed to get to the podium. That is a lot better. So you're starting to see teams like Southampton, Queen Mary, York A get those podiums, and that could be crucial for them to be in the finals A together.
It really will. I'm adjusting my microphone because we've had a comment in from Kean Butler in Australia saying your audio is intermittent, but the commentary doesn't miss a beat in quality. Well, thank you very much, Kean, and we can only apologise for any technical issues that we're currently suffering. Here are the replays for you. Vigo just straight away into the lead and gone like a bat out of hell. Glasgow's A team were looking very strong and until they weren't. Meanwhile, here's KCL. Now, this is quite interesting because here's Portsmouth B team, who managed to finish in second in the end by just keeping their nose clean. So very well done to them.
And we saw York A got caught up in the mare as well, but they still managed to get to the podium, which means it's an important thing to say, Giles, in these type of races. You do not give up in lap one. Just because you have a crash, that doesn't mean you can climb up places later, and that's what York A have done.
They have indeed. The drivers are currently on their way down to grab some food, and I got the feeling that we will be as well shortly.
I'm starving.
Oh, this was the moment when I thought it just got a little bit interesting there between Sheffield Hallam and KCL. I felt like Sheffield Hallam could have given KCL a bit more room to manoeuvre. I felt like KCL were being driven into the wall by Sheffield Hallam there, but then again, what do I know? I just talk about it. That's Portsmouth B, yet again, another impeccable. Just they were patient, and that's what paid dividends for them in the end, getting that second place.
Yeah, I think there's certain drivers that think that the race is over in lap one, but nope, it's not. You sometimes got to pick your battles. Don't go for the move in every lap, because otherwise it will damage your tyres. And just pick the right moment.
Yeah, they just lost it. The Sheffield Hallam, their back end stepped out on them, oversteer, and they were off. Don't worry though. Although there is a lunch break on the way for us, it's going to be okay for you at home. We'll have plenty of.
Thanks to Monty.
Thanks to Monty, there's plenty more to come here on the stream. So do not go anywhere. Hypothermia saying justice for Portsmouth lap one murder. I mean, hey, they came second in the end anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, but they would have wanted more points to help them climb their way up the grid further.
Would Portsmouth have managed to get past Vigo if they hadn't have had that first lap drama? I'm not convinced, because that was a 20-second
Vigo
gap.
was increasing the gap every lap
Vigo
as well.
had a rocket ship propelling them, I swear. Meanwhile, this is what will look like between Sheffield Hallam and KCL. They really did have a point to prove against each other, but that was the victory that Vigo took. An impeccable drive, just absolutely seamless.
And Vigo's only got two drivers racing in the heats as well, so that they're splitting it between each other. So of course we've got the driver that's racing that race now. They're racing in heat 4, and the one who raced in race 1 is going to race in the third one. So there's some drivers have only got some teams have only got two drivers, and some that only got one. That's going to be hard for adaptability, I have to say.
Yeah, adaptability is one of the key skills and skills that these teams have been learning over the course of the year. Remember that Formula Student Sim Racing isn't just a bit of a merry, it's also an educational opportunity for these teams to get real to get real racing experience. And the good news is, talking of real racing experience, when it comes to engineering, these engineering challenges are integral. Shall we get into what these engineering challenges are?
Yeah, we should. Let's find out.
Roll VT.
Good job.
Food.
Yeah, food.
I'll be back later. Bye bye.
Yep, thank you. I'll be. How do I stop the
Okay,
stream?
guys, we're doing a group pitch outside right now. We just need to quickly do that.
And then we can
Because this is a 9-minute VT, and
Yeah.
then me and James are going to take over this to talk about the engineering challenges.
Oh,
Good.
perfect.
Giles, just as a heads up, we're going to be playing the Cardiff video because we now need to fill out 30 minutes because
We still got the Cardiff video to hand. Have we?
how to drive an FS car.
Cool. Is,
Yes.
that, is that the whole thing rather than the two parts?
The whole thing.
Wait, I'll be trying to.
Get those arms in, guys.
I'll be back. Photo. Where are they? Oh.
Right, I think we've got everyone.
Right, let me move that.
Come on, guys.
Let's go, photo. And then lunch.
Yes, lunch.
I know which I know which where was that?
Battery charge, then, yeah? Bye-bye.
Lunchtime. Oh my god.
I think guys we should have a photo as you on the team. Don't always see where should we have our photo. I mean we didn't have from last year's, you know?
Yeah, we could do them with everyone, yeah.
Have like all of them at the same time. Because last year it was like staggered, wasn't it? Yeah.
That'd be fine.
Oh, it'll be shut. I have that piece in the end.
There's just some things at night.
It's moving too fast.
Is this somebody's report?
Yeah, this video we did first year of internet channels.
I think that's
That page what has been hard.
yeah, that's great shift players. Virtual reality racing for it's obviously. Still think
It's just you in there.
No, there's James and Tom.
Perfect, awesome. Change of plan. Cool. We're going to roll another VT straight after this, just so they can get lunch. We'll come back in 15, 20 minutes instead. Perfect. And then we'll announce the winner then. Yeah. Yeah? Go and get some food.
Amazing.
Merci. All right, cool. Hello, hello. Oh dear. Okay. Copy. And so So there you go, guys. That's the FS Engineering Challenges. That's what they're about, and it's very much the series' unique selling point. We're not only here to see who's the fastest gamer, but we want to turn our gamers into engineers. You would be amazed how much support there is in the background. You're just seeing a driver. You're not seeing the other 3 or 4 people in the background who are going through the telemetry, going through the data to try and find that competitive advantage. It's very much the same engineering principles, just in a virtual world. The results may be different, but the outcome is exactly the same. It's to get that competitive advantage. It's been fantastic to see what reports the students have come up with over the past couple of seasons. And after lunch, we're going to be announcing who was the winner of the final challenge this season. One of the things we've really enjoyed about the challenges this year is how the engineers have been coaching their drivers. There's a big conversation which always goes on about these things. Can a driver move from gaming into an actual race car? And well, for some people out there, they do believe that it's quite easy to drive a race car. It's quite easy to drive a kart. It's easy to drive a Formula Student car because that's just a glorified kart as well. If I can do it in esports, of course I can do it in the real world. Well, that's not always the case. The engineers have found this out for themselves. And actually, last year, myself and Giles were invited by the University of Cardiff to come and find out how easy is it to drive a Formula Student car. It was quite an interesting experiment. So whilst I go and grab a sandwich just now, see how myself and Giles got on. And when we come back, we'll announce the winners of the engineering contest. But for now, enjoy watching how Giles gets on driving an FS car. Roll the VT. Food, let's go. How long's this? 17 minutes? Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
Give it a problem. Hang on.
Hello. Go on, James. 30 seconds, let's go. This is timing it to perfection. So I'll introduce and hand over to you, and then we'll just talk about what we thought about the season of the quality of the submissions and the style of challenges we've had.
Okay. And is this the microphone?
No, your microphone's here.
Don't have one.
Oh shit, where's... Now, I have to be completely honest, guys. That was a really cold day. It was 1 degree in Cardiff. It was early March. And I have to say a huge thank you once again to the University of Cardiff for allowing us to, well, have a try in their Formula Student car. It was so much fun to do. I thought Giles actually did a really good job as well. Giles has never driven anything like this before. I do actually have an MS UK racing license. I've been doing this stuff for 20 years. So that's why it was a bit subjective as to why one could adapt to it and why one couldn't, because this was brand new for Giles. Whereas for me, yeah, it's like a duck to water, really. So I'd like to say I'm better than others. No, I just have more experience. And experience is really the key topic in a lot of things that we talk about, because I think a lot of people consider themselves as being smart, they've got the gift, they've got the knack, but actually a lot of the time it's about exposure. And that's one of the things that we pride ourselves with the Sim Racing Challenge, is it's not just about the racing, as you saw earlier with the Sim Racing video, with the Engineering Challenge video. It's about testing their knowledge and giving students a chance of putting that theory into practice in a virtual world. You saw myself and James Tatum discuss what the purposes of those challenges were. I'm pleased to be joined by James right now. Thank you so much for joining us at Williams today.
Hi, Monty. How are you doing?
Oh, very good, very good.
Yeah.
It's how have you found the races so far
It's
today?
been really exciting, isn't it?
It's so exciting.
It's really good.
And unpredictable as well.
Oh, yeah. There's been a lot of carnage,
Oh, absolutely.
as expected.
Well, yeah, it's students. So, yeah, of course, if it's students, there's always going to be carnage, there's always going to be calamities. But, you know, in between all of these races, we've been doing this series, like for the last couple of years, we've been actually challenging them with data analysis, I guess is the fair one. Now, this is the 3rd season we've been doing this for.
This is the 3rd season.
It is, yes. And as you guys will probably remember, for the last 2 seasons, it's been an absolute cakewalk of Glasgow domination. They have won every single challenge to date. Wasn't really the case this year, though, was it? We've had some new victors turn up this season.
Have indeed, yeah. It's been really exciting. Judging this year, we've seen some really good submissions, and actually the level of all the teams has just gone up and up and up, and it's really impressive. But then we're seeing, as you said, Glasgow they were the champions last year.
Yeah, yeah.
And they've done well this year, but actually there's a few teams. Strathclyde have won. I think they were the first team to topple Glasgow.
Yes, they were. It was,
You know, and they are 2 Glasgow teams.
yes, yes. So it must be something about Glasgow and engineers, you know. So definitely there. But then Leicester won as well earlier this season.
They
as
did
well.
really, really well, and that was actually a really interesting challenge where it was sponsored by RaceLab.
Yes.
And that challenge was to look and create a setup sheet for an actual run, you know, a race run, acting as a data engineer for a race, which was really, really good challenge.
It was a lot of role play as well as just having the knowledge, because as we would have seen in the video earlier, it's not simply a case of who is the fastest is going to get the most points. We are critically analyzing these reports as an engineer would. There was a lot of role play, so we're telling them to pretend that we're a lead engineer, for example, and these are real examples of what they find in industry, because it's not actually about submitting like you would at university. It's not a final year project here with all your engineering information in. You've got 5 minutes with these people in the professional world, haven't you?
That's it.
How do you kiss it and give them the answer that they need to know?
That's it. They need to learn the elevator pitch of an engineering presentation. And that's what's really important. And that's what you do in industry. You only have a few minutes with that chief engineer. You've got to convey your message, that information to them as concisely as possible.
Absolutely. And it's a compromise. Like with everything in industry, it's a compromise sometimes. And that's kind of how we laid out the points, because you could score points for your engineering approach, but you could also score points for your communication skills. There was the rationale and the justification. Exactly. So I would like to hope that as engineers, everyone will be able to justify. A lot of the good teams have been able to use data to motivate their justification and support their rationale. But, taking the Race Lab challenge for an example, you could go to town on these systems and pull off every single channel of data. You could have your tire pressures, your temperatures in there. You could have different types of loads. You could probably even work out aerodynamic loads from the kind of sensors available in a simulated world, because they need it to create the simulated engines, shall we say, that we see them race on. So that data channel is available. They can analyze it. But if you've only got 5 minutes to chat, where do you draw the line of compromise?
That's it. And that's what's really exciting, to see how the teams have approached that in different ways. Because they've not all just taken the same approach. They've all looked at it in their own way. They've looked at the data and what they need to present, and then they've shown it, and it's really amazing, actually. And it's difficult to judge.
Yes.
Because you've got some teams which they take completely different approaches, but actually they end up with really similar scores. And that's really exciting for us to see how they approach that challenge in different ways, but still come out with really, really well thought out through reports.
Oh,
It's really
yeah.
good.
No, I'm thinking a couple of textbook examples we've had this season. I remember one team in particular really went to town with their engineering approach. They used every channel of data in there, and they not only analyzed the data, but they put it into Excel, and they recreated their own models from there. So to create what was it for the aero load?
There was aerodynamic maps.
There was aerodynamic mappings and stuff like that going on there, and they took into consideration the altitude of the virtual circuit that we were racing on.
Yeah.
But they also gave us 20. Yeah, but they also gave us 20 pages of information to read through. So we had to really knock them down the communication side, because you can't read through 20 pages of documents in 5 minutes.
No.
You might get away with some pictures. Some were very clever. They used graphs, and they let the illustrations do the talking for them.
Exactly.
Which is so
That's
much
the
better
same.
than
A picture paints 1,000 words.
Picture paints 1,000 words.
Very
Yes,
good.
exactly. No, I like that one, and that's so true, because I would say, as a message, I guess, for all students who are out there just now, don't treat this like you work at university. We don't necessarily need you to reference things. Certainly no need for the Harvard referencing. No need for the appendix. There's no need to, like one of them, it was like, on this glorious day, 4 fine engineers went out to do a test, and we wanted to find out about this and that and that. I was like, no, we don't need the paragraphs and the sentences. This isn't a story. Just give us the beginning, the middle, and the end.
Exactly.
Kiss it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And obviously some teams did it better than others, but as you say, the standard has been much higher this year.
It's been really impressive.
This isn't really a case of Glasgow faltering in any way, because their scores have been pretty much the same as they have in previous seasons.
Exactly.
It's just the case that the others have been taking on board the feedback that we've been giving them. We've done the evening seminars as well after the challenges. A huge shout out to Ollie Plucknett, who gave up his time as well for one of these webinars to help educate the students and just learn the quick wins, how to get more from their reports. And it definitely had a positive impact looking at the outcome of it.
Yeah. So yeah, we've really seen all the teams level up at, to a really high standard. And it's really exciting to see actually that these teams, they're using this knowledge to then go into job interviews, whether it's for once they graduate or if it's for applying for a student placement. They're showing these, reports to employers, and they're amazed by the work that they're doing.
Yeah.
These are students and they've got experience working with race cars. Okay, maybe they're in a simulated format, but and they've got the experience of doing this, which is phenomenal.
It's a huge one, actually, because I never thought of it like that before. But you're right; they can build a portfolio from this, and you are right. We are aware of a couple of students in the past who have been able to use this work to get work within F1. I've heard of it within Red Bull, Mercedes, and a couple of the other F1 teams. So I'm really pleased to see that this has been to their benefit.
Yeah.
And they've been able to take something away from it. As we say, we're trying to turn gamers into engineers here. If they can do it for the race car drivers, we can certainly do it for the engineers, because for every person that you see doing the sim racing, there are 3 or 4 people in the background manipulating that data to try and find a competitive advantage. Certainly the case with me as well when I used to do my esports as well. I had someone yelling in my ear like, right, you've got to do this, you've got to put it on this lap. So, they're practicing engineering principles right there.
Exactly.
It's all maths, it's all science.
Yeah, exactly.
So, we had 4 challenges so far this season.
We have.
Just as a kind reminder to our audience, engineering challenges are a pivotal part of this championship. There are 50 points up for grabs for the winner of each engineering challenge. Now, bearing in mind, it's 100 points for a race victory in each of the rounds. So basically, these engineering challenges are, that's worth half a round to win. And you can't drop score these. These have to be included into the championship tally. This is why they are so influential as to who's going to be the champion today, because all 5 who are in with a shout need to do well in this to try and give themselves a competitive advantage. There's no escape from this. You need those 50 points, because where we saw it last year with Salford, I think they got a top 10 finish without submitting one engineering challenge, and they finished 240 points behind the champion. Now imagine if they were able to win each of those. That 240 point difference could have been capitalized by the engineering challenge.
Absolutely.
We could have had a different champion there. So this is so vital, and as I say, it's the unique selling point for the Formula Student Sim Racing series, because it's not just about driving quick. It's like with everything with the Formula Student, really. It is an engineering contest, and we want to test their brains out. So with that, I think it's time to announce who our winner for the 5th and final challenge was for this season.
Yeah.
So, James, who won the 5th and final challenge?
So, well, before I announce it, I have to say it was incredibly close. And actually, it was really interesting at the top. It was the lap time score that made the difference in the end.
Get out, really?
It was really, really close.
Oh,
So,
right. Okay.
The winner,
The drum
the
roll.
5th and final round, is Queen Mary University.
Queen Mary, fair play. And if you want to see the full results of the 5th challenge, we've got a graphic coming up for you right now. But yes, Queen Mary University London won the 5th and final challenge. But look at that, Glasgow's still up there in the top
still
3
there.
yet again.
They are.
They
So
are
consistent.
relentless, absolutely relentless. But from a championship point of view, this is huge, and I can't wait to share this with Giles and Jess afterwards, because this will really change now the momentum going into the finals this afternoon. Queen Mary really needed that, but
They
I'm
did.
curious to know what got them the win.
Honestly, they made such a good report. It was really interesting. This report was difficult because they were challenged to look at the entire car, the setup, to ensure that it was safe from an engineering point of view. So they had to analyze every single parameter on the car, and they looked into it, and they found out all the areas that were not dangerous to drive, and they presented it in a really concise manner that you could clearly read. But actually, interestingly, Glasgow's submission got 1 point more, but it was all down to that lap time at the end. That's what made the difference for them, for Queen Mary. It was fantastic. It was really good to see, actually. It was really close challenge for them.
I'm shocked by that, but no, honestly, well done to Queen Mary. So they've historically not been the strongest at submitting engineering challenges in the
and
past. This has always been something Glasgow and Southampton have always had an
always
upper
been-
hand on.
Yeah, exactly. So it's been brilliant to see them come through and really, excel in this challenge. They really did well.
Took a very unique approach to this one. So no, I'm so pleased for them for this one. But I mean, all of them have done a great job here because they are giving up their own time. We're asking them to do this in between the races.
We are.
So it is a month window, really. Well, actually, they had 2 months to get this one done.
Yeah,
for
they
the
did
final
have a lot
challenge.
longer for this final challenge.
Absolutely.
But it was, I would say, the hardest challenge that they've done yet because they had to consider every single element on that car.
Oh, well, then in that case, a huge congratulations to every single team who submitted a report for this one because it was not easy. But there you are, guys. So that is the rounds for the 5th challenge, and what this does for the total points for the engineering challenge. Wow, Glasgow are always in the top 3. I don't actually know the score off the top of my head, but I know that we do have a graphic here, which will have the 5 challenges combined together. So we'll get that on screen in just a second and
can't wait
see
to see that.
who is our overall winner, because it's been much, much closer this year now that Glasgow haven't been able to win every single contest this season. And it's been particularly impressive to see Strathclyde as well and Leicester come to the fore this season as well. It really has been a close one. So what have we got? We've just done the 5 rounds. I think we've got just the top 20 to show now. I think it's only been about 20 this season, hasn't there?
Yeah. Now we do find that some rounds we have more teams enter than others, and as you saw there, we only had 9 teams for the final round, but we do have at least 20.
There must have been about
that
20 in there.
submitted throughout the year, and I really encourage the teams next year to all apply for this.
Fantastic. And there we go,
go.
guys. So the total scores at the end is of the engineering challenge for this season. So congratulations to University of Glasgow for the 3rd season in a row
That's
winning
incredible.
it.
That's incredible, isn't it?
And especially as this season, it's a brand new team. It's not the old guard from the last couple of seasons we've seen. They've graduated. They're on to work now. One of them's come back for cameo today just to try and help them out. But Glasgow really needed that. They needed all the points to try and win the whole championship again today because it's a tall order for them.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if... I'm going to have to go and do some calculations straight after this now to see if they're still mathematically with a chance of the championship now, because that was a huge one for Queen Mary. Because I'm just trying to look, where did Queen... Well, yes, Queen Mary came third in the end there.
Yeah.
Strathclyde came second.
There
Really
must be
pleased for them.
something in the water in Glasgow for these engineering challenges to have 2 Glasgow teams.
It's the soft water, I guess. It works really well there. Annoyingly, though, it's always the blue team in Glasgow, which is second, but that's the old firm of me coming out there. So, but yeah, so jokes aside, our engineering total. So, guys, what we have to remember, all these points that you are seeing right now, this is what's going to be added onto their total tally in the full championship, and they can't drop any of these scores. So that's 232 points Glasgow have got on their championship tally to help them out. Strathclyde, I have to say, for the fantastic team. They have struggled in some of the races this season, but you cannot doubt their engineering knowledge. This is just
really
fantastic
impressive.
to see. Queen Mary in 3rd, University of York A in 4th, Queen's University Belfast 5th, Dublin, Southampton. Now, I do have to wonder if this is going to be a bit of a big what if for them, because they were disqualified earlier this season.
They
weren't
were. For the first round, they didn't submit their entry properly. And so it meant that they didn't score for this. So that's a big point. You know, if they got that right, we could have had a different leader potentially.
Absolutely.
You never know.
Absolutely, that's going to be one of the big what ifs here, and certainly it could have got them runners up position here. So there, Scottish water makes you smarter, according to Terry Wu. Well said, sir. Good luck for your race later on today, by the way. But yeah, so I have to say, James, thank you so much for all of your support in putting these challenges together.
Thank you very much.
And to all the judges as well that have given up their time to mark the students' work. Of course, James is here physically at Williams today. So for any of the students who are here today, if you want to find out any feedback, any information of your challenges, what went well, what could you have done better, here's the man. Here's the
come
man
and
with the
speak to me.
knowledge. Yes, please come speak to James. He's here all day, so he's more than happy to share the knowledge with you. But I guess for now, really, I can see a Giles lurking in the background. Do you want to come back and join us, sir? Hello. I guess at this point then, James, I'm going to say a huge thank you for all of your help this season. I think we better go and break the news to Giles and let him let this news sink in because this is a big one for the championship. Now.
This is huge.
Absolutely. But thank you so much for all your help this season. I could
Thank
not
you
have
very
done this without you. All right, fantastic. Giles, do you want to come and take
Yes.
over James's seat? He's kept it nice and warm for you.
Thank you very much. So, as long as this isn't like getting it, as long as this isn't like getting into someone else's seat after an endurance race, because it's not damp, which is the good news.
No, I have definitely been in one of those ones before where someone
thought
just
you
couldn't
may
hold
have
it
done.
in. So no, we haven't had one of those again for a while.
Good.
But just to get you up to speed there, let's just grab that graphic of the round 5 results because this is monumental to the championship now, Giles.
Ooh, okay.
This is a real huge one here. So we're just going to grab that graphic for the 5th round again. So here we are. Queen Mary won it. And they needed this because historically they've not been strong at the challenges compared to the other teams.
No, they haven't. No.
And what they've done now, they've got 50 extra points. That's given them a bit of breathing space coming into the second half of today now. That opens up the gap to Southampton.
I'm loving that.
Yep.
That's fantastic, and that firms up their challenge for the title. I mean, they went into the final in the top spot in spite of not inconsistent results in the engineering challenges. So to see them up here now with this result really does take the fight to someone like York, for instance, who we've been saying, or I've certainly been saying, based on my assessment of the point standings, that seem to be on target for it. From my personal opinion, so Queen Mary really are in with a chance going for the rest of the afternoon until we get to the final race.
Well, it's a huge one, though, because you're quite right. We were talking about earlier, Queen Mary have to drop 60 points. York only have to drop 4. They've clawed back 50 points now there.
That's 10 points now. To
Exactly. So that they've bridged that deficit now. They're doing everything they need to, and it's really going to be on them. It's going to be down to the finals now, and how their drivers perform. They have done everything that they can from an engineering point of view.
Yes.
Which is fascinating. But we were also talking about how when we look at the top 20 graphic, it's still Glasgow at the top.
Right.
Still Glasgow at the top, even though they haven't won all of the races. Oh, sorry, all the engineering challenges this season. They have relentlessly been in the top 3 because look, they're second again there. So, come Saturday, Glasgow, you've got another trophy to come and collect in the award ceremony, guys, because for the 3rd season in a row, you have won this engineering challenge. Congratulations, guys.
Fair play, especially with the turnover of team members.
It's a brand new team this year
Yeah.
as well, so to keep that momentum going.
That clearly, because this is something we talk about not only in the sim racing but in Formula Student in general. That knowledge transfer is key, and very clearly, Nev Cohen et al. Have been transferring their knowledge to those coming up behind them. So, congratulations to Glasgow, very well done, and a big congratulations to Queen Mary as well.
There we go. There's the engineering challenge totals just on screen now.
There really is something in the water in Scotland because you've got Strathclyde and Glasgow at the top there, both based in Glasgow. I mean, the University of Strathclyde is literally built on what used to be the maternity hospital my dad was born in back in the 60s. That was a really strange experience in May. Went over to Glasgow, went to see where my dad was born, and then a bunch of engineers in overalls come out and go, Giles, come and see our new car. So big up to the lads from Strathclyde. That was great fun.
Right, I've got 10 minutes to go before the next race.
Sure.
I need to go and dig out a calculator and work out what this has done for our the championship. Are all 5 protagonists still in, or have Queen Mary given themselves a bit of
Go
a
and
bridge
get on
now?
your spreadsheets, lad.
Right, I'm off on my spreadsheets, guys. We're going to hand over because Jess is standing here really excited, having just missed all of that news. So, Giles, I'm going to let you fill her in on that and let us know what's going on. As for now, I'll come back soon with some numbers and we'll let you know what the championship looks like. See you guys later.
Cheers, Monty. He's off. Right, hang on. Let's get back into our usual positions. A normal service shall resume. Thank you for sticking with us, those that have. Hope you've been enjoying a bite to eat like we have. The catering here at Lassie and Williams is absolutely first rate, so thank you very much to them. So in summary, Jess, the news. I have news, and it's not the new Dacia Sandero. It is, in fact, that Queen Mary, Formula Student, have claimed victory in the final sim racing challenge. They pipped Glasgow to the post for the final one of the year, but overall, across all engineering challenges, Glasgow have won, with Strathclyde in second and Queen Mary in third. But what this does do is firm up Queen Mary's vying for the championship. They are in with a really solid shout. Monty's off to do some maths and work out out of the 5 we came in with this morning, who is still in with a shout after the results of the races that we've done and the engineering challenges? I'm going to say, I think it's between Queen Mary and York.
And Southampton.
You throw Southampton in there, would you?
Yeah.
See, for me, I think it's...
Because Queen Mary and Southampton both had horrific races, but they had a good second race.
I think it's going to come down to Queen Mary and York myself, because we've yet to see Dylan Warren behind the wheel for York, and near enough.
I believe he's racing in the next one.
The next one's going to be interesting. The next one's going to be very interesting, because that was one of the ones we had a go on yesterday. Also, I'm not using cables everywhere. There's a lot of electronics around. Thank you to Hi-Vis for doing what they do, because we certainly couldn't do it ourselves, could we?
No.
So there's the next round we have had a go at, and all I can say is, whether it's racing these things or driving these things on the road, thank God I don't have to do it for a living.
And honestly, it was like no ABS on these cars, and it's a big vehicle, so it was hard to control at times, but it was a lot of fun once you got used to it. It is a short version of Hockenheim, short A that we're going to for today, and
Indeed.
It's going to be a handful. So you're going to need your most skilled drivers, I think, for this one.
Yeah, and I don't know whether you need the person with the heaviest or lightest right foot. I haven't quite decided yet, to be honest. But we're going to take a look at the comments over on the live stream. James Brown saying, well done, York B. And great wall rearrangement at the end. Jessica loving Monty's quote there from the little VT that me and Monty made last year. Hold my ravioli. That was something that Monty said when the Italians were on an absolute stormer a couple of years ago at FS. Kian Butler keeping us updated on the audio. He said the audio bug is back. I sincerely hope it's gone. Fingers crossed. We do our best. Meanwhile, Passcraft saying still on top. Terry Wu from Glasgow. Woo, Terry Wu. He says, EC champion. Finley Mulholland has just commented burgers. Terry Wu, meanwhile, is saying that Scottish water makes you smarter. And given the standings for the engineering challenges are Glasgow.
That makes sense.
Glasgow followed by Strathclyde. There's either something in the water in Scotland or something in the water in just Glasgow.
Yes.
I should know, my dad is from Glasgow. Meanwhile, Passcraft is commenting burgers for reasons that we're not quite sure of, apart from the fact that it's our lunch break, or has been until we're just back in here with you now. So, hello! Call of Jules says, and friend Mars bars. Fried Mars bar. I didn't get to try fried Mars bar.
No,
I tried everything else. I just didn't get to try fried Mars bar. I will also not be trying haggis, because those things are an endangered species. They're so difficult to catch. I point blank refuse to eat them. If you know, you know. Elsewhere, Passcraft saying, Lucy once again putting UGR on her back. Big up, Lucy.
She's the head of sim racing at Glasgow as
Lucy, I sincerely hope you're coming down to Silverstone for the remainder of FS at Silverstone. We'd love to meet you, because you've been very clearly an absolute G.
One of the reasons why they won the engineering challenge.
Taking over the team from the alumni that have been so strong with Glasgow previously and been so utterly dominant is no mean feat. And to do what Lucy's done and take a whole new team of people and say, yeah, we can still hack this. Watch. Fair play, Lucy. Fair play. Meanwhile, Javier. Javier, is that French? Yeah, it sounds like French. It could possibly be French. I hope it's French. He has huge numbers from Glasgow. Congrats. Someone's gone past us with a camera. And yes, that's all the comments we have so far.
And it's not going to be that long before we go racing. I think we're due to go racing at, let me just check the...
It's about 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 2:05 the race the start time, but we're going live at 2 p.m. with the lobby, so exciting.
It is exciting. So do you know what course we're racing on, Jess? I know what we've got racing around it, but I don't know what the course that we've got is going to be.
It is Hockenheim Short A. They've cut quite a bit of the map to make this happen, of course. No Parabolica. They're not going to be racing around the Parabolica, which I'm gutted at, because it's one of my favourite corners on the circuit. Where it gets overtaken. But the Sash Curve is one of my favourites as well. That's where we could see quite a few instances with the gravel tracks quite near as well.
I wonder whether we're going to get any beaching going on, because these things are so heavy.
Yeah, I managed to beach the truck quite a few times during the test races yesterday.
Meanwhile, over on the stream, we've got a comment here. Nah, it's Spanish. Just say Javi. Cheers, Javi. Elsewhere, greetings from Vigo. It's a shame not to be that. Javi from Vigo, of course. My apologies. And yes, it is a shame you're not here, but we really do appreciate the effort you went to try and get here. And I know you explored every option, so we're really grateful for just the effort that you've put in to be here. So
You are remote, which is better than nothing.
it is better than nothing, but some teams could be here. Could be here, in my opinion, possibly. No shade, no names, but just, look on the map and look how far away the Wantage is from where you are and how far away it is from places like Aberdeen and
Strathclyde.
and also Dublin, and then consider possibly whether you could have been here.
And also Spain as well.
Meanwhile, here they come. Here come our competitors and potential grandstand sitters for the rest of the afternoon. We've got another 4 hours of racing to go for you. Vamos Vigo, says Drayden. Lucy McCaughey says, thank you, I'll be there. Lucy, it will be great to meet you. Very best of luck with FS going forward for the rest of the week. And there's a pint on us somewhere, or a can of Iron Brew, depending on what we can get hold of. But yeah, really, really looking forward to this. Jess is going live on Instagram. I should probably do the same. Maybe I won't. I've only got 23% of charge left. So, you can see us in the commentary box here. And if you want to see our reactions to the racing, head over to Jess's Instagram.
On YouTube.
Jess Games 95 on all good social media platforms. Right. Meanwhile, here comes Callum. Callum, do you want a word?
He's busy,
The
Giles.
word was no. Okay, here are the teams getting souped up and ready to go round Hockenheim. And this is going to be really properly interesting because let's talk about this properly. What we've got, and well, they've just realised they're on camera. Give us a wave, lads. What we've got is articulated lorries. HGVs, not without, they're not pulling anything, but just the lorry bit itself. We're going to be racing those around Hockenheim Short B. And we and Jess had a go at this yesterday. They are horrendous to drive. You've got to rev them high, they won't go anywhere, and they spin out if you even look at the throttle. So
You got to be very delicate on the throttle, let's just say that, because if you don't, you're going to end up being beached like me, like I was yesterday. So you got to be very, very careful. Turn 1 is going to be interesting. Turn 1 it's hard even in a Formula 1 car. Turn 1 in these trucks.
yep.
Good luck.
Good luck is the prerogative phrase here. That's the best we can offer here from myself and Jess. If you're just joining us, welcome to Formula Student Sim Racing, the grand final of the 2024-2025 season, coming to you live from Atlassian Williams Experience Centre. This is the home of Williams Sim Racing. I'm Giles Cosgrove. She's Jess Ball. Around us somewhere, he's in and out, around and about. He's the event captain. He puts all this on. He is James Monty Montgomery. So Monty is around and about and will be providing us insight into who can win this event. Going into it this morning, we have 5 teams on the cards to win Formula Student Sim Racing 24-25. Glasgow, Queen Mary, York, Southampton, and the University College Dublin. After 4 races this morning and the announcement of the Engineering Challenge results, round 5 of the Engineering Challenge results went to Queen Mary. They won. Overall, that means that Glasgow have won the engineering challenges with Strathclyde in second. So plenty of results to come through. And Monty is somewhere with a bit of paper, a calculator and a spreadsheet trying to work out who could still be in the running to win. We'll bring you the latest updates as soon as we have them. But right now, we're about to go racing for another go here at Formula Student. We've got Hockenheim, Short B, the articulated lorries. We're going truck racing.
Let's go. I mean, I've raced in trucks on Euro Truck Simulator 2, and some people race it in American Truck Simulator. I thought, yeah, it's going to be easy. I raced those on Euro Truck Simulator. No, it's a lot harder. It is a very great track, and I kind of wish Formula 1 was back in Germany, in Hockenheim, because it's just very, very fantastic. Great to watch, of course. Turn 1's going to be interesting. And they just got to be very delicate on their terms as well. And the ones that are still in the championship, well, they don't know. They only got 2 races each to see if they can get into finals A. If they don't get into finals A, and if they finish like 6th or below in finals B, I'm sorry, they're out of the championship.
Unfortunately, that is the way the cookie crumbles, and we'll be able to bring you the latest results from those point standings as soon as we have them. Some teams may no longer be within a shout. In my opinion, it's going to come down between Queen Mary and York. And
Maybe Southampton.
Jess is throwing in Southampton into the mix as well. Those are the teams that we're looking out for going into the next 4 hours of coverage here live from the Atlassian Williams F1 Experience
I've
Centre.
got some news.
You've got
Lucy is going to be at Silverstone this weekend.
Good.
So that's good. I can't wait to see you, Lucy.
It'll be good to put faces to names. It's been great to go downstairs and meet a lot of people that we've been talking about. Like, I would like to put a face to the name properly. I know we've interviewed him on the stream, but I would like to put a face to the name with Dylan Warren. You were thinking he's going to be driving in at least one of these races.
I think I'm not entirely sure, but I think from the looks of what he said on Discord, I think it was going to be.
Hang on a minute.
One of those.
Impromptu interview. York, when's Dylan Warren driving? Secret. He's driving in the He's driving in the finals. That makes total sense. You're not putting him in the lorries. I would have killed to see Dylan in a lorry. It would be hilarious.
We got live grandstand here today, folks.
Do you want to go and give us a wave, everybody? Give us a wave. Say hi. You're on live. You're on YouTube. You can see you on the stream. There we go. So we're getting the live reaction to everybody here.
And I think it must mean that York A, either York A or York B is racing in this one.
Must be. The thing is, though, what they've said there is that they're holding Dylan until the final.
That makes sense.
They're relying, therefore, on the rest of the team doing well.
I think they got one of their other drivers that
you-
hasn't raced today racing in this one.
It's not as a sure thing. Dylan seems to dominate, but the rest of the team is not as a sure thing as to whether they will
But
win.
they still did well in the remainder of on some of the races. Like mostly they got top threes, top fours.
I'm gonna have to be careful what I'm saying here because I can just hear him riling up York behind me. So
Yeah, Giles.
I don't think I said anything that wasn't untrue. We got these. We got the lorries coming at you very, very soon here on YouTube. Do please let us know who are you supporting? Where are you watching from? It's afraid. There they are. There at York. Give us a wave, York. Come on, Dan. If you're going to be look in front of you. There you go. There they are. They got their big flag.
I love it.
Wonderful stuff. There's the team who are in with a shout of winning Formula Student Sim Racing 24-25. We'll find out by 6 o'clock this evening. Also in with a shout are Glasgow, Queen Mary, York, Southampton, and University College Dublin. So, yeah.
I think we still got VTs later on after this race from Southampton and Queen Mary as well. And Monty will go through later on what they need to do to win the championship, excluding engineering challenge.
It's not only me that's thinking along these lines, because Henry Carter has just commented the following. He says, it doesn't matter what the rest of the team does, because Dylan can win the B final and then the A final.
That's what you said earlier on.
So that was the suggestion that myself and Monty concocted earlier. Meanwhile, Ella Rose Eagle supporting York from sitting behind you in the grandstand. Hello, Ella Rose. Do we call her Ella or Ella Rose? I don't know. There's a dash between them, so one would presume it's Ella Rose. Meanwhile, Darren Davison says, "Come on, Hull A and Top Hat Tyler."
Let's
Big up the Top Hat Tyler. We love a bit of Hull and Top Hat Tyler. And Darren.
He has bought his hat too.
He has. I mean,
He did promise.
He wouldn't be Top Hat Tyler without it. And he also, I love the fact that because he doesn't have to wear a crash helmet whilst he's driving, he can actually sit behind the sim rigs with the top hat on, which is great. And I'm reliably informed if Hull get through scrutineering, he'll be driving it and he's got a top hat on his helmet, like a top hat sticker.
Oh yeah, we did suggest that. Remember in the endurance,
Yeah.
we were hoping that was going to
Good
happen.
fun. So big shout out to Darren for supporting Tyler there and tuning in every month. It's been a pleasure having you aboard, Darren. Thank you very much. Not too far off going racing. You can see the teams getting ready on the sims now. Jess, just in case people missed it earlier, you were talking us through the setups that they've got here at Williams. Would you be able to do it again?
Yeah, of course. So, of course, every university that's racing here today, they've got a play seat which they'll be sitting at, which is very, very good. They've got a Fanatec Club Sport F1 wheel, which is the wheel that the F1 sim racing drivers race in as well. And then we've got the DD Pro, which provides 8 newton meters of torque, which is quite. My one at home provides 15 newton meters, but 8 newton meters I think is enough for these drivers, because as I was saying earlier, it's direct drive.
Yeah,
and
it'll rip your hand off if you get it wrong.
Yeah,
essentially.
don't put your hand off, because we saw certain people last year almost got like injured because of that. But we are about to get underway, Giles, racing in 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Henry Carter, come on, Tom and Chris, GTV Archangel, great YouTube name. I love that, GTVR. Why does it sound like a car? It sounds like, you know, tonight on Top Gear, we're reviewing the GTV Archangel. They're saying big up the Queen Mary Formula student, paint the town orange, followed by 3 orange love hearts. So GTV very clearly supporting Queen Mary. They did win the last engineering challenge
By a whisker.
which gives them 50 points, and they had a 60-point deficit given their drop round. But they've just managed to make up 50 of those with the engineering challenge alone. So they just need to make sure they're getting some decent results out through here, and they'll be able to take the fight to other teams who've got the point advantage from having little to no points at all to drop, because 4 points is nothing, so they can drop that without any panic. Meanwhile, no truer words have ever been spoken, says Henry Carter. I'm not sure how much York agrees with that, but I don't. That York clearly seemed to know who this Henry Carter character is. So there's an in-joke going on there somewhere that I'm not privy to, and I don't need to be. And as you can hear behind us, we have got plenty of spectators here behind us on the commentary booth. Grandstand, give us a cheer. You can do louder than that. You've got to be able to pick up on the mics. Louder than that. 1, 2, 3. There they go. They're here to give us all the reactions as we commentate for you. Dylan Warren saying, Henry, you just got a podium and he's talking to you like that. Oh wait, where did Adam finish this morning? I am York Giles, says Henry. That would explain a lot. That would explain it a lot. There we are. It's almost like they're here in the room with us or something. So do tune in and let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from. We'll be with you until 6 o'clock. Giles, Jess and Monty, all the coverage of the Formula Student Grand Finale of the Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. I'm going to go out on a limb here, Jess, and I wondered, I commentated on your race earlier. I commentated on a lot of races today, Henry. That's not exactly as standout as one would think. Who are you calling, Jess? We're at the midway point of the day. Who are you calling for the win? Oh, here we go. We're ready to go. York B on pole, York A in second. Here come the lights. Lights out and away we go with Aberdeen in third. It's a slow start, but then again, it would be with the vehicles the way that they are. Looking fairly slow-ish. There's Bolton up in the mix there. Bolton in fifth, up against University of Glasgow's A team. York B holding on to the lead with York A just a second behind them. Plenty of drama going backwards as Salford have suffered a fairly substantial off, and they're down into 10th position. Up through the running order go De Montfort, Hertfordshire's A team, and University College Dublin. Queen's University Belfast down into 8th, and Salford up into 9th as Aberdeen fall foul as well. Getting a bit sideways already are York B, the tail kicking out on these giant HGVs, and York A under pressure from Glasgow, trying to close them off as they go into the right-hander, forcing Glasgow onto the grass. York A, they're side by side, but they go into the gravel trap, and that allows Glasgow's A team through, as does Bolton go through on York's A team. And here we are then, your top three, York B, Glasgow and Bolton, side by side. York A coming back at Bolton. Bolton put onto the grass, and that's going to invite De Montfort to come on through, Jess. Who's in the pit? Someone was in the pitch, Jess, but I don't think it's anything to worry about.
Lance Stroll moment.
There's a Lance Stroll moment indeed. York B in pole position in P1, but Glasgow's A team are closing right in on them, rubbernecking and getting right up into the mix. They're side by side into turn one. They're bashing against each other and really close to the wall. There's groans of interest from the grandstand, and Glasgow sweep through with their tail sliding back out. They go wide, and through go York's B team. York B cheering with all their might here at Williams, and there into the back.
With York A and Glasgow. York B and Glasgow. That was That was a bit of chaos. I was expecting a bit more chaos, but we got less chaos than we did, and it was just that contact there. A bit of a shame. Now that means Glasgow A. We saw Wu in the VT and in the chat as well. He is leading by 0.6 of a second to Bolton. This is a rivalry that we seen last year, Giles. Glasgow versus Bolton.
Talking of rivalries, the whole crowd here from York's groaning as York B have really lost the lead. They're down now into 5th. Glasgow are 1 second ahead. Bolton coming through in 2nd. De Montfort in 3rd. It's a fairly slow pace, but it's all the more dramatic. De Montfort going through on Bolton as Bolton go wide. There is no turning circle. These are horrendous to handle, and yet somehow these teams are managing to get them round in one piece near enough with a bit of grass clipping along the way. The gap opening up with Glasgow now. That is a nearly 1.5 second gap between Glasgow and De Montfort P1 and P2. It's opening up. Glasgow knowing what they're doing, benefiting from that home setup. All 3 top cut. Everyone's posting fastest laps as well now, Jess.
You can tell they put in a lot of practice into this as well, because with us, quite a lot of us made contact in the first few corners, but for a lot of these drivers, they want to gain as many points as they can in the Sim Racing Series finals. So the more practice they put, the better. And you could tell, because everyone, I would have to say, is doing a great job handling these big things.
These massive hunks of German steel is the words you're looking for there, Jess.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the chat is lighting up with some excellent banter. Snakey saying he clearly hasn't seen the meme you made in the Discord, Henry. Henry saying, I'm sure he will in due course. I dread to think. Dylan Warren saying, let it be known drivers from home have won every race, snoring face. Whilst Henry Carter asked, was that York A ramming York B off?
I hope not.
Well, Dylan Warren says, I hope so, with Snakey saying, team orders, trust. And Henry Carter suggesting that York's team orders are equivalent to Ferrari team orders. I couldn't possibly say. With just under 11 minutes left on the clock, your race leaders are still Glasgow. There are some race graphics for you. The top 5 teams to be aware of. Queen Mary University, University of Southampton, University College Dublin, York, and Southampton are all in the running, as well as Glasgow. Yes, thank you, Jess. Here is the view from York B. York A's in front of them. University College is behind. And I'd be a bit more worried about College Dublin. College Dublin are flashing the lights, and they go through and they force York B out of the way. Elbows out from College Dublin as they take 5th away from York B, who are relegated further down the running order. They were leading earlier. It has not panned out for the team from Yorkshire. Meanwhile, Queen's University Belfast are under pressure from Hull now. And this is an interesting move to say the least, as University College Dublin go side by side with York B. They're on the inside. They've got the racing line, but York B are going to get the switch back surely, but they get forced out, and that is University College Dublin holding on to 5th. They go well wide though, and that's York B and Salford both through. Body panel swapping there from Salford and University College Dublin as University College Dublin join back and refuse to give an inch, and they're forced onto the gravel as a result.
This is a very tight elevation change coming up as well. That's why we saw Seb Vettel go off many years ago, which, as a Vettel fan, I was absolutely gutted about that when that happened a few years ago. But as we can see, as the car was unsettled for Queen University Belfast, he's got Hertfordshire A right behind, and they saved that just about, and no contact being made. I'm so relieved that they got through that unscathed, and that just shows how great their car control was. Meanwhile, we got Salford, York B, College Dublin right close to each other as well. Salford, I have to say, some great. So I think they had one very good race. They want to try and make that way up the order somehow. The gap's still close between Glasgow and Bolton. 8/10 per second. Yeah.
There are breaks, and then there's just not using them in the world of University College Dublin, because they went right into the back of Salford.
Don't use each other as a chicane.
Yeah, oddly enough, maybe using each other as chocks isn't the best way forward. Meanwhile, Suleiman Hussein says Plan C. I wonder whether that's a reference to the Formula One film that came out recently. Robert Brown, Monaco GP 2025 truck version, and Ella Rose Eagle. The only good thing about York Formula Student right now are the social media admins. I'm not getting into that one. You can sort that one amongst yourselves. York B under pressure then from a whole train of trucks behind them. College Dublin, Salford, and Hertfordshire's B team all in the mix. College Dublin looking to the inside and getting properly be swiped out. And this looks like a move the American police use in road pursuits. This is a rather interesting approach by College Dublin. And that is Salford.
no.
Salfords have gone away, but that means that
York B and Hull.
Hull B team are staying with them, and York's cheering as their team return the favour to College Dublin. This is rather anarchic, isn't it, Jess?
Yeah, I mean, they're giving it everything. They've only got 2 more races to try and score as many points as possible. So why not have some fun if you're not in the running for the... but York B is not in the running for the championship. UCD is.
Well, oddly enough, this is elbows out and
Oh,
York B are going
no.
straight into the gravel trap again, and they've just managed to stay on track, and this is really rather combative. And oddly enough, Kean Butler's come into the comments saying, Engineering Challenge 6, build a car for combat. Forget building a car for combat, it's a truck for combat that you
With
want here.
default setup.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, Dylan Warren saying, same social media admins that posted the FS race results 3 weeks late.
Oh, no.
And here goes University College Dublin sliding their way through that left-hander, and they're managing to hold off Hull's B team just about. York A up ahead of them. York B having to contend with 7th place with Hertfordshire's A team on the approach. There's not a lot separating a great many.
De Montfort's past Bolton.
They
Something's
have
happened with
indeed
Bolton.
an absolutely fantastic move for De Montfort as they clip the grass and they take 2nd place from Bolton. Bolton was so determined to get through and make the gap up on Glasgow, they forgot to look in their rearview mirrors clearly. And not only have De Montfort got through, but they are opening that gap up with their foot down on Bolton.
Of course, De Montfort here today and doing a superb job in these rigs. As someone's gone off, and that's College Dublin and Hull B getting past. It's hard to tell with the livery's been the same.
Just a little bit. Hull and Hertfordshire, you've been causing me a headache the whole year, and it hasn't stopped today, and nor did I expect it to. But they both begin with H, and both have got blue and yellow liveries. Meanwhile,
No, they don't. It's College Dublin that has the same livery.
Fair enough. Elsewhere, University of Hertfordshire's A team have got a back end full of Salford. And as Daniel Solon has pointed out, and people said that the F1 movie wasn't realistic. Don't worry, Formula student coming in to take care of that one. Hertfordshire A, under pressure from Salford now. And is this the comedy round? Possibly. It's making for exciting stuff, but it's not exactly particularly serious. Glasgow opening up a gap on De Montfort.
Of course, we want to have
second.
a bit of fun.
This isn't. Oh, I'm having a lot of fun, Jess. This is hilarious. Salford closing up on. Oh, sideways from York B, but don't worry about that because Hertfordshire's A team have just gone into the gravel trap. Just didn't make the turn. Just complete understeer. So no turn there for Hertfordshire, and they went straight into the gravel trap. Meanwhile, York B did manage to make the turn, even with a bit of sideways action. And here comes Salford to have a go on them now, clipping the grass. York B. Meanwhile, coming through here is Hull, University College Dublin with Hull behind them. Hull's B team putting their foot down. Any hope of an overtake here? I'm not entirely sure, but York, University College Dublin, and Hull have all got the same livery-ish. Salford on the charge now, trying to, as charging as you can get in these things.
We got
God,
York
the
B and
roll
Salford.
on that. The roll on that.
That's insane. Someone's got to teach me how to handle these cars because there's some situations where you can go sideways, save the car, and still manage to get through a corner. When I do that, I end up beaching into the gravel trap. As we can see, College Dublin getting past York A up into 4th spot. That is crucial.
It is crucial for them. They're going to want to make sure they manage to hold on to that position. The timing board's gone a bit skew. No, it's not. It's fine.
It's fine because we're following different
exactly.
drivers. You
Yeah.
see, we don't want to follow the same driver all the time.
York B, I might say, you say you don't want to follow the same driver all the time. Salford seem to be following York B all the time at the moment. Hull, have got through on York A. That's York A down into 6th. So York B have got a problem now. They can either overtake their teammates or they can get overtaken by Salford. I've got a funny feeling it's going to be the latter sooner rather than later, going wide to try and take advantage of the entire track, using up all that apex are Salford. It's still not really done them any favours as York B continue to stay strong in 7th. Meanwhile, here's Hull's B team coming on the approach now to University College Dublin. and they're going to try and make a way through. They're not close enough at the moment, but they're getting closer by the second, getting the tail out just an ever so slightly. Salford trying to go round the outside of York's B team, kicking out really hard there, and that was never going to work. A good try, but it was just never going to happen. Meanwhile, Henry Carter saying, come on, Tom, take them out. That's an interesting choice to encourage your team to take other members out. Ella Rose Eagle saying York making it interesting as always. Interesting is one word for it. Salford going wide, and they've lost any gains that they were making on York's B team. They've got it all to do again with 2 minutes 45 on the clock. GTV Archangel asking, is it York Civil War Part 2? You'd have to ask them. Glasgow, though, are beginning to feel the pressure from De Montfort. De Montfort have closed that gap up on them to under a second. Bolton were right there with them and then got a tank slapper on, and they've lost all their momentum and got it all to do again now. 9 laps completed, just coming up to 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Glasgow,
they lost 2 seconds.
Their rear view mirrors, and here comes De Montfort on the inside of Glasgow's 18. Glasgow's 18 closing them down. De Montfort will have to brake to avoid contact, but they've got the inside line on this corner, not close enough to be able to make a move. Glasgow holding on them, but that gap is not where they would have wanted it to be. They are really under pressure from De Montfort, who have got only 0.3 seconds to make up, but they're onto the grass and they're going to lose momentum there. Surely, no, they don't. They are right there with them. De Montfort on Glasgow, clipping the grass of both teams. De Montfort go through on the inside. They're side by side now as they approach the right-hander, and they try and force each other wide.
Look at Bolton. Bolton's right on the back of this as well. These two just keep squabbling, and they can't afford to do that.
De Montfort are through, but Glasgow's got the inside line. Can they make it work? Yes, they can. Glasgow retake the lead from De Montfort, and as Jess was saying, yes, Bolton are right there with them, making the gains as these two slow each other down, duking it out. De Montfort go diving down the inside onto the grass, trying to get through. They're side by side yes again with Glasgow. They're a nose ahead, and they've got it. And Bolton decide to try and look to the inside. Don't quite have it yet, but this is intense to say the least as De Montfort take the lead of this race here with these massive lorries going round the short version of Hockenheim, and the top three are right in with a whisker of each other. Looking to the outside are Bolton on Glasgow. Not really anything they can do about it. Meanwhile, Glasgow are going sideways, and that's going to invite Bolton to come through. They're swapping body paint. No one's going to know they're both yellow, but this is a really exciting stuff, and you've got a great view from the back end of De Montfort here.
Yeah, De Montfort, of course. De Montfort is here today in person at Williams. So if they get a win today, this will be the first time someone who's actually at Williams will win a race at the Former Student Sim Racing Final.
Well, according to Dylan, anyway. So here comes De Montfort opening the gap up because Glasgow have got something more to contend with. 0.2 seconds between themselves and Bolton. Bolton going wide. I think potentially taking a different line to try and get the switch back on Glasgow, but they don't quite manage it. But they are right there with them. That gap, though, opening up to 0.3 seconds now. Just a little bit too wide. Not as a competitive line as Glasgow's to try and get a move through. And De Montfort are taking full advantage of this.
Final few corners, Giles. We're about to finish the race.
This is excellent stuff then as they go through. And that looks to me to be a wonderful result for De Montfort, and they cross the line to take first. Second place is Glasgow. Third place is Bolton, all within 2 seconds of each other. That is such exciting stuff. Meanwhile, University College Dublin are headed towards a fourth place. Through go York A on York B. Is that driver tactics, or is that just a case of them racing each other? I couldn't tell you, but they go
having
through.
some fun.
And York A cross the line to take 6th position. York B finish in 7th. Salford will finish in 8th. University of Hertfordshire will finish in 9th. Their A team, I should say, their B team will finish in 10th. And 11th will go all the way to Aberdeen, and they will finish in 11th. What an absolute race that was. Comments coming through then saying, and GTV Archangel says, it was suggested earlier. No, someone said A and B came together. Henry Carter saying, I would argue this is a continuation of the first Civil War. Ella Rose Eagle saying different drivers this time. York versus Henry, says Robert Brown. Exceptional overtake. Is that Jones going slowly? Is that Jones, says Henry. I don't know. I've got a funny feeling all I'm doing here at this point is articulating in jokes on behalf of York without any knowledge of what I'm saying.
That makes it more funny.
I'm glad someone's laughing. Cal saying, I have received word from the York officials that both their teams are running up an illegal fuel component in their engines. Please check this information as I totally did not make this up. Elsewhere, Dylan saying, unlike with Rob, it's a surprise he went slow. I don't know what I'm being told to say here at this point, but that was really fun stuff, and I sincerely hope the next race with the same setup is equally as amusing. Here are some of the highlights for you then. It was a drama straight out of the gate for all teams involved. You can see York A battling out with Glasgow's A team there, and then York B managed to get up into first for a while. That wasn't going to last very long as Glasgow went through with Wu behind the wheel. Wu. So Wu's off and into the lead and stayed there. Meanwhile, that was another encounter with York's B team. York's B team really coming off quite badly from that and this one as well, when they went very, very wide. And by this point, there was little hope that York B were going to maintain any competitive result, wasn't it, Jess?
No, and I think at that point, if you know you weren't going to do well, just have some fun in these trucks, because you're racing at Williams in high-tech rigs, Fanatec, and you just have a laugh as long as you can keep it clean.
The force feedback and the torque that you get off of the sim rigs, they really do feel as heavy to drive as they would be in real life.
I've had experience. I have a rig like that at home.
Just minus the clutch pedal. Can you imagine having to have a clutch with these things?
Oh, that would be
done.
incredible.
11 to first.
I think someone's rather pleased with their result there behind us. The drivers coming through.
That was De Montfort as well.
De Montfort immensely pleased with that result for them. 11th to first, as they kindly reminded us with all the exuberance of a student who's just won something.
Random grids, of course, because they get experience starting at the front, the middle, and the back. So they get experience of trying to climb their way up through the field.
Excellent stuff. Salford going through then on Hertfordshire's A team. Henry Carter saying, give me a wave, Adam.
But I think they've probably been and gone, because we're starting to get the next lot of students in.
Yes, indeed, we are. And here we go then, Jess. What do we reckon? Are we going to see as such comedy this time out as we did? Because it wasn't just great wheel-to-wheel action, which it was. It was also quite comedic.
It was quite fun. Of course, the ones who have just watched this race have a little bit of an idea of how they handle based on it, and know when to pick their battles.
How they handle? They don't.
But how what the battles how the drivers can think with battles, because this was the difference between them Bolton closing up at the time. If those two weren't fighting, Bolton wouldn't be up there. Bolton would have been a few seconds down the road.
I know De Montfort will be really pleased with that, and I sincerely hope that De Montfort do manage to get through scrutineering this year, because their car looks exciting, and De Montfort are known as the full send university when it comes to Formula Student out on track at Silverstone, coming to you this weekend. You can find all the coverage here on the Formula Student UK YouTube channel, so do make sure you're subscribed. You hit the bell for notifications for when we go live. We're looking forward to being your commentators for the weekend as well, so more Formula Student action across the rest of the week. That is that race done. More racing to come then, Jess, as we go again round Hockenheim with those HGVs. And I must say, it's rather a heavy load to be carrying around a track at such speeds.
Yes, I mean they've got a lot of heavy lifting to do in terms of trying to score as many points as they can as well. And with a truck like that, it's going to be interesting. And of course, we have quite a few of our championship protagonists still racing in this one, like Queen Mary and Southampton, for example.
Yeah, I think it's going to be right to the line this year. I don't think we're going to really know. I don't think we're really going to know who's in with a shout until Monty gets back to us. But one team that was within the shout this morning, things may have changed, but certainly they were within the shout this morning, are Southampton. Let's find out more about them, shall we?
Yes, roll BT. Thank you.
Right, Monty's coming in. He's got a microphone this time, though, so I don't think we have to give up our spaces.
Right. When it comes back, it's going to give you a graphic of what the top fives look like now.
Yeah.
So you can talk about it and then hand it over to me. I'll be standing behind you with my mic to go through what the championship order looks like.
Sure.
Perfect.
Somewhere like here.
And none of your cards are getting through scrutineering.
Done.
Thank you ever so much to Southampton for that wonderful VT. And I'm trying to... So thank you very much to Southampton for that excellent VT. We've got the top 5 results there for you. Queen Mary University, Southampton, College Dublin, University of York and University of Glasgow. Those are the top 5 teams coming into this event. The question is, what has the results of the engineering challenge that we've just had and some of the racing so far today done to that top 5? With all the answers, a spreadsheet and a calculator, we've got Monty.
Thanks, Giles. I'll tell you what, there's nothing more exciting in my life than being able to pick up a spreadsheet and do some maths for you guys. So what you guys are looking at now are the total points now that we've included the engineering challenge. So, the big news, Glasgow and York are now tied on the same amount of points. Dublin are still ahead. But from Queen Mary winning that crucial final round, this 5-way fight has turned into a simple 2-way fight as we head into the finals. So commiserations to Glasgow, to York and College Dublin. It was a huge ask for them to be able to win the championship. They needed to win both events and they needed some luck on their side. Alas, Lady Luck hasn't worked for them, but all of them in the top 5, this is something that they can be proud of, especially York and Dublin, who I think it's safe to say, guys, this is their best season to date, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit of a shame for Glasgow, especially because they were the reigning champions. But this does mean, Monty, for the first time, we will have a new champion in the Former Students in Racing Series.
Well, I don't know about a new champion because that's still left to be decided. It's between Southampton and Queen Mary University London. And this is what's interesting about it now. University of Southampton are historically our most successful team. They won the inaugural season and they've never been below second since. But you could probably argue, well, they've never been above second since then either. They have always been our runners-up ever since. And for one reason or another, they keep on falling short at the final hurdle. Last year, it was picking the Nissan when everyone went for the McLarens at Kyalami. This year, they lost 45 points in an engineering challenge, and they picked the wets in the endurance race when everyone else opted for slicks when it was starting to dry up. Crucial points lost there, but, as you like to say, Jess, the fat lady hasn't sung yet. They still mathematically have a chance. And so this, as we head into the finals, is what they need to do. Southampton, it's simple. All they need to do now is win. That's the only way they can win this championship now. Queen Mary basically have one hand on the trophy. Southampton need to win this to be able to outscore Queen Mary University London. What Queen Mary University London need to do in the event of Southampton winning is finish 7th or above. If they don't do that, Southampton will be the champion. If Southampton cannot win this final round, so they don't come first in finals A, it's Queen Mary University London who are going to win this. So as I say, Southampton have to win this race now, and Queen Mary have to finish 7th or above to be able to successfully defend it. How about that for a final?
What makes life easier for us because we know exactly what to call. Queen Mary have got to get above 7th or higher if Southampton win, and Southampton have to win.
Yeah, I mean, that makes it easy for permutation if Southampton doesn't win, but obviously with the inaugural season, that happened during COVID when we didn't have we didn't have a former student actual event, so they thought, why not try it with sim racing? And Southampton took their advantage, and they were able to do very well with that. But always bridesmaid, but never the bride. But it shows that they can consistently be up there as well. They've done well in the engineering challenges in the past. But look at the standings, Charles. Round 1, they did really well, and we were like, oh, could they potentially do well there? Obviously, round 4 as well was absolutely brilliant. But the last round, maybe not so much. But they're probably relieved that the last round didn't go to pot, because if this round goes well, they can use the endurance round as a drop round.
They really can. So I'm surprised that York A are out of the running. My prediction of Queen Mary still being in the running stands strong, as does your prediction of Southampton being in the running standing strong.
And that's all 3 of us predicted one of those 2 to be champion. You and Monty predicted Southampton. You've voted for Queen Mary, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
We potentially we might not be as poor at predictions as we think. Talking of predictions, here's more Monty.
There's the spreadsheet I was just quoting from before. We've got a couple of minutes to go before the next race, so let's go for Honda.
This will be fun. You're right. Yeah, good. You
having fun?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you need anything? Do you need them? Do you need anything?
I'm all right at the moment.
Tea, coffee?
No, I'm good, mate. You tea or coffee, Jess?
water.
You want some water?
Yeah.
I'll get you some water.
He's doing a very good Ted Kravitz here. Cheers, Monty. You're back with us. Giles and Jess with you for more coverage of the Hockenheim Short B round of this grand final. We've got the HGVs headed up again and comments coming in. So as we've established, it's between Queen Mary and Southampton. Queen Mary are here. Southampton are in Southampton. And Amy Davis has said, how come Southampton are allowed to race from home? Does that not give them an unfair home advantage? I don't know what to say to that, Jess.
Well, they've had a choice on if they were going to make it today. Of course, for some logistical reasons, it might not happen. But enough talking about that. Giles, over to you for the start.
Sheffield Hallam on pole in P2. It is Southampton. We've been talking about them all afternoon, and we're going to talk about them some more because they look to me to have got a better start off the line than Sheffield Hallam. In behind them, you've got UCLM from Italy and, of course, University of Leicester. University of Leicester right there in the mix. Coming up in behind both Sheffield Hallam and Southampton, but they go wide. Vigo go wide. So do to University of Hertfordshire, and it looked to me to potentially be MTU. That's a big crash there for one of the back markers as well. Was that King's College London or Liverpool John Moores? Someone had a big incident with the wall there. Vamos UCLM, says Alicia. Elsewhere, we've got Southampton up into the P1. Sheffield Hallam in second. UCLM, the Italians, are now in third with Hertfordshire's A team up into fourth. Here they are. Here's your top four then. Southampton, Sheffield Hallam, UCLM and Hertfordshire all in the mix. Behind them, you've got Glasgow's B team and Vigo right there with them, as well as King's College London and Portsmouth's B team. Jess, it looks to me to be Southampton's race already. They've pulled out a gap of nearly 2 seconds out of the gate. We haven't even got one lap down.
It's very great to see from Southampton. They got a podium last time out as well, with Queen Mary taking the win in the last race before Hockenheim. So Southampton, of course, need to capitalise where they could, because finals B would not be a best place for them, and they're already stretching that gap quite massively. They've definitely chosen the best driver for that car. Meanwhile, Sheffield, Hallam, and UCLM fighting. Whole A is fighting with UCLM as well. They're all really bunched together, which is very exciting to see. It seems to be a bit more bright here in Hockenheim than what we saw in the first race, don't you think?
I must say, that I don't know whether the contrast has been upped or whether it's just a brighter day, but it does seem to be a lot sunnier. The lights are flashing away from UCLM, who, as I'm reliably informed, are Spanish and not Italian. I apologise, but the Spaniards are going after Sheffield in a big way, bringing Hull A with them. Forza Toti, says GTV Archangel. Here comes University of Hertfordshire's A team, Queen Mary side by side then with University of Leicester. Looking through then, Queen Mary are through, and this comes down to Vigo now. Vigo up against Glasgow's B team. Glasgow's B team on the inside of Vigo holding on now and taking it back again. They're side by side of the pair of them. Here's the view from the back of Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield Hallam trying their best to keep out of the way, but they're held up by Hull's A team. Hull A holding up a train now of trucks. These DAFs are heavy, slow, and difficult to handle. None of which you want on a racing circuit, but that's exactly what we're presenting to you as they go around Hockenheim's short version. You're on board then with Vigo as they battle it out with Glasgow's B team side by side down the start-finish straight. In first, it's Southampton. UCLM are in second. Hull's A team in third. You can see them ahead of the pack here. That's Hertfordshire. Hull and Sheffield Hallam ahead of Vigo. Vigo managing to get through on Glasgow, and that's going to invite Portsmouth Racing B team through on them as they go through. And they're side by side as well here, and that's Glasgow being put down the running order by yet another overtake, Jess.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not good for Glasgow B team at all. And Queen Mary is down in 8th position, Giles. Of course, it's random positions, and you'll have to start everywhere on the grid. You can't start first throughout the entirety of the finals. You've got to be starting in lots of different places. So Queen Mary needs to gain as much place as they can now in order to stand a chance. But of course, Southampton will need to win the final day anyway. But Queen Mary, they can't afford to drop. They can't afford to drop points.
No, they really can't. Queen Mary will know that potentially, that as was raised in the comments by Amy, that Queen Mary might be at a slight disadvantage on track with Southampton having their home setup. But having said that, that's not to say that Queen Mary can't still fight for enough points to keep them above 7th in the overall results from this round, which will still see them win the championship overall. So it really isn't over, Queen Mary. They just got to put their foot down. Here is the view from the back of Sheffield Hallam. You've got Hull A and you got Vigo there with University of Portsmouth Racing B team battling it out for 4th, I want to say. 5th is the right word. That's the word I'm looking for.
I was going 4th. That's a new word I've heard from Mr. Giles Cosgrove.
You know me, Jess. I'm always creative. Vigo going a little bit wide through here, and that's going to allow Sheffield Hallam and Portsmouth B through. Disaster then for the Spaniards. Queen Mary up ahead of them. There's Portsmouth Racing B side by side with Queen going through on Exeter. Exeter, the back marker there, struggling and having to get out of the way of all this traffic. I really wouldn't want to be Exeter right now. And through go the B team of Glasgow, battling out with the B team from Portsmouth, and they're swapping paint in the process. Exeter keeping well out of the way. Hats off to them. They haven't got the pace and they know it, so they're keeping out of the way of the drama, which keeps it all the more entertaining for us and you at home. Here's King's College London going through then on Summer. Oh, that's an interesting one. King's College London, University of Leicester duking it out then. Cal reminding everyone to do your daily Wordle.
If you take part in that, of course. I need to get into that at some point.
Now might not be the time, Jess. Here's Queen Mary ahead of King's College London, putting it up on the board then. As we're talking, putting it up on the board, Glasgow's B team have been pushing their way through, flashing their lights behind them are Vigo, but Vigo doesn't seem to be able to do anything about it. They're putting away the Glasgow B team from Vigo. Going a bit wide there, a Sheffield Hallam. That's going to invite both Vigo and Glasgow to have a look.
Yep, We're seeing Vigo in 7th at the moment, but there's plenty of chances that they can climb quite a few places for this. They've got a very skilled driver behind the wheel. They're going to try and go side by side in a very tight corner. They're going to get the toe from the number 37 of Glasgow B team. We'll see if that can make a difference for Vigo, and that's going to compromise them ever so slightly if they're a little bit too close, because you've got to be very early on the brakes here. You've got to control the slides, which is what they're doing right now, as you can see, and they're catching up ever so slightly to Sheffield Hallam in 5th place, who's doing a brilliant job as well. Meanwhile, Southampton still leading by 12.4 seconds over UCLM from Spain. Then we got Hull A in 3rd. Hull A doing a very, very great job in P3 right now. We got Portsmouth B team. I have to say, the last few races for Portsmouth B, they're doing a very good job.
Yeah, they really are. They've come alive in this round, I must say. I think maybe being at Williams has actually helped them. Elsewhere over on the stream, so much Spanish love. Re Leon D, Fco Martin G saying, Hoy, ganamos, vamos, UCLM. Alicia Martin, Maisie, all commenting Spanish flags. A lot of love for UCLM, but they've got 13 seconds worth of a gap to make up with 7 minutes 45 on the clock. I'm not sure that's doable, if I'm being honest with you, Jess.
But it's not over until the fat lady sings. We could see drivers make a mistake, but realistically, it may not happen. As there was a little bit of contact there near the background, which is not ideal. As we could see, the Glasgow B team was fine with King's College London. Portsmouth B passed Hull A, but Hull A is going to say something to that. He's going to be like, no, sunshine, you're going to try and get my P4 back.
Yeah, Hull A trying to get back into the podium positions of this race, putting Portsmouth B back behind them with some rather aggressive elbows out sort of driving, but Portsmouth B undeterred and managing to hold on to the back end and stick with them as they go through into the sweeping right-hander here. The question is, can Portsmouth make another charge on the B team, on the A team from Hull? The gap beginning to open up now, so potentially Hull may have just about got away with it. There's 4 seconds of a gap to close in on UCLM, who have just posted their fastest lap. Well done to the Spaniards. No doubt the chat will be very pleased with that. A lot of Spanish love right here, right now. And Portsmouth B team right there with them, Jess. Is a move imminent, do you think?
I think they've got to time it to perfection, because we saw how the team...
There's the timing and there's the perfection. Hull A going well wide and Portsmouth B. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but you can't afford to squabble too much. That's allowed Bolton in the last race to really get into podium contention. So they can't... They just pick their own battles, which is what they're trying to do, and capitalise on a mistake, which was Portsmouth B did as well. We got Sheffield Hallam that's probably got Vigo and Queen Mary in their mirrors. Oh, not anymore, because they've gone off, Giles.
Sheffield Hallam are off and out of it. There's a lack of competition in the result for them. Sheffield Hallam relegated to 9th as a result of that off, which means that those they were chasing will go unmolested now. Southampton lead, 6 laps completed, 5 minutes 35 on the clock. UCLM in 2nd place, a gap of 16 seconds between them. In 3rd, it's University of Portsmouth Racing B team. And they're 3 seconds behind the team from Spain. Hull's A team are in 4th. Vigo are in 5th. With Queen Mary, who you can see on your screens there. They are in 6th, and they are at the moment in the running against Southampton to win the championship. Southampton leading, Queen Mary in 6th. But remember, Southampton must win. Must win final A, and Queen Mary has to finish less than 7th for Southampton to win. So Queen Mary still in with a chance, even if Southampton do have that home advantage. So it's all to play for here. Vigo under pressure from Queen Mary. Precious points available for Queen Mary as they mount the charge on the trophy. This isn't just about this race. This actually does matter for Queen Mary, and they'll be determined to claw those extra points into their haul. And all that stands between them and 5th place is Vigo, and Vigo go wide and they lock up, and in doing so Queen Mary slightly lock up as well, but they are properly close now. Not quite close enough to make a move, but Vigo knows one more costly mistake like that will spend the end of their 5th place. And not only is that a problem for them, but right behind Queen Mary is KCL. In fact, KCL might be close enough to make a move on Queen Mary, who've been so focused on getting past Vigo that they haven't spent a lot of time looking in their mirrors, Jess.
Yeah, there's about 2 cars chasing down Queen Mary, which is a lot. So Queen Mary have got to think about Vigo and King's College London behind as well. And Vigo has done very well in the Sim Racing Series event today so far as well. And Vigo could be looking on course to maybe even getting the win in Finals A, which will be absolutely impressive for them. Of course, it's a shame Vigo's not here today, but they made the effort to be here today. But they're doing a stellar job. And the setup they've got in their home anyway is quite insane anyway. So.
Exeter blocking Hull A getting through on them. Southampton like a bat out of hell. I don't know how you managed to handle a truck like this. We had a go at it yesterday, and it was a pain in the rear end for me.
I got lapped twice.
I don't think I was far behind you, Jess, to be completely honest. And there's an 8. Yet again, Southampton, though, they've managed to open up a 19-second gap between themselves and P2 with UCLM. 3 minutes 5 on the clock for you now of racing left. That's about 2 laps worth at this pace. And onto the grass goes one team. I couldn't quite see who that was. It might have been Exeter getting out of the way. And there's KCS, of course, Queen Mary, KCL, and Glasgow B all going through on Exeter, the back marker. Seems to have lost a bit of the pressure on the back of Vigo, have Queen Mary, and KCL just seem to be closing in on them now, Jess.
Yeah, they are. King's College London, I think they could go for a top 6 finish, even a top 5 or even a top 4 potentially. But Hull A has just set the fastest lap of the race. So Hull A means business to even try and close up to University of Portsmouth B team. So Portsmouth B's podium seems secure for now. But like we saw in a few races ago, it's not over until it's over for Hull A. They could still get that podium from Portsmouth.
They really could. And meanwhile, Vamos Spain, says FCO Martin G. It's going to take a lot of Vamos to get them to close up 20 seconds worth of a gap in 2 minutes in these trucks. But hey, stranger things have happened in this series.
Yeah, strange things has happened, including me being an Easter egg in one of the skins.
Yes, well, you know, you were the Easter Bunny, weren't you?
No, Easter Bunny, sorry. Easter Bunny.
It doesn't take a lot to make me look like an egg, as evidenced by my haircut. Meanwhile, here's Vigo in 5th. Hull A, ahead of them, but so far ahead that their rear view mirrors are what they should be concerned with. Talking of being concerned about your rear view mirrors, KCL just beginning to close in yet again and ratchet up the pressure on Queen Mary. Queen Mary need as many points as they can get in order to hold on to their current top standing in the championship. Out of the 5 that came into this today, looking to win the championship, only 2 remain with a chance. Queen Mary and Southampton. Southampton are your race leaders currently with 1 minute 10 to go. Queen Mary are down in 6th. They are currently top of the standings, but they're going to need to make sure they make every single point count. Just to reiterate, if you weren't aware, Southampton have to win the A final and Queen Mary have to come lower than 7th for Southampton to win the championship. If Southampton do not win, or if Queen Mary finish higher than 7th, that's going to be enough for it to go to London. It'll be the first time it's ever gone to London. Southampton, winners of the inaugural season back during the pandemic. Southampton have got the gap to about 20 seconds, give or take 5/10. UCLM are in P2 with Portsmouth B team in 3rd. You were saying earlier on, Jess, how well they've been doing today.
I think they've been the ones that have been the most consistent. I'm trying to remember how they did in race 1 where we were. I'm trying to remember what track we were on in race 1 now.
Knock Hill.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how they did at Knock Hill, but especially in this one and at Brand Hatch Indy, they've just taken notice for us, and it's great. And Queen Mary, as King's College London and Vigo hang a bit of a tussle, but that was crucial for Queen Mary. They're up to 5th now.
Queen Mary are up into 5th, but that would have meant that Queen Mary, because Queen Mary were ahead of KCL, so Queen Mary must have got through on Vigo. Vigo must have had an off in some way. And
that must have been the contact.
Rejoined the track, and yeah, I think Vigo might be pushing it a bit too hard, or maybe losing tyre grip. Their tyres may have degraded just a bit too much, but either way, they're beginning to get a bit lollopy in the corners, if I'm being honest. Not that lollopy is a word, but you know what I mean. Portsmouth Racing B team are in 3rd and closing it in on the Spaniards of UCLM.
What has happened there?
Vigo have got problems, big problems. They're parked. They're in the pit lane.
I think that means they're out of it.
I think Vigo may have had maybe disconnected. I don't know. Vigo, let us know what's gone on there. Meanwhile, I'd be interested to see it, but obviously Southampton have pretty much got this in the bag. The gap is 18 seconds now, but Portsmouth Racing were right there with UCLM. I'd be interested to see. That gap is 0.3 seconds, Jess. There could be a race to the line on. Talking of the line, here comes the line for Southampton. This will help them claim victory in the championship if they keep up results like this. They come across the line. They know they've done it. They're weaving around. Their arse is stepping out, and they cross the line to take victory. Who's it going to be then between UCLM and Portsmouth Racing B, Jess?
Portsmouth B have got some incredible pace in this last lap. I think if they had one more lap, they could have got them, but it was UCLM from Spain who takes P2 with Portsmouth B in third. Then we got Hull A cross the line in fourth. They'll be happy with that. And our championship leader, Queen Mary, crossed the line in fifth spot. Even though Southampton has the edge at the moment, Queen Mary is doing enough, I think, to still get into final day. Southampton, I think, definitely. But Queen Mary, I think they'll be fine.
I think both of them will be fine. I think we'll get a showdown between the pair of them in the A final.
At Silverstone.
I'd love to see them going wheel to wheel myself.
Yes, me too. I would love to as well. But we will see, of course, later on who's got into finals day. But we still got one more race to. I'm just trying to see how many more races we got to go. Yeah, we got one more heat to go. 2 races of it. Oschersleben is next in the BMW M3 DTM car.
Wonderful stuff. So do please keep your comments coming in. We want to hear from you. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? We've got a funny feeling there's going to be a fair few from Southampton and a fair few. Hey, a little bit of love for the Spaniards. Up the Spaniards. There you go. There they are there. I know on the stream that there's been a lot of love for Spain. Here are some of the highlights for you. An absolute disaster at the back there.
That was hard to tell there.
It was hard to tell, but someone had a real. I hate to.
That
think
might have been MTU.
The force feedback on that is going to be absolutely brutal. Meanwhile, Sheffield Hallam were having a great time for a while, but it didn't pan out their way. Instead, it panned. I mean, Southampton were up and gone by the crack of dawn. As soon as the lights were out, Southampton were away. Meanwhile, Luis Ronaldo Lopez Vázquez says, En Vigo tivemos hace años un manchego el equipo es que contamos también. I don't know what any of that means. Error in former Flippad. I think they had tech problems. Which is a bit sad. Meanwhile, Capo Massi says, what? I expected to see student-developed F-Eds mods racing on track. But trucks, absolute madness. It's a bit different, Capo. We do different combinations of track and circuit, track and car, I should say, across the season, and especially here at the final. The teams have engineering challenges to complete where they will change the car setup in order to maximize the advantage gained and in order to minimize the lap time. That then gets put to a series of judges who then judge the teams for their engineering capability. That then gets applied to the races. And then we also actually design and build cars over at Silverstone, which we're doing later in the week. Louis, don't worry, don't apologize. You're more than welcome to speak Spanish in the chat. It's my fault for not being multilingual, because at this point, how many English people are just lazy enough to assume everyone speaks English?
Yeah.
I needed to make the effort. I want to make the effort.
And someone's called bingo because you were reading Spanish. So.
I was reading Spanish, checked on my bingo.
Hey.
Meanwhile, saying okay, he was studying nursing, not engineering. There's some Spanish chat going on about people doing different things.
That's cool, though.
Here are the highlights for you. This was it looks faster on the highlights. I don't know quite why, but it does. And that was where Sheffield Hallam went wrong and never really got back any momentum.
That was a bit of a shame there. And that was a bit of contact from Vigo and King's College London there as well, which cost them a bit of time. And that was when Vigo had technical problems. So they had to just go in the pits and just call it a day. But they still got one more race.
It's one more race indeed. That is all to come. I'm going to have a drink because this is thirsty work. There's a lot of talking going on.
And we still got to do
thanks
it
for
again.
That, Callum. Don't forget, Callum and the team put on this event every year behind the scenes. Not only here at Williams, but they also do it every month for the monthly rounds. And they're fantastic, and we're very grateful to them.
Yeah, we are. I think without them, none of this Formula Student Sim Racing series could happen. That they put on the servers, which all the drivers race in as well, and they test to make sure they work. I think all of yesterday was spent getting the rig set up at this facility and then testing them to make sure it works. Because without the testing, they wouldn't be able to go racing, and we wouldn't be able to commentate. So the testing was valuable. So massive shout out to the team behind the scenes that made the effort, made the time to actually come and help them, because some of them do have real life jobs as well as doing this.
Some of them. So we've got more results, more analysis for you with our very favourite Monty. You good?
What you guys are doing is flipping amazing.
Is it?
I have been listening and I am so proud and impressed. I can't tell you how good it is.
Thank you.
Right? Seriously.
This is fun.
Yeah.
Well,
Wow.
the level of excitement that you're getting, you don't hear them downstairs or in an hour and playing off of you.
Oh, are they?
It's brilliant.
Oh, excellent.
That's what you were doing whilst
Yeah.
we were covering. It
So
was
just
brilliant.
keep doing it. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it because it's excellent.
Okay, welcome along. We can do that.
I think I like the people in the grandstand whilst
It
we're.
gives you the feedback, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
Yeah.
But what, because I hear it on the stream down there, but you also hear them. The buzz is really building down there.
Oh, that was brilliant. Thank you, John.
Cheers, John.
Join, all right?
I recognise him.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where we actually recognise faces. Christ. We need to get out more. Okay.
Oh, that was Strathclyde.
Yeah, so that's why I recognised them.
Right, I need to charge mine. Oh no, I'll just see. I've still got plenty of charge.
Why does it seem like Monty's from the Mafia and he's recruiting the other
So
fellow?
you've had a blooper at the start of the season. Monty's got one this season. I'm TikToking that. He's gone
was-
viral with
That
William.
was great. Oh dear, right.
Right, drink.
Queen Mary. It's close. You put, I want loudness when you win.
You'll get that.
when.
If. I don't know. I mean, I've done. It's basically. You guys know the maths, don't you?
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Good.
Wait, did you get the same maths as us though?
Yeah.
We are engineering
Yeah,
students.
he was,
What do you think the maths is?
Maths is.
I'm a you know I'm doing a PhD in
No,
engineering.
no,
and I'm not
I'm
commenting.
saying we probably got it wrong.
Oh no.
Basically, Southampton have to win and you guys have to come out of the top six.
Yeah.
You have to come less than 7th.
Yeah.
In the final. Well, they're cutting back to us.
Okay, we'll move.
No, you can stay in the stream if you want. Yeah, stay in the background if you fancy it. Do it.
Oh, they saw me on my Instagram
That's
and my
fine. Don't
YouTube.
run away.
Oh, hi Instagram.
That's QM for you.
Don't go away. Also, I'm quite pleased at how like my Oasis badge has been coming across subtly, but it's just a little joke
like
to me.
it.
John doesn't like Oasis. This is like flipping
The grid
Brundle's,
walk.
Brundle's grid walk, isn't it?
Hey!
That was too much
Jess,
What?
just remind me, what cars and what track have we got next?
I will get it up my screen for you. There you go. BMW M3 E30 DTM Group
BMW
A.
what?
What?
BMW what?
M3 E30 DTM Group A 92. From 92, I'm guessing.
And what about the...
Final speeds,
No,
the
the track. I just need the track.
Oschersleben.
Osher what?
Oschersleben. Thank you, Monty. Gives us more of a
I was
break.
going to say thank God for not having to fill for 3 minutes.
I like this. I hope he could do this again on Sunday, on like Saturday, Sunday.
Thanks for keeping an eye on us, mate. I appreciate that. Much doing your end, or were you all good?
Two more each.
Eat, sleep, race, repeat. Oh, eat, drink, race, repeat. It's true.
Shout out if you do need anything.
Yeah. A York. Yes. Oh, I love it. Yes. Right, let's get ready.
Cheers, Monty! You're back with Giles and Jess here on the commentary booth box. We haven't really got any of the above. We've got a table, but it's working for us, isn't it? Because we're right in the atmosphere. Give us a cheer, everybody! You can do louder than that. Mildly disappointing. Anyway, it's Giles and Jess with you until 6 o'clock with all the coverage of the Formula Student Sim Racing Grand Final 2024-2025. Behind us there is John Dangerfield, one of the white shirts from the IMEC, who puts on the Formula Student event as a whole. He's having a chat with everybody. Jess, you wanted to talk for a moment, or I just cough briefly, please?
Yeah, Andy's also one of the drivers who, one of the people actually that helped with the Formula Student podcast.
He's the producer. He's our Andy Willman. For those familiar with Top Gear back in the day, John Dangerfield is to the Formula Student podcast what Andy Willman was to Top Gear. What that says about the presenters, I don't know, and you can fill in the gaps there. But if you haven't already, do please subscribe to the Formula Student Online podcast. Just search Formula Student Online on YouTube. We've been to places like Williams, Mercedes High Performance Powertrain, and we are away. We are away with the BMW M3s around Oschersleben, and this is the Strathclyde University in pole position, but they're already under pressure from Queen's University, Belfast, Exeter, and Salford. Behind Queen's University, Belfast are up into first place, into turn one. That is a very tight left-hander there around Oschersleben, and Salford have managed to stick into second place, with University College Dublin making their mark and putting themselves back into second place. Down the running order go KCL and Vigo, and that's a disaster for what looks to me to be Sheffield, Hallam and Glasgow as well.
Yep, it was Glasgow 18 Giles that went off a little bit, which is not ideal. But meanwhile, we got Vigo, Exeter, and Hull fighting for every tooth and nail right now for position. And the timings keep changing. We don't know who's where and who's what. But apparently, College Dublin is leading, but Exeter's gone into the gravel. Things
dear.
couldn't have gone worse for them, unfortunately, for Exeter.
I know being from Devon, they're used to green spaces, but now is not the time to be at one with nature. University College Dublin are leading with Vigo in second. You're on board with them now. They're under pressure from Hull's A team with Top Hat Tyler behind the wheel, a driver that we know is very, very capable indeed, pushing Vigo to make a mistake. They just about managed to hang on, but they go down the outside. Goes Top Hat Tyler for Hull A. They're side by side into turn one. Hull A have got the inside line, but Vigo are ahead into the chicane, and Vigo go off, and that's Hull A through, and the Hull A are out as well. Hull A have been crashed out by Vigo, and that's also proven a disaster for KCL. Exeter take advantage of that and put themselves up into, oh dear, it's win it or bin it every time for Top Hat Tyler and Hull A, and that is a case of binning it. An absolute disaster for Top Hat Tyler and an unforced error from him. He was punted by Vigo. There will be a steward's inquiry, no doubt. Glasgow University College Dublin in first. In second, it is Southampton. Vigo in third. In fourth, up into fourth are the team from Exeter. Queen's University Belfast are in fifth, and riding the curb there is in fifth is King's College London. Queen's University Belfast are in sixth. I stand corrected and I apologise. King's College London applying the pressure to the team.
What's happening with Strathclyde, Giles?
How have they got there?
How is it?
Oh, they're all going wide and then ending up in the sandpit. That's a disaster for all of those. So that's Hertfordshire's A team. And who else was that, Jess?
I can't remember. There is a lot of racing going on right now, but it is honestly, it is a track that I love. We've gone from one German track to another, and it just shows what
I got plenty of comments to get into here. Absolute Cinema says Joe. Come on, Strathclyde says Charlie. What are these driving standards, says Joe. Henry says Vigo was ahead at the apex, albeit off track. Well, therefore, if you're off track, it doesn't count, surely. Go on, Daniel, says GTV Archangel. Meanwhile, College Dublin have opened up a gap of 5 seconds on Southampton. Vigo are right there with Southampton. Exeter are holding on to fourth, under pressure from King's College London. Queen Mary, 2 seconds behind them, with Queen's University Belfast there as well. Salford in 8th, in 9th it's Glasgow's A team, and York B round out the top 10. Rob up into 10th, says Joe. So Rob there driving for York B. Meanwhile, coming through on King's College London is Queen Mary. Queen Mary side by side. The two London teams duking it out with Exeter ahead of them. Here was the disaster for Vigo and, of course, Top Hat Tyler. But no such drama here for Queen Mary, who get through on King's College London. But King's College London come back at them with a heavy right foot. Who's going to break first is the question, Jess.
We'll have to wait and see. Of course, you can't be late on the brakes too much here in these cars, and these BMWs can be a handful to drive at times. But Queen Mary, by the way, is past King's College London in the background up to 5th, but they keep switching places. Southampton, on the other hand, in 2nd. And oh no, Queen Mary's down to 7th, Giles, and Glasgow A has overtook them as well. Salford's right behind them, so Queen Mary must have made a mistake there.
I know Queen Mary are on the edge of their seats for the next few hours. We were talking to them in between races whilst you were with Monty on the stream. They're crossing their fingers, toes, and all other appendages that they can cross if they're long enough. Southampton managing to get away from Vigo. Vigo really piling on the pressure, driving incredibly aggressively, but just seem to not quite have it. Well, I say that, and they're right there with them. Oh, that's some air there from Vigo. That is some air. I mean, talk about I believe I can fly, but you don't want to go flying in a BMW. It's only going to end one way on 4 wheels very hard. That's not gone well for Vigo. Although then again, they're still only within a second of Southampton, so it's not gone too badly. Queen Mary on the hunt for Glasgow's A team, but Salford are right there looking to the outside of the team from London. They've got the racing line though, and Salford go wide. Queen Mary get away, and they set their sights on the team from Glasgow. Meanwhile, here is Exeter defending against KCL, Jess.
Yeah, Exeter in 4th place is a lot more impressive than what we saw in the last race. They were struggling with the trucks. I think they were a lap down, I believe. So these cars, they seem to have a bit more of a handle. And it's very great to see one of the fastest laps of the race. And then Queen's Belfast and King's College London is like, oh, I want to go faster too as well. So Exeter, a bit further behind on the podium, but they can't afford to lose focus now. With they got 3 or 4, even 5 teams chasing them down for P4.
If I were Exeter, I would be putting third place out of my mind and focusing on holding on into
Definitely.
fourth. Meanwhile, nice save, Javi, says Louis Rolando. To be fair, BMW used to build aircraft. Yes, they did, GTV Archangel, but in much the same way that Saab used to build aircraft, it doesn't quite correlate in my mind to cars. But there we are. That's just a personal opinion of mine. University College Dublin in first place still, 5.6 seconds to Southampton in second. Vigo up there with them in seventh. Meanwhile, here's Exeter in fourth, under pressure, and that is KCL getting as close as you can without swapping body paint. They don't quite make contact, but Exeter will know they're under pressure. King's College London getting very close indeed. This is an incredibly rapid sort of chicane, and that is, wow, how they've not made contact there, I don't know, but really well held by both teams, and Exeter's defence has been really nice there.
That was absolutely lovely because they took your advice, Charles. They weren't concentrating on third, they were concentrating on keeping
Oh!
Commentators curse from both me and you, Giles. Exeter's now down to 5th place, and now Queen's University Belfast is going to get past them. Now Exeter's down to 6th.
You're letting down my mother, Exeter. She's from Tiverton. Come on, put your foot down. Meanwhile, there's Queen Mary in 7th now. They've got past University of Glasgow, and the question will now be, can they reel in Exeter? I don't know whether they'll have to reel in Exeter if Exeter make more mistakes like what we've just seen there. There's Glasgow's A team down in 8th, a position we're not used to seeing them. Exeter have got back past Queen's University Belfast, so they're in 5th. Endor Creative says sim racing is not a sport, no matter how much people want it to be, and if it becomes an official sport, I'm losing faith in humanity. You carry on being grumpy, Endor. We're just going to have some fun. Anyway, Queen's University Belfast are there in 5th. Exeter behind them. They've been duking it out. Exeter seem to have made a mistake, and as a result, Queen's University Belfast are back up into 5th. In 4th, quite comfortably, is King's College London. University College Dublin are in 1st.
They were third coming into this event as well, and I think that their main focus now, obviously because they're out of the running for the title, they've got to get the podium slots in the championship, so that's their focus now. They're out of the running for the title, but they want to get third, surely, to get their best result in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, right?
Oh, one would hope so. Here is Salford, meanwhile. The foot is down, the way they go. Queen Mary Formula Student in 7th. Getting a bit squiffy behind Exeter, and they go side by side. Do Queen Mary, more points available for the team from London as they go through on exit Ra. That's a joke there. Oh, that's not gone well. That's not gone well at all. They've punted off Queen Mary. Queen's University Belfast have Queen Mary. The two queens coming together. There can be only one, in the words of Highlander, and that one seems to be Queen Mary, Formula Student, who go onto the grass through the Pirelli sign, and that allows Glasgow to go through after all that effort they made to get past Glasgow in the first place. That will not be the result Queen Mary will have wanted, but they've got their foot down to start-finish straight, but they've got a lot of pressure on them now, and bump drafting them is Hull A. Top Hat Tyler right in the mix, rubbernecking with Glasgow. Glasgow haven't got a reply. There's only so much track space for these guys. Getting some air is Queen Mary. This is spectacular stuff, Jess.
This is amazing. We can't take our eyes off this as well. We got Queen Mary trying to fight off Glasgow and Hull A in the same corners and the same track as well. And we can see Glasgow just having, even with the default setup, Glasgow seems to be more comfortable on the brakes and the traction.
Possibly, yes, but I must say, I tell you what.
Someone's at a moment.
That's Vigo, so that seemed somewhat inevitable to me. I can't lie. KCL are going to be right then with them. KCL on the approach to Vigo, who ended up in the sand pit. And there is Exeter, who are back up into 5th, in fairness.
Yeah, 5th place for Exeter. I think they can't complain with that right now, considering that is a track that pretty much suits their need, and the car that's probably a lot better suited to them as well.
I must say, after that off, I truly didn't think that they would be able to recover from that, and I must say they are being hunted down quite substantially by Queen Mary, but it's still a decent recovery for the team from Devon. Queen Mary on the approach to them. There's Vigo with KCL side by side with them. Vigo have got the racing line, and we know what their defence is like. We've got, of course, Javi behind the wheel there. KCL having a look. We'll have a look, but not enough. Not close enough to make it count. Has every race had a runaway winner? Not every race, I don't think, Henry. There was a couple earlier that seemed to go between different people. Meanwhile, here comes Queen Mary side by side, rubbernecking with Exeter from the back. There is Glasgow having a look round the outside of the pair of them, but not enough room to maneuver through there. And Exeter might manage to hold on to this. They're going to come together, and they do. And that is Exeter relegated not only by one position, but two. But they get the switch back to Exeter.
Whoa.
Some excellent driving for Exeter here, and they managed to cling on to at least 5th, 6th position. I thought they were going to go right back down to 8th, but that's fantastic stuff from Exeter, who stay right with Queen Mary Formula Student. Well done to Exeter. There's Vigo. They've been passed by KCL. Exeter still on the back end of Queen Mary, as are Glasgow on Exeter's back end, respectively.
Never give up without a fight, Exeter. Like, even though it just shows that they have the pace.
KCL have had a moment, and
No.
Vigo have gone through, and Vigo are away.
There's Glasgow on Exeter, Giles. They're going to try and go around the outside, as well as Hull A as well. They're just also close this midfield pack.
This is fantastic stuff. You're on board with Top Hat Tyler for Hull A, who's got a great view of all of this and might be about to put themselves in the mix as well. Here he comes, getting the slipstream off the back of Glasgow's A team, just waiting for the right moment to dive to the inside. Here comes that moment now. Diving to the inside is Hull on Glasgow. Through they go. A fantastic move for Top Hat Tyler, incredibly clean and slowed down only by the green back end of Exeter, who have lost Queen Mary and now must defend wildly against a storming Top Hat Tyler, who goes slightly sideways but still manages to make it work. Diving to the inside yet again, this time on Exeter, and that is Top Hat Tyler up into 5th, surely into 6th, I should say. And they're 3 abreast, side by side down the start-finish straight. Tyler's got the nose ahead. Who's going to be in there first? Who's going to break first? And who's got the inside line? And that's Tyler just managing to squeeze out Exeter, but Glasgow is still there. Top Hat Tyler having to concede the place to Exeter. Some great racing there.
Oh my goodness, they're just not giving up, aren't they? We've only got about, I don't know how long we got left, about 5-6 minutes, and they're still going at it, but they can't afford to squabble for too long. But Hull A just got past Exeter again, but I know Exeter's going to be like, nope, you're not having this one that easy. I'm just loving this track already. I want more.
We got plenty more. Well, I say plenty more. We've got 2 minutes and 6 seconds on the clock for you. Exeter, unfortunately, seem to have lost momentum as go away do Glasgow and Hull. And, oh, that was a bit squiffy there from Glasgow. Oh, nice and smooth there from Top Hat Tyler. And smoothness, as you were saying earlier, Jess, will result in better standing.
That comes into fruition for all cars. The smoother you are with application on the wheel, the tyres wear less, which means you're able to extend the tyres a lot, in particular in long races. But in short races, they're able to pretty much push right at the end and conserve at the right times.
This has got me so excited. I want to start making my own car noises like a little kid again. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Proper wheel-to-wheel exciting racing here for you at the Formula Student Grand Final of the Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. Giles and Jess with you in the commentary box. Monty out and about. Our very own Ted Kravitz getting close there. Is Hull on Glasgow. This is the battle for 6th, remember. Neither team in contention for the championship, but nonetheless, the wheel-to-wheel racing is impeccable and going down the outside. And looking to the inside, Hull on Glasgow. They touch and they get very sideways and through. Go Hull on Glasgow.
That was crucial for them, but I know Glasgow, well, there was a bit of banging wheels there, a bit of contact being made, but no harm done between the two of them, which is great to see. I think Exeter's nowhere near this, unfortunately, but with Hull A, Top Hat Tyler, he knows what he could do to climb his way back up. Glasgow, of course, has won a race already in the sim racing finals as well, and they want to win another one. Obviously, they can't win it today, but they're just here to have some fun, of course. And there's some games that using default setups is difficult. These cars are definitely a testament to that, and the ones that can adapt to it are doing absolutely brilliantly. The gap that College Dublin are pulling away from Southampton
Meanwhile,
is massive.
Here is Queen Mary Formula Student all over the back end of KCL. 5 seconds on the clock. This will be the last lap. I'm going to assume And could this be a race to the line then? So here's University College Dublin. The clock has run out. So this will be the last lap. And your winners are likely to be the team from Dublin. Yes, indeed. They weave up to the line. They take the checkered flag. College Dublin win this race. And here is the battle for second place. It's Southampton. It's KCL. And it is Queen Mary. Now, who is this? Is this a back marker? And Queen Mary is stuck behind whoever this is in blue. I don't think... Queen Mary going through on KCL, and they're up into fourth. A back marker getting in the way there, and that's allowed Queen Mary to take back a position from King's College London. The Queens take the Kings across the line.
So there we go. So Queen Mary getting past King's College London, but who's going to get this one? Queen's University Belfast or Exeter? It's going to be the team from the southwest of England that passed Ireland.
Sorry, you have to forgive our southwest bias. I'm from Somerset and she's from Devon, so between us. And there's Monty. He's from Jersey. He doesn't count.
He's not from Jersey now, Giles.
He is from Jersey. Just because he moved to Southampton doesn't mean he's not from Jersey. I mean, I live in Cardiff. It doesn't mean I'm not from Taunton. Not that anyone knows where Taunton is. Meanwhile, peak driving from Daniel again says GTV Archangel. That was some spectacular racing, Jess.
I was just on glued to this eyes glued to the screen for a long period of time.
Right out of the gate, there was drama. There's Glasgow going all the way down the running order along with Salford after those two came together. Hertfordshire Hull A, got up there and then were completely spent out by Vigo. And I got a funny thing they'll have something to say about it.
Yeah, I think they will. Quite a few teams will, and quite a lot of people will have them sitting the rigs next to each other, so they'll probably have a little bit of a chatting to.
With all the drama and all the swapping, Exeter got some really decent results and then just got outdriven, but they held on really well, and I'm really impressed by Exeter's
Shame
driving.
with Strathclyde as well. What could have been for them after Monty were chatting with them earlier?
Yes, indeed. Love Strathclyde. They were really welcoming earlier in May. So if you're listening, Strathclyde, love you guys. Meanwhile, through go Vigo there. Vigo and Southampton duking it out there. It's quite interesting to say the least. And oh, look at that. Look at that for a moment. You got the slow-mo there of Vigo. That was the moment they got some air twice over the two curbs. Completely
How did they
launched.
save that?
Javi just managed to hold on there. An impeccable save. Here's Exeter, meanwhile, being bump drafted and harassed by King's College London, and under pressure they managed to end up on the grass. Something being from Devon that we're all too familiar with. It's all green space down there, and Queen's University Belfast took advantage of that and went through as well.
Yes, I mean, we're used to the more. We're used to much hillier services compared to this.
What, over down in Devon?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah. If you drive a car in Devon, expect to learn how to hill start quite a lot.
Quite quickly as well. Low gears. Meanwhile, here's the moment. This was absolutely impeccable. These three going at each other. A bit of a bump draft there from Hull on the back end of Queen Mary. And then they're shuffling and just really vying for position. No quarter given. Some proper close quarters combat between the three of those drivers there. Queen Mary, Glasgow and Hull A. Really, really enjoyed that, Jess. And there's the moment that Glasgow tried to get through on the pair of them. Didn't quite work.
And that was when Exeter and Queen Mary came together.
Really exciting racing. Really exciting racing from start to finish.
And guess what? We've got another race of this to come with pretty much 10 more universities.
Wonderful stuff, Jess. We've got one more of the BMWs at Oschlaven.
I don't know. I'm not German.
I mean, we've got Spaniards in the chat. Does anyone in the chat speak German and just want to phonetically spell out how to say the name of this circuit? I believe it's Oschlaven, but I just want to make sure I get it right. Thank you.
Oschlaven. Thank you.
There we go. Because I mean, there's another German word to consider is the Wankel engine or Wankel engine. Which is it? I'm reliably informed that it should be pronounced Wankel, but then I feel like I'm being pretentious if I try and put on a German accent when I say it. Meanwhile, this was fantastic stuff. A repeat of the move earlier on that we saw between these three. They never gave each other any room. Glasgow now with Hull A, as Hull A swept through on the inside and tried to go through there, punting themselves down the inside. That was a nice move. I really enjoyed that. And there's College Dublin's moment of victory. They went unmolested the entire race, to completely undisturbed. This was very exciting because it was a back marker that caused King's College London to go wide, and that allowed Queen Mary to make up the position, because initially it looked to me like Queen Mary were the ones that were unsettled by the back marker, but KCL went wide. This was then the race to the line, the foot to the floor between Queen's University Belfast and Exeter, and Exeter managed to get a nose in ahead of that, which was wonderful stuff. Do excuse us when we get like that, because we're just, the screens and the cameras are right level with each other, and we're just getting as close as we can to the action. Really exciting stuff. Keep your comments coming in. Where are you watching from? Who are you supporting? What's been your favourite moment of the day so far? We'd love to hear from you. The chat is open. Please come and let us know what you think. Jess, we've got another team that were in with a shout and have come all the way from Ireland, and I think it's worth getting.
No, it's not Ireland. It's from London.
Oh, was it Queen Mary?
Yeah, it's Queen Mary, our championship leaders, and had the biggest chance out of anybody to win the title today. But let's have a VT from them. Roll VT.
Oh, I love this VT. I love this VT. Also, I heard Queen's, and I got Queen's University Belfast
yeah.
and Queen Mary mixed up. Yes.
This VT, I just do
Please.
a quick chat about what they need to do again. And just
Yeah.
remind them.
Of course.
Cool. Go on.
You go and have your water, Giles.
Go and have your water and wee-wees.
Oh, I remember watching that VT.
Yes. It was a good one, wasn't it? I need to move closer to you. Sorry, I'm moving too far away.
Yeah,
How are you finding it so far?
I'm enjoying it.
It's a good one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's very, very good. I'm so glad John's been able to see it and a couple of the high-up and iMac here. This is
I like John.
He's good. I've got a lot of time for John. This
Yeah.
is far bigger than anything they imagined. Hey? See, I know you better than you do.
Yeah.
Uh,
I like that. Look at that photo.
oh, they got the photo out already?
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Oh, what's his name? The one who I saw him at the hotel this morning. Like, and I saw him at the conference room earlier on. He's lovely.
You're going to have to point him out to me. Sorry, I've seen so many people today.
Yeah.
About to go live in 30 seconds. All okay?
No to any filming in the museum or the car, but you could do it in front of the pit stop hedge inside if you wanted to do it.
Where's the pit stop hedge?
Just out the front as you walk out the building.
Oh, the hedge outside the building.
Yeah.
What about the blue curve bit where the race suits are just before you go into the Frank Williams bit?
I would say probably not.
Okay, no
So
worries.
anywhere out here or outside the blue hedge is fine.
Okay,
Blue
no
hedge,
worries.
Green hedge, definitely green hedge.
Green hedge. Thank you
Is
so
that
much for
later
trying,
on?
though. Much appreciated. Okay,
Is that later on then, Monty?
yeah.
Cool.
Try to find a place where to close it.
To close the finale.
Yeah,
We got like 25
heard.
seconds.
I heard. All is good.
Right. Let's go, Monty. Honestly, I loved that VT from Queen Mary. They are your championship leaders going into the final round of the Form Shooter Sim Racing Series. They, of course, won the last round of the Engineering Challenge, and it came down by a whisker, Monty, between them and Glasgow. It was sensational.
It was. I'm just trying to remember what happened last season now. Yes, so Southampton were leading it going into it. Glasgow needed to win it. They also needed to win the engineering challenge. And everything fell their way, and they won it, as you say, by a whisker. Now, it's looking a little bit different this season now, as we've already discussed throughout today. Actually, let's grab that top 5 graphic again,
Yes.
just so we can have a look at those points one last time and remind us, what do Queen Mary University need to do to be able to win the championship today? By the way, Queen Mary, this is definitely a London university, not an Irish one. Apologies for anyone who has been offended by Giles's legendary skills yet again. Islands also do drive on the left-hand side as well, by the way. We've had
Not
that
not
discussion in
not the
past.
right as.
Exactly. So I've now got Giles behind me wanting to strangle me.
I just want to point out, because with the Republic of Ireland is in the EU, I assume they drove on the right there.
Oh no. They just spend with euros, but they do everything our way otherwise.
Oh, do they?
Oh yeah, they're imperialist, you know. None of this metric stuff. We stick to the imperial system, sir.
Dun, 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 dun.
Charles, we don't want to be copyright, right?
You said the imperial. You said imperialism, so therefore I went Imperial March.
1533. That took me 6.5 hours before I got my first Montyism out. That's a new record for me, guys. I've never gone so long before. Right, back to the championship. So, Queen Mary University London, as you can see, after taking a crucial victory in the final of the engineering challenges, that's brought them an extra 50 points and a crucial buffer, which fends them off against the likes of York, who only have to drop 4 points. So they've clawed back that deficit there. So we know now Glasgow, York, and College Dublin are mathematically out of this championship now.
Yes.
This is a two-way fight as we head into the finals. So the first thing that both of them need to do is ensure that they've qualified for Finals A.
Yes.
If they don't, then they have to make sure that they're in the top 5 of Finals B to get into Finals A. Points is the crucial thing. Southampton, it's simple. They have to win this now. Second place isn't enough. They have to win Finals A to get enough points to outscore what Queen Mary currently have at the moment. If that's the case, Queen Mary have to finish 7th or above to hold on to that championship lead. If Southampton win and Queen Mary are 8th or below, Southampton will be the champions. It's that simple, guys. From Southampton's point of view, they've got to make it happen now. And they've got a secret weapon as well. We've seen Nev has returned for Glasgow.
Yes.
Do we remember the driver last year at Southampton with the helicopter, rainbow helicopter?
Oh, yes.
He is back again for this final race. So that is their secret weapon, and we're expecting to see him in the finals.
It's always nice to have alumni coming back. They thought they're retiring for sim racing, but like, no, I want to give it one last go and show everyone what they're made of. And that's the beauty of it. It was nice to see Cohen earlier for Glasgow. Took the win, and
Yeah.
I could. It's hard to tell who's going to be in Finals A or Finals B yet. I'm almost certain Southampton will, because Southampton has pulled off some really consistent performances throughout as well.
Yes.
Queen Mary, there's some races where they've done really well, some races not so much, but they were still like up in the top 5. So it's gonna be tough for Queen Mary, but they've done all they can now. They've done all their races. They're gonna hope that people in the next race have a bad race.
Absolutely. The pressure's really on Queen Mary here to see if they can hold on to the end. It sounds quite simple. They just have to finish 7th or above, but
But
nothing is a
not
guarantee.
really.
Nothing is a guarantee, is it? So
Yeah, we
should
saw
see
that.
what
We
they
saw
get.
that last year as well. And the drop round really comes into effect as well. I am looking at the drop round, and Southampton
Well-
and Queen Mary have to drop off quite, I think, the same amount of points, right?
Yes, they do. And speaking of drop off, I must do the same and give Giles his mic back, because
Yes.
I'm sure we've got a race starting very, very shortly, Jess. I will see you later.
See you later, Monty. That is our event captain, James Monty Montgomery, talking through all the permutations for what Queen Mary and Southampton need to do to win the title. I'm Jess Ball. I'm joined again by Giles Cosgrove, and we got one more race still to go in the final heat in. I don't know how you say it. How do you say the track, Giles?
Osserslaven or Sleven.
Slaven, that's it.
How do you say it?
Oh, Sleven. Okay,
apparently.
there we go. So you say it like that. In the BMWs, we saw some fantastic racing earlier on as well, and it's absolutely spectacular. None of these people racing are in a championship fight, so I think we're just going to have a fun race.
It's all to play for, and when there's nothing at stake, that usually means everything's at stake. If you catch my
Now
drift.
that means there could be a lot more contact, maybe.
Oh yes. So if you missed the race just now, it was probably one of the best ones we've had all day.
Yes.
And that's saying something because we've had some absolute crackers since we started this morning at about 10:30.
I think all
11
races
o'clock.
have been good today.
They really have, for different reasons, they have all been excellent. And we're reliably informed by John Dangerfield, the tall man in the white shirt that you may have seen around and about, that everyone downstairs is enjoying. And here through comes some of the team from Williams, who've been very kind enough to help us put this event on, and we love them for it. So thank you very much to those guys. But if you're downstairs watching here at the Lassie and Williams F1 Experience Centre, I would say give us a cheer, but we won't be able to hear you. But if you are watching downstairs, hello and thank you for watching along. We do appreciate your eyes and ears. And here we go then. De Montfort on pole. UCLM in second place. Here come the lights. The revs go up. Glasgow's B team in third. UCL in fourth. Here we go then. We're underway. The lights are out and the racing is on. And that is a fantastic start for Glasgow's B team as they look to the inside and try and get through immediately. And they do so. And onto the grass goes UCL as well. It's an interesting line to take, but they do so, and they put themselves right. That's Liverpool John Moore, I stand corrected. They put themselves up into first,
contact,
and that's not
Giles.
gone particularly well. They get forced out. De Montfort are now in the lead. University College London are in third place, with Liverpool John Moore's back up into second place. And that is an amazing start for a number of these teams, and that's not an amazing start for Hertfordshire's B team, who go wallowing away back to the rear end of the grid, Jess.
Yeah, not ideal. Harp should be not doing very well in that regard as well. But we got De Montfort, who had done, I think, well in the last few races, leading this one. But of course, they start in different positions in each race. So with De Montfort in the climbing a few positions already, we got a spinner. That was from Aberdeen. Scottish is around.
Oh, Scottish, you had my heart in my mouth there. I thought you were going to end up all right on. De Montfort were leading and they are now at the back. They are now at the back. De Montfort have had enough as well, and that puts Liverpool John Moores into pole position, into P1. Meanwhile, here is York A under pressure from Harriet Watt, who are immediately less pressure than I thought. York A instead putting the pressure on Sheffield Hallam, and they go through onto the inside, do York A. Could this be a victory for the team from York? They've certainly got the time to make it happen. 13 and 25 on the clock. Liverpool John Moore's falling away themselves now, and that means Bolton have inherited the race lead. What is going on with these front runners, Jess?
Honestly, I mean, York A are up to second. I mean, I thought they would close enough to Bolton, but it's like a race that you don't want to lead. Like, as soon as you're in the lead, boom, you have a spin.
30 minutes on the clock. Bolton in the lead. York A up into second place. Sheffield Hallam in third. Harriet Watt on the approach, looking to dive down the inside. Henry Carter saying, come on, Adam. York right behind their driver for their A team. Harriet Watt go through on Sheffield Hallam. Sheffield Hallam relegated down into fourth position. And that's Harriet Watt on the podium for the first time today. Liverpool John Moores were leading. They're in seventh. UCLM were also up in the front. They're now in 8th, Aberdeen down in 9th, and Hertfordshire's B team really struggling. They're onto the grass yet again, and through goes Glasgow's B team as a result. Come on, Hugo, says Adnan. Meanwhile, here is UCLM. They were one of the front runners earlier on, Jess. It's not panned out that way for them. Hull's B team, they're in 5th, with University of Leicester behind them. I'm looking forward to seeing University of Leicester on the track. Not in the back end of Hull's B team, though. That wasn't supposed to happen. But their car for Formula Student is looking very tidy indeed. Bees saying, let's go, Adam. Hugo, my goat, says Alia. Bolton and York A is only a second between the pair of them. Meanwhile, Hull's B team has fallen off the track and cuts right across. That's an unsafe release if there ever was one. And UCLM and Aberdeen take great advantage of that as Aberdeen goes down the inside of UCLM, and they've got the corner. That's their corner, and they put themselves up into 7th place. Frypan 33 says, Max Chambers, I am number one fan. There's only one Adam Shamsol, says Henry Carter. Meanwhile, here is Bolton. Then they've just posted their fastest lap, but so too have York A second and a half. 2 seconds separates them. Is it me, Jess, or is Bolton pulling away here?
Bolton is pulling away, but it was about 2 or 3 seconds, and you can see York closing quite a bit. So York is definitely maybe more consistent as well, but it's roughly about 2 seconds the same anyways. But I can see in some places York A is faster in some sectors.
Here is York A then. They're not in with a shout at the championship, but they've still got their pride, and they're an incredibly proud team. So you can rest assured they will be staying competitive for as long as the race goes on. That's 10 minutes 40 on the clock. Here is Hertfordshire's B team under pressure from both UHB and De Montfort.
De Montfort actually is going to try and go up the inside, but Hertfordshire Holby. And I think Holby's got this one. And someone's at a moment at Sheffield, and he almost hit UCLM. That would have been not ideal for UCLM, but Sheffield are just having some bad luck. It is a shame because they were running so well at the start of the race and then they just dropped down. It's a shame, but it's great to see them racing here tonight.
Reliably informed, according to Henry Carter, York was 3/10 faster the last go round.
Oh, someone's at a moment. That's Hertfordshire B that's had spun round and is in the barrier.
Into the Armco. That's not where you want to be, and they're struggling to get going again, doing Percy the park keeper out of the job. Trying to get that car going. Bolton 2 laps down now with 1 minute, 1 second, 0.6. Okay, that's 140. Okay, so they are 2/10 faster. York A on Bolton with 9 minutes 35 left. 2/10 is fantastic in terms of lapping, but there's 1.8, 1.7 gap between them. Can they close that up? They're going to have to if they want to make a move on it, Jess.
Yeah, and with these races, it was 25 minutes in the actual season, but these are 15-minute races, so there's not really much strategy involved, but in just managing the tyres, really, and they just have to keep consistent lap after lap after lap. It's all well and good being fast in 1 lap pace, but if you're not fast in the whole entire race and you're just not consistent enough, that's where you're going to lose a lot of time. You're not going to gain too much. So you may have to pick your times where you go faster, but that's what Bolton is doing right now. But York A is definitely faster this time by 1.4 seconds.
Well, the gap's coming down dramatically. It's down to 1.2 seconds. It was 1.7 seconds earlier. That gap is coming down. York A are the faster car then. 8 minutes 35 on the clock. You can see your 2 front runners on your screens there now. In blue and yellow, it's Bolton, and in, well, blue and yellow, it's York A. And this is going to be rather interesting then to see how long Bolton can hold on for before York A start making a move. And we know for a fact York A are quite aggressive. It will be elbows out. There will be no quarter given. If I was Bolton right now, I'd be putting my foot down because that gap is now down to under a second, 0.78, 0.8 seconds between the 2 drivers. Here they come across the line. Here is at 140. It's a slower lap for Bolton than they've posted previously, and it was 0.6, 0.7.
It was York A's best lap time.
York A's best lap time, and they were 0.7 quicker than Bolton. Bolton beginning to struggle now. Henry Carter, come on, Adam, as B says, no escape. It might not be for Bolton, but let's not forget though, Bolton are an incredibly competent team with a lot of history here in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Their defence and their defensive driving is not to be sniffed at. They're not going to make it easy for York A. The gap down to 0.3 seconds. 7 minutes 20 on the clock now. Can Bolton hold on to the race win? York A determined to make them give it up. Here is the view from the side of York's car. You can see there is Bolton. They're looking to the inside, but they've got to hold the racing line. There onto the apex they go. Jess, would you be sending it immediately or would you be biding your time?
Biding your time at this stage because we've got 7 minutes left, and sometimes you want a bit of the toe first. You don't want to go for it just yet because otherwise you're gonna have more pressure to try and defend that move. But if you send it maybe in the last minute or 2, then that's gonna be more pressure on the guy behind to try and get the overtake.
Meanwhile, Harriet Watt going great guns, but not as great guns as Liverpool John Moores. Liverpool John Moores were about to overtake them. Then they braked early, and then they knocked into the side of Harriet Watt. It's rather an interesting overtake, I must say. Behind them, University of Leicester and Aberdeen battling it out. There's a lot going on here. The gap, meanwhile, between Bolton and York A, 0.7 seconds now. It's opened up by 4/10. I don't know whether they've listened to your advice, Jess, or whether they've just potentially lost a bit of pace. But, you know, they were not quite as quick as they were. Meanwhile, here's the view from University of Leicester.
York A's taking the lead, Giles.
York A are in the lead. I've spoken too soon. What I say one thing and another thing happens. And that looks to me like Bolton's gone off because that gap has jumped up to nearly 3 seconds. So I think Bolton may have made a mistake there, getting some air on the apex Apex, Wert, Harriet, Watt, Liverpool, John Moore's ahead of them. Meanwhile, Aberdeen have got through on University of Leicester.
Yep, Leicester doing a much better job this time around because they were running in the lead in the first race and then all hell broke loose, which is a bit of a shame for them. But it's good to see Leicester, Giles, in the top 6.
It really is. Leicester is a team I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing out on track. They were one of my favourite cars a couple of years ago. And I'm crossing my fingers they'll get through scrutineering this time around. Meanwhile, Aberdeen have got through on there, and they're now on the approach to Harriet Watt. Here's Liverpool John Moore's view of it all. Clear tarmac ahead of them. All they need to do is get their head down, get their foot down, and make sure they keep out the way of Harriet Watt, who've got more to worry about behind them with Aberdeen on the approach. The gap is 2.3 seconds between Bolton and York A. For Josh Cope, huzzah, says Henry Carter. Let's go, Adam, says B. Hurrah, says Joe Chorlton.
There's a lot going on in the chat right now, and I like that. So keep those comments coming in as well. Let us know who you're supporting as well as we head into the finals coming up very, very soon after, not straight after this race, because they've got some calculations to do to find out who's in which final.
There is some maths to do. But right now, this is the view from onboard Aberdeen's car as they get closer and closer to Harriet Watt, and they dive down the inside. There was an opportunity there, and they took it, and they may have overdone it, and they have unfortunately overdone it. Have Aberdeen and Harriet Watt go back through, flashing their lights. Are the team from Aberdeen? That's not going to do much, is it?
No, it's not going to do them any favours at all as we head through the last 4 minutes of this race, but... With Aberdeen, he's got some very fast pace, but Scottish, don't forget, he had that moment earlier, and they're in fifth now.
Look, Scottish, a legend here at Formula Student. Some interviews to come from some iconic drivers in this sim racing series. After this race with our very own Ted Gravitz, Monty will be coming around with a camera and a microphone to stand by for that. Talk about standing by. Stand by for action. Harriet Watt are under pressure from Aberdeen as they go round the outside, and that's a fantastic move from Aberdeen. What a drive. That is impeccable. Going round the outside of Harriet Watt seamlessly with no contact, putting the power on exactly where they needed to. What an unbelievable move from Aberdeen to put themselves up into 4th place.
I was so impressed with Miss Scottish then. You could tell he has the experience, and he's doing amazing to claw back the time he lost earlier on in the race.
I really do rate that. They've made the journey all the way down from Aberdeen, and it was worth it to see a move like that. Jojo must be very pleased indeed. Really enjoyed that. And Harriet Watt kind of just exacerbating their situation, clipping the grass and losing crucial tenths of a second as a result. And Aberdeen are going away with it now. Meanwhile, here is York A. They've opened the gap up on Bolton to 3.2 seconds. The York team, no doubt, immensely pleased with themselves. The question I have is, was that York overtaking Bolton, or was that a mistake from Bolton that allowed York to just drive on through? I don't know. I would like to find a replay if we could later on. Meanwhile, York going through the chicane there and onto the right now. They've got empty tarmac, 7 laps completed, a 3.2 second gap to P2 with Bolton there. They might have to just settle for P2, I must say, Jess, because with 2.5 minutes to go, I don't see any changes coming on the horizon.
No, I don't think so too. And look who's doing well in P3. Liverpool John Moore's. I wasn't expecting them up in the top 3.
Well, they were leading at one point, I believe, and then obviously within that first lap drama, they did fall off just a little bit, but they've managed to regain some composure and places at the same time, so fair play to them. Meanwhile, Salam Hussein saying the Shamsul dominancy will bore fans. Meanwhile, yes, Jojo is very pleased, says Jojo Scott. I read your mind, Jojo. Meanwhile, Henry Carter says there's only one Adam Shamsul driving along, singing a song, walking in a Shamsul wonderland. Can't believe I just read that out live on the sim racing stream, but stranger things have happened. 7 laps completed. The gap opened up to 5 seconds between York and Bolton. Shamsul clearly at 1 with the BMW around the Osserslaven. I'm not pronouncing that right, but I'm doing my best. Liverpool John Moore's in 3rd, as Jess was saying. That'll be a turnout for the books and a very decent result for them.
Yes, I think we're seeing universities that we're not expecting to do well climb their way up, like Harriet Watt, for example, 5th spot. Glasgow Beeston in 8th place. We still got some teams that are still getting some very good points here.
This is the thing. I think a lot of these drivers are capable of more that we just don't see because their own sim setups at home aren't as good as other people's. Whereas you've got a fairly decent level playing field across the board here. Apart from those teams that aren't here for various reasons. And I think that we're seeing drivers that haven't usually caught our attention managing just because of their own driving ability rather than being held back by budgetary.
What we saw last year, there was quite a few people that do a lot better with these high-end Fanatec rigs and their rigs back at home. As I was saying, Liverpool John Moores were doing well. They're down to 4th place at the moment, which means the Scottish is up to 3rd.
That's a podium position for McScottish. Jojo Scott will be dancing around the living room in Aberdeen. An excellent result then for Aberdeen as McScottish gets the Scottish team onto the podium. How many times can I say Scottish in a sentence?
Loads of times.
Absolutely. 15 seconds between Bolton and Aberdeen. 21 seconds on the clock. It's just a case of making sure they keep it clean now for McScottish to hold on to this podium position. The clock is beginning to run down. All that stands between Aberdeen and a podium are the next 3-4 corners. If they just keep it clean, Bolton ahead of them, and ahead of them it's York, who've completed 8 laps. The question then is, the leader is on the final lap. The leader is on the final lap. Have we got one more to go? I don't think so. I think this is it. I think the line is beckoning. York A have done immensely well. A 5-second gap between themselves and Bolton. They weave across the line. They know they've done it. York A take victory in this race of the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. The crowd going wild here in the Esports Lounge. Bolton takes 2nd. And can Aberdeen keep it clean to keep 3rd?
I've
There's one more corner to go. Here is the start-finish straight. They've surely done it, Jess. They're weaving along. They know they've done it. Aberdeen claim the podium, and McScottish has got 3rd. And that's Liverpool John Moores taking 4th with Harriet Watt in 5th, University of Leicester in 6th, and UCLM from over in Spain taking 7th. Glasgow's B team bringing up the rear in 8th. Sheffield Hallam will finish in 9th, and De Montfort will finish in 10th. Jojo Scott sending us a dancing emoji. Vamos David says FK Martin G. Henry Carter says let's go champ. And Robert Brown saying let's go Adam.
Woo!
Plenty of love for York here at the Sim Racing Lounge of the Atlassian Williams Formula One Experience Centre. That's a lot of words. And woohoo, proud mum, says Jojo Scott. I'm not surprised. Meanwhile, they're waving the York flag behind us. Other Formula student teams are available. Just not all of them have brought their flag to wave behind us. There they are. There are your race winners.
And we had the Spanish flag earlier on as well. Oh, it's great to see the support from all the teams, because there's people that came in today that don't sim race, but they're doing lots of other stuff.
The first team to put our faces on a flag and wave that at Cop's Corner, I'll buy them a pint.
So, they haven't got that long to do it, Giles. They got till Saturday.
Here's the replay then. De Montfort were starting on pole, and then through came Liverpool John Moores with a fantastic move around the inside. I'm not entirely sure that stayed within track limits, but it was incredibly bold nonetheless. That was very dramatic. There, talking of drama, there's Hertfordshire's B team spinning out like a spinning top. Meanwhile, that looked to me to be Aberdeen's moment there. And they did manage to recover and get into 3rd there. Meanwhile, FK Martin G says, Vámonos en la próxima media. Mitch Marie Motorsport says 4 different drivers, 4 podiums, 0 practice. Big up Bolton Racing. Yeah, fair play. Fair play indeed. Hertfordshire's B team there being relegated down. Sheffield Hallam being overtaken by McScottish. Sheffield Hallam off the track. Wasn't a great race for Sheffield Hallam. They tried, but it just didn't pan out their way.
I'm absolutely glad, because I keep saying, oh, that's a good race for them, and then they just have a moment, which is absolutely.
You were trying to find a polite way of saying bin it, weren't you?
Yeah, and I think what a race for Adam as well for York, because it's his final race as the head of drivers for York.
Fair play to Adam. You know, fair play to congratulations to Adam there. They would have wanted that. What a way to go out for Adam, because we know who's coming for York. He's in the Ferrari Sim Racing Drivers Development Programme, and if he doesn't have an opinion, it's just because he doesn't know about it. Dylan Warren will be driving for York in the finals, no doubt. So. Meanwhile, here's Leicester and Aberdeen side by side. This was brilliant stuff.
I think Aberdeen was good.
We've had some really great racing with this combination.
Yeah, I think generally it's been very clean with this combination. They've been able to give so much room. I think I've noticed the further we get into this competition, the more they're getting used to the rigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful stuff all round. So we're about to go into the final of the Sim Racing Series. We've got Final B first. and then final A. Before that, there's some point scoring to be totting up. So as a result, we're going to get some interviews with people. York are over the moon. They're cheering. They're very happy. Congratulations. Well done. We're about to go on the stream. Do you want to come and say hi on the camera? Do you want to come and say hello?
There you
Here's
go.
your race winner.
There's your way.
Round of applause for your race winner then, York, if you want to make a fuss. They're very...
I heard the drivers for York as
Your last
well.
race. Congratulations, man. Well done. That's some
That
really
was
sick stuff.
amazing.
So, plenty more to come of that variety, because in a minute we're going to send Monty out with a camera and a microphone, and he's just remembered that we're doing that, and he's just walked away and he's gone to go and get it. Meanwhile, Henry Carter's saying that's head of drivers. Henry Carter, Adam, yes, you know, by popular demand, you know, you ask, we provide.
We had to get them. And by the way, Finals B is taking place at 4:30. They're joining in the lobby, and the race starts at 5:25.
Which gives us half an hour's break. So Henry Carter saying, yeah, just stand there very awkwardly. Well, unfortunately, the poor guy didn't really have a microphone, so he did his best. And that's all you can ask for, really. We're doing our best. We're having quite a good time, aren't we?
Yeah. It's been very, very good, but one other person who's also had a good time is Monty, and we're going to throw it to him now.
I don't know which camera we're going to. There he is.
Thank you, guys. So, I hope you guys have enjoyed that. That's the 4 heats done now. Time to go and calculate, work out how everyone has done. This is essentially qualifying. We're now going to have Finals B and Finals A happen in half an hour's time, which gives us a chance to kind of go for a wander around and meet some of the people who have helped to put this event together, and all of the competitors that you've been seeing this season. Let's put some faces to the names, shall we? So let's see who we have got lingering around. Oh, old face Bolton. Hello, guys. How are you all doing?
Right, I'm going to stop the live now and go live for Finals A so I could charge my phone. So thank you for watching. We'll see you for Finals A.
Have you got a spare charger? Could
Yes.
you put my phone on charge? Thank you. I'll just pass it to you, just. Don't forget
Yes.
you're still tethered, by the way. What is this meme that York have made of me? I could do with seeing.
You haven't. Look at Discord.
I can't look at Discord. I don't have access to it.
I'll show you in a minute.
I was under the impression York had made a meme of me.
That's me on the floor.
Oh, is that you? Oh my god.
I don't know it's on the general chat, but apparently York made some sort of meme and I could do with seeing it.
1 hour, 38 minutes till 4. Right, I need to charge my phone. I'm not going live till Finals A anyway on
When is this
Instagram.
wind?
I don't know. They made reference to a meme.
I can't see anything.
Oh, don't worry then. Well, what a problem, I'm not a fourth.
Oh, hang on, I've got a better idea. It charges quicker with that USB thing. Right?
Safe hands here. Are we going to see you guys back next season? What's the kind of plan going
There you go.
last year? What about you guys? Are you going to be here this year for that generation? Next generation?
How's it going, guys?
Yes, I'm loving it.
As long as it looks good on your end, we're happy.
Yeah. We've got a decent break now, so have a little rest.
Yeah, got half an hour.
Yeah, I'm going to go and use the bathroom.
But not a break for the people who have to do the maths.
Have to do
The maths for who's in Finals A and Finals B.
Oh, it's done. It's done.
Oh, is it already done?
I've just done that.
Oh no! Oh, nice,
Well,
nice.
we've only got the first final, because the second final has some drivers from the first. So we're going to leave that till later. But yeah, it's way quicker this year because we have a spreadsheet that just does most of it.
Oh, cool. Well, it took a while last year, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. So yeah. Well, fingers crossed we got it right. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Let me check the. I think I've got access to the spreadsheet as well. I'll have a look to see who's where. I'm hanging nose. We've got time.
I then applied, got the job, worked for a year, and actually offered me a paid position as a data engineer for that next season. So this series got me into the deadline. I did not realise that. Thank you so much for that, Jack. What did I say, guys? From gamers to engineers, this is what the sim racing series is all about. Jack, best of luck. Enjoy the finals. We've got our fingers crossed for you guys. And likewise, everyone at Bolton, good luck. We'll see you later on. Take care for now.
Right, let's see who else we can go and pester. We've got Jess just chilling down on the comms box there, probably having 10 minutes. You've been doing a lot of speaking today. We just in that mode now.
Yeah, I'm just chilling. I need a break right now ahead of final to be at 4:30. So you keep going. I'm gonna have a bit of a chill for the next half an hour.
Yes, ma'am. Right, let's carry on the wandering. Let's see who else we can find in here. Right, Magic. Everything you've been seeing today, we can thank this team here.
You guys have been putting on a show all day, so fancy back and seeing you in there. I like it. That's okay. All good. The mic's flashing the bad. I'm trying to work out everything's quite actually. You can still hear that. Okay. Very good. Right. So we have a one and see. Okay. That's very good. Right. James Squares. Off we go into this way. Let's see who likes in here. So, James, how have you found the racing so far today?
I would go in there, but Monty's in there. Nice. Do. I'm looking at my chat to see if I've got any people. By the way, you won't be able to see VTs because it's not the actual sim racing stream. It's on the Formula Student channel. So you won't be able to see that. So the VT, so if you search Formula Student UK, you'll be able to see the actual VTs and all that stuff. Oh, untoward, you're going to possibly going to Silverstone. Yes, go Silverstone. Yes, you will not regret it. It's meant to rain though this weekend. It's meant to rain. I need a Formula Student coat. Oh, I want to go. That's not there.
So, I was looking for elastomers because most of them are for using the demos. Luckily, we had one bad, but that's always like
Plus, we've got one more in your band.
Yeah.
Hence they call you.
We do.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry.
I don't know how you're still watching me like chilling at the moment. Massive shout out, by the way. That's what we get in our downtime. Oh my god. I'm just getting the. No, I want the actual stream, not the channel name. Duh. Oh, for goodness sake. Do 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 do.
How far behind are we?
Pardon?
How far behind is the stream?
I have no idea. And Monty is Santa. Oh!
Well, we're not walking down there at all. We're pretty much trapped up here for now. So I need to bring Scottish up here so we can do our presentation.
Hello.
And
Do you want to go and get
hello,
it?
Jess. Yeah. As Rob is not willing to come off his simulator to go and grab his teammate, we need to go and find him instead. So would one of you guys be okay to quickly dash down and see? I'll tell you what, James, are you okay to do that? Just grab a Scottish and bring him up here. Fantastic.
Run, run, run.
Yes, run, run, run. Right, so I've kind of interviewed all of our volunteers, who I think it's safe to say, without them, we would not have been able to have enjoyed this season, could we, guys?
Absolutely not. Without them, all it would be us three talking about Formula Student for 2 hours. And in the winter, that's a bit difficult when we don't know what anyone's building, what anyone's designed. So without them, we'd have no show. And we're immensely grateful because let's not forget that they're taking the time out of their daily schedules and they work immense hours. A lot of them work in motorsport, in Formula One. We know the sort of hours that they're working, and yet they're also allowed taking the time out of their schedules to put this on for the students and to allow the next generation to come through with the skills that they've got, or in fact didn't have the opportunity to accrue over the course of their time at university. So, you know, they're legends. And they're also fun to hang out with and go for a drink as well.
Or go to Toby Carvery with as well for some of them.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. I mean, to be honest with you, the food at Formula Student is one of the highlights. I mean, the mixed grill yesterday was passable, but it was a mixed grill, so it'll do.
Yeah, can't really add on to that one. Jess, what's it been like for you? This is your second full-time season with us now.
Yes, honestly, it's been great. Of course, I found out about this series from Monty from LinkedIn because he found my LinkedIn and thought I was good. Don't know why, but there we go. And I've enjoyed it ever since. And it's nice to be back at Williams. Always been so accommodating. The volunteers have been great. High Vis have been absolutely fantastic of making the racing look fantastic as well. And moving on the scene together as well. And this is the first time I'm doing the actual 4-week of Formula Student. So as soon as I'm done at Williams, I'm off to Silverstone tomorrow.
Fantastic, and yes, the fun will continue there when we move over to Silverstone for the main event.
Here he
James
is.
has come back with some good news. Look, Scottish, everyone.
Hey.
From Scotland. The main racer from Aberdeen has been. I'm so sorry we dragged you up here, Callum, but honestly, this season you have been one of our heroes for the season. Obviously, the memorable last name, the very enthusiastic family who've been supporting you throughout. And of course, we made the bet as well. You can tell that we're all professionals at the start, can't you? And obviously, we made a bet with you at the beginning of the season, didn't we? About you had to try and get a 5th place finish or better.
Yep, I remember that.
You may have achieved this more than once.
Yep, definitely.
Including today.
Including today. You've done it 3 times. So, Giles,
Yes.
I would like you to do a quick interview with Callum about how fantastic he has been this season, whilst I go and get our bet.
Lovely. So, up in Scotland, you've been working away fairly hard to get the results that you have, and you've made a real name for yourself in the sim racing. It's always been a pleasure to commentate over your driving. What's your approach? Because the cars and the tracks change every round, and yet you're fairly consistent. So what's been your approach over the past year?
Mainly just have fun. That's my main thing. As well as just constantly sim racing outside of the Formula Student sim racing series. So, yeah, just since starting the Formula Student sim racing series, I've started doing more sim racing outside of it as well. So that's what sort of helped me.
What was your favourite round this season?
Definitely the GeForce Magellan, the one I got one for.
Yeah, that's a good call.
It was a very fun race. Still kind of disappointed I missed out on the podium, but
Hey, you got a podium here
Got a
at
podium
Williams, and we know Jojo's watching. Hi, Jojo. Come on, your mum's been your greatest supporter, and she's been fantastic.
yeah, hi mom.
So, as we've said, a bet was very much made, and we've all chipped in for this because you really do deserve it. So, in honour of everything Scottish, tartan trousers, as promised.
Thank you very much. Am I the first driver to receive a?
I think so.
I think you might be. I think.
Say the question again, sorry.
Am I the first driver to receive a gift?
I think he might be.
I
I think
don't
he
know.
might be.
The first to have received a gift from a bet from us. So well done for proving us wrong. I have one request, however. They have to be one for the finals.
Oh, there will be.
Yeah.
Rob, who told us what your trouser size was, so we should.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping
Yeah,
they're going
I-
to fit. I'm really hoping
I,
they're going to fit.
I remember that message.
Oh dear, you knew exactly this was coming, didn't you?
I knew you were gonna do it live on the broadcast. I just had that feeling. It was.
So that's why you weren't happy with me
I
coming.
wasn't happy at all.
You knew you this impending dread all day
Yeah.
waiting for this moment, wasn't there? But you only had to wait 7 hours, so it wasn't too
Only so that.
only 7 hours. But no, so there we are, guys. I think honestly, from all of us, well done. You've been our hero for the season. enjoy your tarts and trousers. We can't wait to see you sporting them for the final as well. Callum Scotland, aka McScottish, everyone. Right, okay. Let's go for a wander back in there, guys. See what else is going on. I think we've got a few more minutes to kill before the final grids get published.
About 3 minutes.
About 3 minutes. Fantastic. Or what? 3 minutes until we go racing, or until they get published?
One of the two.
Well, we're waiting.
Well, that's vague.
Until published, I believe.
25 too, I think the race starts.
20. It's half past.
This is
join.
slick.
Half past join. 25 for the race start.
We have 10 minutes. So what I'm going to propose, if you have any of the producers listening, is we've had a fantastic video played at the very beginning of today
yes,
by the Vigo team. So I think for those who missed out the very beginning today, shall we let the audience see how the season has unfolded so far?
I was really hoping you'd be able to get this lined up to play it again because it's a cinematic
amazing.
masterpiece.
Honestly, it was amazing. When Monty showed me it earlier on, it was fantastic.
Absolutely. Do we think we can roll a VT on that one again, guys? That would be fantastic if we can. If it can't be,
We'll just
then
keep waffling.
we'll just keep waffling because I've got lots of air to go for a while yet. So, okay, I've got a thumbs up from behind there. Okay, in that case, enjoy the season highlights so far. We'll come back for the final shortly. Roll the VT. Holy hell, this is absolute chaos. That was fun. Just waffle for 20 odd minutes.
That was brilliant.
Nicely done. Callum, did you see the race highlights from Oshliben? No. Oh, we caught a clip of you lying on the floor.
Yes.
Oh.
Have you not seen the announcements?
Did you not see what we were doing?
Look at this, Monty. Hold on. Oh, well,
Was part of what the announcement that we did about your final day.
Oh, amazing.
look at.
Oh, I like
Right,
that a lot.
we got
Your final day has that in it.
Jazz. That's the finals B.
Okay. We've got an idea of where we're going to close.
Harriet Watt on pole, Exeter in second, Aberdeen in third, Hallam in fourth.
So it's in the order of where they finished it overall in points.
Lovely.
So yeah. So that means Queen all championship contenders are in final day. That's good news.
So what we're going to do is bring. At the moment, it's Queen Mary. Southampton with Queen Mary from below 8. Southampton. Queen Mary here.
Yes.
5.
Can we get them up in here?
Absolutely. Oh, I'm getting everyone in for the finals 8.
Yes.
Please.
Oh, that was so much fun earlier. Even if they just sit like over there.
Honestly, this is brilliant. It's more than we deserve, to be fair.
But
It's awesome, isn't it?
we need to find out them like Charlotte was my favourite race.
I
I like Charlotte because of the whole chaos.
Charlotte was good. I think for the how smooth it went, Magello is a top favourite.
Yeah, Magello was brilliant. It was Magello that it was Charlotte then Magello. Because me and Giles wanted NASCAR in an oval for ages, didn't we, Giles?
The Charlotte's Roval with the MX5s is my favourite round.
My personal favourite was the V8 Supercars, purely because that's the combination.
Henry from York saying this is sick. Of course it is.
I'm hoping, is this playing downstairs? Have they finished the career stuff?
No, they haven't yet.
Looks like a proper movie trailer, honestly.
I think it's about to finish, so get your headset on.
Hang on, move to the right. We always keep moving to the left. We've got to move back to the right.
We're going to do season highlights just to fill out. So they're going, race highlights of today. So they're going to show the replays again for you guys to just chat through.
So here are some of the race highlights from today. We kicked off this morning with, of course, the Knockhill circuit up in Scotland and the Citroen C1s. The winners were fairly clear cut. There was a fair bit of drama, and those that didn't get involved in the drama won, naturally, oddly enough. I just want to say thank you to Gabriel from Vigo, who did an absolutely impeccable job on the intro video for the season thus far until today that you saw just now. We also played it at the beginning of the coverage. It really was absolutely spectacular. As has been said, Henry Carter saying that it was sick. Joe Chollerton saying it looks like a proper movie. It really, really fantastic. Gabri, otherwise you can follow him online as Not Casalas. Banging video for real, says Snakey. And Javi made the music as well. So that was really, really special. Really, really thank you to them. Don't forget, if you fancy it, you can get the behind the scenes here in the commentary on our Instagrams. You can follow Jess on JessGames95. You can follow me, if you fancy it, on Giles_Cosgrove. But more to the point, I'm also live on the Formula Student Online 101 Instagram account, which you can see is the podcast Instagram account. So we do a Formula Student podcast now, fronted by myself and Cheryl Bucknell, with James and Jess and Luke and everybody jumping in for good measure. We'll be filming content at Silverstone this year. So if you want to get on camera, want to talk to us, then please come and find us. We'd love to have you. So far, we've come to Williams. We've come here for the very first episode. We went to University of Hertfordshire to see all of their latest facilities. They've had a real redo of the buildings. We've also gone to Mercedes AMG High Performance Powertrain, which was really cool to see. And there's also been some, I think we actually went to, I think it was Silverstone with Monty and his C1s, and Cheryl got behind the scenes at that. We're waiting on that one in the edit. We also went to Exeter as well. Myself and Monty took a trip down to Exeter to see their Formula Student team. All of that content is available online. Just search Formula Student Online into YouTube and you can find the podcast there. And if you search FS Online 101, you can give us a follow over on Instagram for all the latest podcast content, plus plenty of Formula Student memeage, courtesy of a certain Gibbo, if you're familiar with his work. Meanwhile, it says Not Casella says technically a friend of mine also helped with the music, so it's more than a Vigo production. I mean, at the end of the day, the video was fantastic. So thank you ever so much to everyone who helped make that happen. Right now, we're headed towards the B final. We can't really get you the graphics at the moment, but what we actually know who's in the B final. Here are some of the drivers heading into the B final. We should be able to bring you who is going into the B final now. Some of these are just sitting down behind us, getting ready to spectate on the big screen. There, I'm mirroring. There we go. There's John, and there is Monty.
We've got everybody.
Mr. John Dangerfield, how are you, sir? Are
guys?
you good?
Very well. Is it all going well?
I think so. Are you enjoying yourself?
Yeah, I'm amazed at how brilliant a job you guys are doing, and throughout the year as well. I think it's amazing what we do here for sim racing, and unique for around the world as well.
I don't think any other Formula Student event in the world does a sim racing event like this. So it's always welcome to have the support of the white shirts. So thank you very much indeed.
No, absolutely, and that's what we've got to do as well. And a big thank you to Williams for enabling this. It's just, I think back to my time at Formula Student, just the opportunity to come to an F1 factory to do this. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
You might have to repeat most of that because we didn't have a microphone on you, but basically John's just singing the praises of the event and the fact that back in the early 2000s, I mean, the internet was run by a hamster running in a wheel, and nothing like this could have existed and didn't exist at the time. And here's Monty with a microphone.
Hello, I was going to say, we've got 5 minutes to go until the next race, so do you want to hop off your chair, Giles, and actually do that as a proper interview with John?
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Let's grab the microphone and let's go and do it that way. So for those in the Formula Student community, John Dangerfield needs no introduction. He's been doing this for well over 20 years now. And
23rd year.
23rd?
This is my 23rd year this year.
Oh, my mic's off too. Right, what's going on?
Nice and slick.
Is it out of battery?
Out of battery.
We're still here, don't worry. We've just lost the battery on the microphone with Monty. We'll be able to bring you an interview with John as soon as we possibly can, so do stay with us. We're just anticipating going racing again for the second to last time today. So there we are. John's going to sit down with me here in the commentary table, and we're just going to have a chat about what this event means to FS as a whole. Because we're about to go to Silverstone tomorrow for Formula Student 2025 at the Hybrid British Motorsport. But over the past few years, since this started during the pandemic as something to fill the void, it's gone from strength to strength under Monty's helmsmanship. I joined the second year, Jess joined the third year, and behind the scenes there's been a consistent team of stewards and organisers who've made this happen. They've been absolutely fantastic. I think this is the first time that you've come to Williams to see it all in action. How's that been for you?
I'm absolutely blown away by what you guys have done here, not just at this event, but also consistently through the year, and the amount of hits that you get on the website, and the sheer amount of people that are just involved in this blew me away. I mean, this is something that truly is a testament to what Formula Student does, and I think it's unique in the world.
I don't, to my knowledge, there isn't another. I think they've tried. There's one somewhere in Europe where they've tried, and I think there was a collaboration proposed, but it never came to anything. But I think consistently, I think we've been the most consistent, and I don't know of any other team, any other FS event globally that does anything of this scale with the sponsorship that we've got here with Lassie and Williams, who've been absolutely impeccable, and we are so grateful to them for not only the facility, but the people that they've laid on to help us, who've been impeccable throughout the week.
And I think, you know, we've literally just come from downstairs now, where all the guys that have been having a break from their sim racing have been getting, you know, strategic advice on how to make applications for early careers, graduate placements at Williams. You know, I think back to how, you know, what it was like when I was a student, and the opportunity to come to a Formula One factory, one, to race virtual race cars, see the Formula One factory, see the amazing museum that's downstairs, and then be given specific insider advice on how to make that application to get into Formula One. You literally can't buy those opportunities. No. So, you know, it's a big thanks to the volunteers that enable this, and to Williams themselves for actually inviting us to this amazing facility. And if you ever get a chance to see it in real life, you know, the images that we're showing just don't do it.
No, they really, if you come here, especially the museum downstairs, you get emotional looking at it, because it is 100%. Basically the history of Formula One. And obviously the story of Frank Williams is incredibly inspiring, running the company out of the phone box to become world champion, and consistently world champion with some world-beating cars, all of which are here.
Yeah.
And to come to that, I mean, it's a celebration of engineering, of British engineering, and of tenacity, which is one of the key skills that you learn through Formula Student, because no doubt everything that can break will break, and even the stuff that shouldn't have broken will break, and you just got to keep going.
100%, yeah. So the museum downstairs literally has a car from every single year that Williams has been competing. And you do get a bit of goosebumps, but it was also quite, well, I'm fortunate enough, I've been around the museum before, but this time we were walking around and there was a big gap missing, and it was Red 5 that James Vowles was driving at Goodwood at the weekend. And I'm like, I saw that on TV. It just blows your mind.
James Vowles was knocking about all of yesterday, kept coming in and out while we were having meetings, and hi, James, if you're watching. Didn't really want to approach him and say, hey, would you like to come on the Formula Student podcast for an interview? Because when you're at work, being bugged by some random guy that you've never met before is a bit awkward. But James, you'd be welcome to come on the podcast at any point you like.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever say no to that. But I think this is just such a great opening event for Formula Student Week. And I'm really excited, despite the dodgy weather that is looking for the end of the week. Yeah. That being said, this is an opportunity. I know when we did Formula Student back in the day, we took advantage of the wet weather during the strategic times when we put in our runs on the Saturday when we were doing figure eight and sprint and acceleration. Slightly different back then in 2001, 2002. But we actually used the rain to our advantage. So a lot of people were putting banker laps in. It was a green track, and we waited till the very last moment of the day and actually put those times in.
Even to this day, we know that works, because a couple of years ago, Coventry waited until the last moment to run in sprint and managed to beat.
And we didn't get it on stream.
We didn't get it on stream. No, Jess. Jess has just pointed out that was the year that everything got flooded. But yes.
Don't forget, though, we've put it all into the mix this year because we've got unlimited runs this year.
Exactly.
So there's no hanging around and trying to drop your strategic runs anymore. We're talking about you can literally go on and keep hitting it. So I'm really excited for this year.
This is going to be really good. And I think this year, and until we see who shows up, especially within the terms of the UK teams, there's no clear-cut favourite because all the big teams have had issues. I mean, I can't talk about all of it because they'll lynch me, but I know we both know for a fact that a lot of the big players from the UK Formula Student scene have all had significant problems right in the run-up to Formula Student. And we know, and there's a team coming over from France, I know that. Bizkaia are coming as well. So there are some strong European teams coming as well. And we know foreign teams do well, as evidenced by the past couple of years. Edith Cowan last year at considering. This could be wide open this year.
I think there is no point predicting it. I am really keen to see how some of these teams do in the statics. I'm a static judge myself, or an ex-static judge, and I think it sets the tone for the rest of the week as well. So I think they've got to hit that really hard. There's no time wasting at the moment now. You can be preparing, thinking about the stock questions, the stump answers that you need to do. So I think there's a lot of opportunity even now to get those extra marks out of the statics, the design, the business, the cost. And that really then sets you up for the best opportunity for Saturday with all your unlimited run-ins, and then really get a robust, strong car for the endurance.
So if you weren't aware, we've got for the first time at Formula Student UK, and we're one of the very few, if not the only event in the world that does this, we have got unlimited runs on the Saturday across all dynamic events. So that is acceleration, that is skid pad, and that is sprint. So you get your minimum of 4 runs, but if you want to have another go, you can. And that's never happened before at FS, or certainly hasn't happened in a very long time. And what you can do then is you will have to sacrifice your fastest time. So if you've got 2 drivers, driver number 1 wants to go again, driver number 1 sacrifices their fastest time and posts another time. It might be slower, it might be faster. Therein lies both the drama and also the reason to do it in the first place. It's very similar to Indy 500 qualifying, as Jess has pointed out, and she's not wrong. So that's all to come on the Saturday, and we're really looking forward to that, because there are a lot of teams that parade around and say, oh, we're the fastest this and we're the fastest that. And by all means, if you go straight off the pure results of, for instance, acceleration, that 75-meter straight line, foot down, go, then, for instance, then Oxford Brookes would be considered the fastest. This is an example. But bear in mind, of course, that they wouldn't have won if it had gone off the fastest time overall, because the only reason they won is because in the top 6 shootout, the electric car that they were competing against, who was faster in the qualifying for sprint and for acceleration, it failed. So it's something like that. We say, okay, fine, you've got unlimited runs, because if it hadn't have failed, if they lost that run, they could have gone again once they got it working. Absolutely. And then they might have been faster. Yeah. So it's situations like that where you can end up with, hang on, we can finally see who truly is the fastest in a straight line round a corner on the circuit.
Yeah, and do you know what? I think it's an underrated part of the event, but the figure 8 is a superb way of testing just how well your car's handling, throttle response,
suspension specifically, to my mind, because obviously you're
yeah.
changing the loading and making sure you maintain that patch of contact between the tyre and the tarmac.
Because, well, the overall pace of the car on the acceleration is a great marker. It's not a particularly difficult or skillful thing to do. I think when you get onto the sprint and linking in with the cone penalties and everything that you get with that can be a better test. But the figure 8 is a pretty good indicator of whether you've built a solid, stable, drivable car as well.
Absolutely. Well, John, it's real great to see you, as always.
Thanks,
and I come swing by the commentary box over the weekend. It'd be great to see you
Will
there.
do. Keep up the great work. The stream is amazing. Well done.
Thank you to everybody who's been watching as well. We really appreciate it. Jess is going to jump back in. John's going to say bye for now. We're moments away from going racing again. Jess, tell me, how excited are you?
I am very excited, and I've got some news, Giles, about how the finals positions were allocated.
I thought it was going to be news about the Dacia Sandero.
Oh, I wish it was too, but no. The allocation of the finals is based on average grid position. Bolton is going to be on pole for finals A because they've got an average position of 2nd overall.
Bolton on pole for final A?
Yeah, for final A. And Harriet Watt, they just missed out on finals B. They got an average position of 8.5. The driver that's in, the team that's in finals A that qualified 15th and just made it, best average position, 8th. So they were 0.5 of a difference, making it through to finals A for Harriet Watt.
Hopefully we're able to bring you the graphics of how that lines up. But essentially, if you're in final B, and especially if you're on the on pole position for final B, then that means you just missed out on being on the back end of final A. The difference between them is an average position of 0.5, which is mad. Monty wants the headphones by the looks of things. He has news. Is it the Dacia Sandero?
Is it the Dacia Sandero, Monty?
No, I drive far better things than a Dacia Sandero. I have a Kia Niro called Robert, because it's Niro. Anyway, back on... No, I was just going to add on to what Jess was talking about there. So how we determine the grids for the finals. So it's your average positions from your heats. So that's why Bolton are on pole, because they've had 2 firsts and 2/3 or 2 seconds and 2/3, something like
Which
that.
averaged out to a P2.
Exactly. So they've always been consistent there, and that's why they've averaged at 2.5. So it's an average of those 4 positions. So that's why Harriet Watts are where they are, because they average a position of 8.5, etc., etc. So it's not quite points, which for the qualifying determination, it was their average position from those 4 heats. That's how we're determining the grid. Unfortunately, we don't have any graphics, but hopefully, if we get some live coverage coming on, maybe James can pull through the grid like we do in the normal races. Hope that helps to clarify it, though, guys.
Yes. I think that clarified it for me. We've got the list of who's qualified where for finals B in a moment.
He's the event captain, and there's part of me that wants to refer to him from now on as
Don't
captain
forget, Giles, there's a
clarification. Here
start.
we go then. Harriet Watt on pole, Exeter in second, Aberdeen in third, and Sheffield Hallam in fourth. The lights are up, the revs go up as well. We're about to go racing for the penultimate time today at the Williams Esports facility, and away they go. And that is an absolutely impeccable start for Aberdeen from third as they go round the outside of Exeter and Harriet Watt into turn 1. They get crowded out though, and on the grass is University of Hertfordshire. Is that the A team or the B team? Both of them are in the final here. Aberdeen up into P1, Exeter in P2, and that's Sheffield Hallam down into P3. York B are in 4th, Harriet Watt in 5th, Glasgow's B team in 6th, Salford in 7th, in 8th it's University College London, USM, Strathclyde are in 9th, and in 10th it's Hertfordshire's B team. It's Hull B team, sorry.
And this is the track that they're going to be racing at a finals B, and that is Suzuka. Suzuka is a very technical circuit. The S's are absolutely spectacular. We had a driver these yesterday as a test race, and they're just so much fun to drive. Glasgow B almost passed Harriet Watt there.
Glasgow B are also a glitch, so if you see a random black spot on your screen hasn't broken. That's Glasgow's B team for reasons that we're not quite sure of, but unfortunately that's the way the cookies crumbled here.
Yes.
Meanwhile, UCL go through on Glasgow, and Harriet Watt punt Glasgow off in that moment, or was that Strathclyde? It might have been Strathclyde who punted off Glasgow. A battle of the Glaswegians. Meanwhile, Sheffield Hallam are up into third, Exeter in second, Aberdeen in first. Sheffield Hallam duking it out with York's B team. Through they go then, brakes on, and this is unbelievably close now between York B and Sheffield Hallam now.
Sheffield Hallam, of course, have had very unlucky races in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series, so they've got a point to prove in this one. And as a reminder, Giles, the top 5 from this race will qualify to Finals A and start at the back of the grid. So
this is vital.
Yeah, this is vital. So if you're in the top 5 by the end of this, you'll go through to Finals A, Giles.
I know Exeter will be determined to get there because they didn't quite manage it last year, and right now they're in the perfect position to be challenging for that 0.3 seconds off the back of Aberdeen.
I hope Miss Scottish is wearing what we gave him.
Oh, he will be. Aberdeen in P1. P2 is Exeter. Right now, there is York B. There's Glasgow's B team glitching in the back. York B, you're on board with it. Ahead of them, University College London. As they foot to the floor into turn 1 now.
Through this very tight set of chicanes coming up as well. You could clip some of that curb as well, but you don't want to clip too much because otherwise it could send you into a spin, as I found out yesterday as well. And you've got to be very selective with the gears. So this is the first part of the S. It goes on for such a long time on these cars, but they're absolutely superb to drive. It's insane, but you don't want to be too close to a car because that could send you to oblivion. As we've had a bit of a slide from Hull B team as Hertfordshire A tries to get past. Meanwhile, Aberdeen is being chased down by Exeter for P1, 0.3 per second separating those two. And if they both get to the final, where they finish in this race is crucial because they're going to finish, will qualify better for Finals A. So if Aberdeen finish higher than Exeter, well, they're going to qualify better in Finals A.
Bear in mind, Sheffield Hallam are 3 seconds back from Exeter. Exeter are 0.5, 0.6 seconds back from Aberdeen in this moment. I think the pair of them, Aberdeen and Exeter, both know that they've got this in the bag in terms of getting into the A final. And now it's just a question of battling for grid position, and they're going to give it full send. Meanwhile, here's Harriet Watt with the pair of Hertfordshire's teams behind them. And Harriet Watt under immense pressure. I wonder how Hertfordshire are going to play this. Are they going to work together, or are they just driving their own race? Looking up our Harriet Watt, inviting a bit of attention from Hertfordshire's B team. Hertfordshire's B team ahead of Hertfordshire's A team. Not for the first time today, I must say. But Hertfordshire's A team are coming through, looking to the inside. Haven't quite got enough room. Crowded out by their B team. But they're both there right with each other. The question is, are they going to work together to go through up the grid, or is this a case of of one-man band sort of driving. Who knows? There's the glitch that is Glasgow's B team. People accusing us of censorship. I hope that's tongue-in-cheek. We wouldn't do anything of the sort. Meanwhile, going side by side, Glasgow's B team with York's B team. Foot to the floor. Glasgow have got a nose ahead. They touch. It's getting a bit squiffy. And Glasgow closed down York's B team and put themselves up. And no, they don't, because York's B team goes back on them. But through goes Glasgow's B team. Yes, again, they touch and they just both about to manage to hold on to the tarmac. UCL up on Sheffield Hallam and Glasgow's B team up on York's B team.
Brilliant stuff. It's a battle of the B teams, isn't it? Glasgow B, York B, both Glasgow A and York A are in the finals, and they're desperately wanting their B team to join the finals with them. As Harriet Watt is disconnected.
Harriet Watt out then, clearly. Some issue going on there. Exeter putting their foot down as they maintain that gap to Aberdeen of 0.6 seconds. It was 0.3. They've backed off just a little bit, biding their time, I think, and being patient, which is good news. Meanwhile, here comes Hertfordshire's A team in pursuit of Hertfordshire's B team. I hope Monty's happy that I'm talking about his old university rather than mine, because mine are busy graduating. Meanwhile, York B are in 5th with Glasgow's B team back down in 6th now. They've clearly swapped positions yet again. Here are your race leaders in P1, Aberdeen. The gap down to just under 0.5 seconds from P2 with Exeter driving the race of their lives, the best they've driven thus far today. And I must say, Jess, practicing on this yesterday, I'm no driver, but of all the combinations, this was my favourite.
I agree. That was my favourite, probably because I could drive it.
Yes, pretty much. They actually went somewhere and they felt somewhat
it was responsive. And I was dribbling these on in the F1s as well. And there was an F1 rig downstairs as well on F1 25. But I prefer these because
I'm not embarrassing myself enough to have a go on that in public. Meanwhile, here's Aberdeen then charging down towards the start-finish straight. Exeter have just posted their fastest lap. They're 0.2 of a second quicker than Aberdeen as they close the gap down to 0.3 seconds. A move must surely be imminent. 18 minutes 35 to go on the clock as I have it right now. And that is Aberdeen just about managing to defend against an ever-charging Exeter. This could well be the best result for both drivers and both teams that we've seen both today and this series. Excellent stuff from the pair of them and keeping it clean as well, Jess.
Yes, and we are seeing, I think, them being a bit more patient due to the fact that it's a longer race and they've got to worry about the tyres more and possibly fuel. That's what costed a few teams in Finals B last time, in qualifying for Finals A, was the managing of the fuel. So will it come back to haunt them or will they be able to manage it this time? We'll have to find out. Meanwhile, the Hertfordshire teams, A and B, are having a little bit of fun, aren't they? Towards the end of the S, it's going towards the Dunlop curve. I binned it quite a few times in the F1 cars here. It's not very nice to do, especially with direct drives in a Fanatec setup. Heading towards the Degners, that's pretty tricky at the best of times. Second Degner they go, and both of them seem to be doing it very well.
Two teammates fighting at the back of a race. It's implausible. It would only happen in a movie, surely. If anyone's been to the cinema lately. Meanwhile, Hull's B team, not a million miles away from Hertfordshire's B team and Hertfordshire's A team, so they've got to keep an eye out for that. Aberdeen, meanwhile, the McScottish keeping an eye on the back end. Filling their mirrors is the British Racing Green of Exeter. The gap back to 0.5 seconds. Aberdeen clearly putting their foot down. 17 minutes on the clock, or just over. It looks to me then like Aberdeen are pulling away with it, and yet here come Exeter yet again, breaking later. It's in the corners that they're really catching up with the Scottish, are the team from the southwest of England.
It's open setups, don't forget, Giles. The first 4 heats, everyone had default setups, so it was an even playing field. This time, in both of the finals, it's an open setup, so they can bring as many notes they want on paper, and they can bring it to the car to see how they can improve. So you can tell who's got a setup design for the straight and who's got a setup design for the corners. You need a
balance of both, yeah.
You need a balance of both around this circuit, but there's certain corners like this one that requires a lot of downforce. As Glasgow B has had an issue, it seems.
Glasgow B are in the pits. Couldn't tell you why at the moment, but that's put Hull's B team, Hertfordshire's B team, and Hertfordshire's A team all up a position.
I wonder if it's a technical gremlin back at home, because of course both Glasgow teams are at their home setup, so I wonder if their wheels disconnected. It's a huge shame if it is, because Glasgow B team, they've driven really well today, actually, in quite a lot of the races, so it's a bit of a shame for their day to be cut short.
You'll also notice Glasgow's B team's driver's surname is Black, which is appropriate given the glitch that we're seeing. Avoid.
Oh, they're back. That's good.
They're back out on softs now. They've actually changed their tyre compound, and they're out on softs.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, because people need to pick. It's a 25-minute race.
So Glasgow, the first into the pits then, putting softs on, hoping potentially for a sprint then, undercutting the rest of the field in doing so. Is that going to pay off? We'll find out very shortly. You can see there Hull's B team with the two Hertfordshire cars behind them. Yet again, no substantial manoeuvres coming through then. The gap is closing down just a little, but nowhere near enough to be making any drama or excitement. Talking of gaps, the gap between Aberdeen and Exeter has opened up dramatically. Look at the tyre compound difference there between Exeter and Aberdeen. Exeter are on hards, whereas Aberdeen are on mediums. 4 laps completed for Aberdeen, 5th in progress, 15 minutes on the clock. I wonder, can the mediums last, Jess?
It's going to be tough, I think, but I know what probably Muscotti's is going to do. He's going to probably try to go for an early pit stop, go for the undercut, see if it works. Exeter can stretch out for a little bit longer and then go on the mediums and do a very good sprint to the finish, potentially.
0.4 seconds between Exeter and Aberdeen now. 0.9 seconds in total as a gap. The last lap, there was only 0.4 of a difference in it. So they're fairly evenly keeled at the moment. I do wonder, though, Jess, if they've gone on the hards of Exeter, are they going to try for a no-stop?
I've seen Exeter try this last year, but it failed because they ran out of fuel. I hope history doesn't repeat itself. But we got a battle between Hull B and Hertfordshire A. I almost got that wrong there, and they would have killed me downstairs. But we got Sheffield that's past University College London.
I've made my peace with it after some of the jokes I've made about York. I'm not getting out of Williams alive. It'll be fine. Well, on board with UCL behind them, York's B team. Wonderful stuff. I just love the way these cars look as well. These Hondas look absolutely gorgeous, and especially these liveries. Big shout out to the guys that do the liveries.
Thanks to
behind
Rob.
the scenes. Rob, you do a really spectacular job every single time. And UCL with that characteristic black and pink of their actual Formula Student car.
Oh, Hull B has gone into the gravel trap almost, and we got Hertfordshire A that's capitalised it and gained quite a few temps from it at the moment. Heading towards the hairpin now. It's interesting, actually, because you could take different lines through here.
They both have, haven't they?
And it works well both times, actually, both ways. It depends on your pace and what setup you got. But you can see Hertfordshire A gained a bit of slipstream. They're going to go side by side. Now, this is Spoon Curb, a legendary curb which can send a lot of people into understeer moments because you have to steer the car too much, and I think that's her whole B there quite a lot, but they're still managing to get ahead of Hertfordshire A just a little bit, and I love this 130R. If you can make an overtake work there, then you're insane. That's what Hertfordshire A is going to try and do. Surely not if you're going to make a move through 130R. And hopefully no contact made. That's insane. Bravo.
Very high speed manoeuvre there from Hertfordshire's A team that puts them up into 6th position ahead of Hull's B team, who've now got the B team from Hertfordshire to contend with.
Exeter's in.
And Exeter are in the pits, Jess. That's an interesting call then, but they were on the medium, or they were on the hards rather than the mediums. I would have thought Aberdeen would have gone for it before then. They're already on their way out of the pit lane now. Meanwhile,
and so is UCL is in the pits as well.
Hertfordshire and Hull duking it out still. It's a Hertfordshire sandwich with Hull in the middle. Hull's B team sandwiched between the A and B teams from Hertfordshire. Losing that position are Exeter. They were in 2nd place. And there's some air. That's not gone well for the A team from Hertfordshire. They catch the curb. It punches them out, and they just managed to hold on to it. Well held from Hertfordshire. That has slowed down Hull as they managed to take avoiding action, and that's brought Hertfordshire's B team into the fray now.
I thought Salford had a bit of a moment then, but that was the timings going a bit.
Salford have had a moment there.
Yeah, they had a bit of a spin, unfortunately, so they're down into 9th place, which is a bit of a shame, but it's great to see them in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series here today. It's great to see all teams here, because I think majority of the teams have come out to Williams, and pretty much everyone's had a good time. They've also had a Q&A from quite a few Formula Student alumni that now work at Williams, and also a little bit of career talk as well, how people can get into having a job at Atlassian Williams.
It's not just students messing about on video games. This is a real training exercise in engineering and a real opportunity in terms of career, and I'll have no bad words said about it. Locking up just a little bit, puffs of white smoke from the Hertfordshire B team as they try and get close to the back end of the Hull B team. Getting squiffy are the Hull B team. It looks to me like Hertfordshire have just got to be patient. Do the B team if they want to get around Hull. Green flags on the circuit. We're racing 2 minutes 05, the latest lap from Aberdeen. Sheffield Hallam 10 seconds, 9 seconds behind them. Meanwhile, we're having a blast here at Williams, says Queen Mary, Formula student.
Best of luck for the finals later on, as well as our other championship contender, Southampton. We're going to see a duel of the century between Queen Mary and Southampton, and I can't wait. But we still got finals B to decide, and York B's gone into the pits. We need to see which 5 are going to join them in finals A.
So what type? Exeter went out on the mediums rather than the hards. I don't know whether they just thought that they weren't getting close enough. They should have just been more patient, I think. I think that the hards would have paid off if they'd just been more patient and waited for the mediums to go away, because they would have gone away quicker on Aberdeen's car. 9 minutes 50 on the
Aberdeen are a lot smoother on their tyres and a lot smoother with their steering application. Because I was saying earlier, if you're too aggressive for the entire lap, your tyres are going to wear out more, which means what Scottish is doing, he's a lot better with his steering, which is definitely helping out, and his braking seemed to be helping well, especially a track around here. So I think it's due to the fact that Scottish is managing his medium tyres better, and he's not as he doesn't turn in too much as he goes into each corner.
There we go. Well, Jess would know she is a sim racer. Hertfordshire's B team on the approach to Hull's B team in the finals for B. There's a lot of B going on here.
There's quite a few B teams in this final, which is great to see, of course.
Meanwhile, here comes Exeter on the charge behind York's B team. UCL ahead of them. You can see them on your screens now. Exeter very close to the back end of York, looking to the inside, trying to get a turning circle. Not quite close enough. Back on the end of York B, getting that slipstream, getting the toe. The question is, they've got to make it go. When can they go for it is the question. And the answer, I don't have it right now, Jeff.
Answer the postcard.
When would you be overtaking if you were Exeter? How? Because they're close enough to make a move, surely.
Heading towards turn number 1 or even 130R if you're lucky, but you'll probably have to be Hertfordshire A if being a little bit brave with that. But what would you do if you're on the hards in the top 5 right now? Would you brave enough and stay out, or would you come into the pits like Sheffield Hallam has done? Sheffield has come into the pits.
Exeter, apparently, we've just been informed by Monty, Exeter ran out of fuel again in the B final for the sim racing series.
That was
York
close.
B's off, and that's Exeter through. That's Exeter up into 7th. They've got 7 minutes and 55 seconds to get past UCL and Hertfordshire's B team. Exeter have just posted their fastest lap. They're out on the mediums. They had to stop for fuel. How they ran out of fuel is beyond me, but we are.
That must have been a miscalculation somewhere.
How they've done that, I'd like to know, to be completely honest with you, but they're pulling well away from York.
Let's hope they put the right amount of fuel this time, because otherwise it could cost them.
They must have done. Otherwise, it really just is a lost cause at this point. But you'll notice that they actually did swap from the hards to the mediums whilst they were there. So they may as well, because they can go a bit harder then with the medium tyre the way that it is.
But they have to tyre save as well, though, compared to obviously Scottish.
It depends on whether Scottish is going to come in or not. There's 7 minutes left. There's no signs.
He doesn't. Oh no, Exeter!
That's Exeter done. That's unfortunately, as much as I love them, that is Exeter done, I think. Although having said that, they're in 5th currently, according to the timing board.
Don't speak. It's not over till the fat lady sings, Giles, but that does bring Sheffield Hallam into play as well. Oh.
Sheffield Hallam, 0.1 of a second. You can see them there. 1 of a second. 1 second behind Exeter. And there is Hertfordshire's B team. Hull's B team, both going straight into the gravel. Understeer playing havoc with these teams. Exeter have managed to recover into 5th place, having undercut most of the field as a result of running out of fuel. So one must beg the question, can they make it work? Is it a free game, says John123. Jess, is Assetto Corsa free?
I don't think so, but because it's a game that was out.
How much?
£7.
£7 is not a lot.
So that's for the Ultimate Edition, which includes all the DLC.
The LC meaning
like extra, like from like pack. Like, so you get the base game, and then you get like extra
downloadable
edition.
content. of
Yeah,
course it is.
downloadable content. yeah.
Aberdeen are in pole position in P1. They are 9 laps complete on their 10th, 5 minutes 50 on the clock. Hertfordshire's A team are in second. UCL have just posted their fastest lap, as have York's B team. Exeter managing to get into fifth. University of Glasgow's B team keeps glitching. At some points, it's telling me it's a DNF. I'm not entirely convinced that's true. I don't think so.
And they're on
personally.
softs.
They are on softs, Jess. That's rather an unusual choice, but they've got 5 minutes to go, so possibly they can still make that work, but it's an interesting choice. Meanwhile, Munster have gone through on Hertfordshire's B team. Salford are up into 11th as well, as in come Hertfordshire's B team into the pits for their pit stop. We've got 5 minutes 10 left on the clock, Jess. Here's Exeter. You can see Sheffield Hallam putting them into their sights, beginning to reel them in. Both teams on the medium compound tyre, but Exeter's are a lot fresher. I don't think Sheffield Hallam have been into the pit. So from a tyre perspective, Exeter do have the advantage. From a pressure perspective, they've
got a lot of pressure, Giles. I mean, they made quite a few mistakes before, and I would be nervous if I was Exeter.
Well, exactly, because they know if they drop even one position, they are out of the A final they so deeply craved last year. They're in the exact same position again, Jess. How is that happening?
And how have they not learnt from their mistake from last year?
Well, you might say that. I couldn't possibly comment. Salford, meanwhile, in 10th. Not a lot between them and Strathclyde, who you can see bringing up the rear in blue, but I think Salford are fairly settled. Talking of settled, here is Aberdeen. They are in.
They can stay out, I think.
I know, yeah, I think they might well be able to make it work. They've got a 25-second gap between themselves and Hertfordshire's A team in second place. Jojo Scott jumping for joy up in Aberdeen. 4 minutes left, 10 laps completed, 11th to come. Only a real mistake from McScottish or maybe a back marker getting in the way can upset this now, as far as I can see.
Maybe it's the thing that we gave him that's giving him some extra temps, Giles.
Well, tartan trousers can do a lot for a man.
Oh, and we've got
Hertfordshire
A that's coming to pits.
They've pitted. Really?
So that's promoted York B to third, and Sheffield Hallam is now in the hot seat to qualify now.
Exeter are in fourth. 2 seconds behind York B. You can see York B just exiting the screen there, as centre stage is the British Racing Green of Exeter. Behind them is Sheffield Hallam. It's probably equidistant between York B, Exeter, and Sheffield Hallam as I make it.
Yep. And the top 5 would be the order that they will go and join the finals A. They will join at the back of the grid, but in that order: Aberdeen, UCL, York B, Exeter, and Sheffield Hallam. But it's not over to the Fat Lady Sings. 3 minutes to go. Who's going to do well? Can we see Glasgow B make a change? But I don't think that's going to happen. And we got another team that also ran out of fuel.
Hertfordshire A were planning 0 stops, but they were forced to stop as they were out of fuel as well. That is 2 drivers, 2 teams that have run out of fuel during the B final. How on earth you put yourself in that position, I don't know. But then again, we just talk about it. Who am I to judge?
I would probably do rubbish with fuel calculations, Giles.
York's B are in third with Exeter reeling them in now. The gap down to 0.7, 0.8 seconds. It's just about there. Aberdeen coming through now. The gap between themselves and UCL is 23 seconds. I don't quite know what's going on with UGR. They keep flashing up as a DNF and then suddenly they're back on the timing screen. But through goes Aberdeen to start another lap. Their latest to 209.992. I'll be interested to see what UCL are clocking in with. York B go wide, which just means that Exeter can get even closer as they keep it on the tarmac. 21-second gap between UCL and Aberdeen. The gap between York B and Exeter is only 0.9 seconds. You can see all 3 of them on your screens now. Exeter lining up York B in their sights. If it's not this lap, it'll be the next lap, one would have thought, as through go York B, followed very closely by Exeter. Exeter managed to recover from a fuel stop that they hadn't essentially been planning to do. They ran out of fuel. They were
But
forced
that's
to
kind
make
of
that
worked in
stop.
that favour because they pretty much almost ran out of fuel, but they were like, yeah, let's just go in before it's too late. So technically, they make the best out of a worse situation.
Absolutely, they made the best of a poor situation for sure. But having said that, should they have been in that situation at all?
No.
18-second gap now between UCL and Aberdeen on lap number 11. 1 minute 03 on the clock. For
The gap's
teams
coming
in the
down massively,
final.
Giles.
Aberdeen are coasting, I think.
I think they're running out of fuel,
I've got a
Giles.
funny feeling Aberdeen are dangerously low on fuel and their tyres are away.
No.
If you're not already on the edge of your seat up in Scotland, I suggest you adjust your seating position because this is all important now. 40 seconds on the clock. They need to slow down because they've got to coast, and also they don't want to cross the line before the clock runs out because otherwise they'll have to do another lap and then they'll never get through.
No, it's the final lap.
Jess, listen to the count. They're stopping. That Aberdeen have stopped. Aberdeen have run out of fuel. You can hear the engine coasting, and here comes one of the back. Is that UCL coming through? And that is Aberdeen out of this race.
And a lot of disbelief in the grandstand here at Williams Sim Racing. But we got a new winner, which does mean we've got Hole B that could be in a chance of getting through to the final. And we got one final few corners to go.
UCL are going to be your race winners. Jojo, I'm so sorry. I don't believe we've just seen that.
I'm gutted, by the way. But your winners of finals B going to finals A is UCL, joining them up to the line. Congratulations, is York B, Exeter, Sheffield, Hallam, and Hertfordshire B. Hull B. They are the top 5 that will go through to finals A and will be racing the Porsches with all the other people that qualified at Silverstone.
And that right there is a look of absolute disaster for McScottish.
They took the gamble and did it work.
They were doing so well, and you could hear them coasting. You could see the gap dropping down second
Oh,
by
look at
second.
this.
Wheel to wheel now. It is Hertfordshire's B team.
Oh, it's Hertfordshire A that's through. Never mind.
Hertfordshire B and Hull A go to Hull B and a lot of shit.
Yeah, so Hertfordshire B is through to the finals. I'm confused.
I'm just absolutely gutted for McScottish. I really am. That's really disappointing. I can't lie. Really, really sad.
And that means Aberdeen will be last in the finals.
Unfortunately, yes, they won't be able to. No, that's just done. That's really sad. I'm sorry to anybody watching from up in Aberdeen because that was an absolutely sterling effort and a really excellent drive.
Oh, Jojo.
Jojo's just commented, "Oh no, yeah, we're literally thinking the exact same here at Williams." Really well driven until the last moment. It was a gamble and
That's the same thing that happened to Exeter last year.
less than a mile to go as well. That's really gutting, and it just shows that Jess's favourite phrase is very true, isn't it?
It's not over till the fat lady sings.
You're gonna have to have that tattooed on you at some point.
Yeah, if someone could make me a T-shirt with like my face on it, saying that quote. For next year.
Next year's there you go. That's
For next year, I'll wear it on Sunday for the endurance, or even for the award or something.
yeah.
Yeah. But let's look at that replay, and still Aberdeen's done a very good job. We still got finals A coming up at Silverstone in a minute, but talk about recovery drives after recovery drives. UCL climbed up from 5th all the way up into 2nd or 3rd place, and because of those of them climbing up through the field, they have got a good chance of doing well in finals A, which is amazing. I love comeback stories like that. When
Yeah.
you don't think you're going to qualify, you end up smashing it.
I mean, I must say, Exeter going from what they were facing midway through the race to ending up finishing in 3rd.
But at least they didn't run out of fuel. They almost did.
Yeah, I know. It feels wrong saying that, having seen what's just happened to Aberdeen. You know, like a fair play to Exeter from somehow managing to avoid a repeat of history, but history's repeated itself for another team, and I'm just devastated for them, to be honest.
And I was looking forward to seeing a Scottish race in finals A as well, because he would have been, I think, really good around Silverstone in the Porsches.
Absolutely. So there is Hertfordshire's A team up on Hull's B team, and we're back with us now here in the Williams sim racing aspect of the Atlassian Williams F1 Experience Centre. We're back now then with the fight between York B and Exeter. This went on for ages, Jess, and it was great to watch.
Honestly, I have to say, Exeter, York B, all the teams in the final B, they were giving it everything because they still had a chance. This was when Exeter made a mistake earlier on when they were trying to climb their way up. Imagine if they didn't make the mistake, maybe they would have probably come out on top even with the fuel issue.
Well, possibly. I couldn't tell you, Jess. These fuel calculations are far harder than I gave credit, clearly. And,
yeah, I can't do it. That's why I'm in the commentary box.
Well, exactly. You and me both. So there is Aberdeen. Yeah, Cal, mate. I can't believe it either, buddy. No, I'm not. Neither of us sat here can. And there was groans of dismay from everybody watching up here.
I couldn't believe it when Monty told us what happened.
Yeah, it's just brutal. Absolutely brutal. We thought we were cruising to a victory. It was cruising to a stop instead. Not the words you want to say or hear, but there we are. York B managed to make that work to their advantage, and they placed into the final. And here's the moment that it all came to an end for Aberdeen. You could hear it in the engine that they were coasting, trying to find every last bit of momentum to keep the car going. But that was the point that it died. You could just hear it going away, and rightly so. Even in defeat, McScottish proving what a legend he is by pulling over to the side of the road, rightly so. And just, that was impeccable driving from start to finish. You can't fault the drive.
No.
Some miscalculations, but the drive itself was just sublime.
Yeah, the driving from a Scottish there was absolutely excellent. He drove like his life depended on it, and sometimes we've seen it in a sim racing series before. Many opportunities. I think it was Oxford team in Hungary last year did exactly the same thing, ran out of fuel.
Yes, it's happened a fair few times over the years in the sim racing series, and I've got a funny feeling it won't be the last either. So that is the end of the final, B final, for the Formula Student Sim Racing series. We have got one more race to come here live from the Atlassian Williams F1 Experience Centre. You join us here in the home of Williams Sim Racing. They are our title sponsors for this series, and we're immensely grateful to them for their participation, their facilities, and their expertise. They've been wonderful. I'm Giles, she's Jess. If you're just joining us, if maybe you've got in from work, or maybe you've just switched us on because you want to see the final, then congratulations, you're just in time. We'll be with you commentating throughout the race. Monty is around and about, coordinating.
And charging the microphone.
And charging the microphone, indeed.
That was funny.
We're just waiting to find out when we'll be going racing again and see the grid lineup for the A final. This is the all-important final, so let's talk you through it, right? Because we've got two teams now who are in with a shot of winning the championship. They are Southampton and they are Queen Mary Formula Student. Queen Mary in London. Southampton, I don't think it needs saying. And it works out like this. If Southampton win and Queen Mary Formula Student finish anything lower than 7th in this next race, it goes to Southampton for the second time. They won the very first FS Sim Racing Championship back in the day. Haven't won since. Meanwhile, if Queen Mary finished 7th or higher, irrespective of whether Southampton win the race, they will have won it. So the pressure really is on, and we're about to bring you all the coverage. So do not go anywhere. Hi Sham Abbasi saying Queen Mary FS, let's go. Jess, I don't want to call this one. I don't, especially it depends for me on the way the grid is lined up.
Yeah, because don't forget, as we were saying, we don't know what the other teams are, but Bolton, they're going to be starting on pole position because they had the average position of 2nd. We don't know what the others. Hopefully we can get a grid of finals A very soon. I think it might be on our Discord server. So if I can get it for you, I will.
Meanwhile, we should also point out that if you want to see behind the scenes when we're racing live from the commentary booth, then do please join us on our respective Instagrams, JessGames95, all one word, and FS Online 101, all one word. You can see those live on Instagram. You might be able to hear in the ambience in the background, or currently you'll be able to see it because we're on camera. We've got everyone, all the teams, all the entourages,
this is brilliant,
surrounding us. So when we go live, when we start commentating, you'll be able to get all the reaction. You'll be able to see the reaction live. Why not watch on YouTube and watch on Instagram? Just mute it on Instagram, watch the coverage on over on YouTube, and then you'll be able to see the reactions from everybody here This is what it all comes down to. But since November, we've been running this series for the year, and this is the moment. It comes down to two teams, Queen Mary Formula Student and Southampton. Both teams competing for victory and the overall win of the championship. Surrounding them are nearly 20 other teams who've been equally competitive throughout the year and will be vying for those extra points as they look to finish as high as they possibly can in the standings. The drivers are heading into the sim rigs. TJ McLaren saying, hello, finally, don't want to miss this. Well done, TJ. You've arrived just in time. We're about to go racing for the final time for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. So let me talk you through the grid. Qualifying in P1, we've got the University of Bolton. They're in pole position. Meanwhile, in second place, the University of Southampton are there. They need to finish in P1 and make sure that Queen Mary Formula Student do not finish any higher than 7th. Well, I can tell you that Queen Mary Formula Student, Jess, where are Queen Mary Formula Student? They are in 4th. So they're currently within a shout of it. Monty, what have you got for us?
Hello everyone, how are we doing? Are we ready for some racing? Yeah! Let's try that again. Who's ready for some racing? Yeah! Fantastic. Right, well I've got great news. Finals A is ready. Head on in, guys. Head on in.
Daniel's racing for Queen Mary.
I'm going to go through the grid again because I want to make sure that it's very clear to me.
Yeah.
What position do we go
Oh, I think.
You're all shooting talent, that's fine. We're good with this one. Right, let's see who else we've got here. Well, Queen Mary Formula Student. Hello, guys. Come here, come here. Right, we've already seen your live stream today with Team Fox. Unfortunately, it's a work of art. Fair play.
Watch out for Dylan. York AP3.
I don't know what happened, but I know what happened. Danny was doing the university. Throughout the entire year. All age also incredible talent, engineering challenges, so much knowledge, and it's been what we needed all along to bring a challenge to us.
Because in your second season, you're currently in the championship. I think there's a lot of people that fingers crossed for you. How are you guys feeling?
Awful.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah, fingers crossed, everything crossed, heads crossed.
Why is King College London in 20th?
Be okay, but you don't want to hope for a clean race.
Shouldn't they be 50?
I don't know, and to be honest with you, I don't care. It doesn't make a difference to the championship results.
Guys out there, so what we're talking about, so there are two protagonists left in Southampton who aren't here today. Have you guys been speaking to them by any chance?
On and off on the Discord, but I mean, ever since they've said they're not going to come to Williams, I've been kind of distant. A bit of a...
Oh!
I'm not going to lie, I live 15 minutes away from their university, so I agree.
Yeah. I mean, to be frank,
I am very grateful Southampton have actually still been able to compete online because it's better than nothing, but you know.
yeah. To be fair to them, they came here last year and they were in fight for the championship. They lost to someone that stayed at home. So I guess they didn't want that to happen again, but maybe we can make them lose at home as well.
I love how that's not going to work out for them and they might actually lose at home. Yeah.
I love this.
So for guys back home, what we're talking about, so Southampton is quite simple. They have to win it now. There's no other cause for this. There's no other way they can win this championship. They
Come on, Jess.
Wait.
Let's go. This is.
If that happens, Queen Mary...
I don't think we've called a race this exciting together before. I don't think we've ever done this.
Yeah.
Southampton have to win or bust. Queen Mary, 7.
And you get to call the star as well.
Hopefully we get Warren in the York Park doing some favors for the win.
Oh, did you hear?
Yes.
All the spicy stuff happens now, guys. See what I'm saying? It's students, it's chaos, it's spicy. Oh god, I wish I was 23 again. Guys, great speaking to you. Best of luck. Queen Mary, Formula student, guys. Best of luck. Thank you. Right, go enjoy your tea. Let's go and you know what? That's a very good shout then. So we've gone and name drop Dylan Moore. Let's go to Stoke.
Yes.
No, he's not here. He's remote.
Is he remote?
Yeah, he's
No, I thought he was
remote.
here.
No. No, it's not. It's not.
Is that the right?
Is that the right?
Is that the right Dylan?
Get someone go and get.
Is that the right Dylan?
Yes, that is. That is him. What is the
He didn't look like that.
People having llama haircuts.
Did he?
Oh, because the mullet's back, but not quite.
Oh, so he must have decided to come here after all then. He must have come in like in the afternoon.
Yeah.
He must have come in the afternoon, Giants.
Come on, come on! I want to get racing. Let's go,
I think it's only.
John. If you want the best view of the house, just stand there.
Yeah, I can imagine. So this is the
and record the reactions of the people.
I have to get going in that 20 minutes. I've got to get up to for a mini meter, but we're all up for 7, which. So these are all the drivers for the
Yes.
final.
Exeter almost missed out, but they literally pitted just in time as they almost ran out of fuel.
Is this the A final?
Yes, Silverstone. In the Porsches.
Full track, GP track.
Full GP track, yes.
Nice. That's what you need to show, isn't it?
I've raced in Silverstone many times as well.
Stay right there. We're about to go live for the final. You can see the reaction from the crowd behind us here on Instagram. So don't
Stay
go
on my
anywhere.
YouTube as well.
And we're gonna go. So basically, you can see the actual racing on YouTube, and you see the reactions here. Stay there.
I hope Queen Mary wins.
Yeah, you and me both. But we'll see what happens.
And I predicted them right at the start of the season as well.
Fantastic. I'm never great with calling it. You know what I'm like. My ears, man. These headphones are beginning to hurt my ears.
No, Jack from Bolton's last race.
Oh, I like Jack.
Oh, he,
Mike, I will get that on the main stream once we're back. We're currently with Monty at the moment, but as soon as we're back on, I'll give you guys a shout out, or at least I'll try to before you leave the coverage.
luck to you.
We've just got a bit of a major race about to happen, but
yeah.
as soon as that's done, then yeah, I'll jump in.
Oh, best of luck to the dynamic volunteers this weekend.
Yes, best of luck.
Oh,
I'm loving this. I am loving some of this. Oh.
I'm so excited. On.
Chat GPT.
No, you can't do that. I don't think you're allowed to do that.
They can and they will. Just ask Chat GPT for it. Do you know how many people are watching at the moment? 66. 66. I'll take 66 people, Jess. That's a decent.
Can we get 3 more to watch 69?
Decent show.
There's 2 people watching my stream. Oh, that looks beautiful. You can see, I think, a lot of the atmosphere on my YouTube. Hey!
I love that. I hope so. You did do that.
Monty.
You did do that, didn't
I'm so tired that Davidson has had his iCard hacked and now I'm on the internet and now seeing pictures of his top hat. Monty, charge the microphone after this, please. Oh.
Not last. I'll take that. Yeah.
That's good.
That's usually my aim when I do anything like that.
Same.
I'll just keep that there for a second because I want to read that out as soon as we're back.
But I think we're going to go straight to racing.
If we go straight to racing, we go straight to racing. But if not. Yes!
Get in here!
Get upstairs, everybody.
From Spain. P1. Oh, brilliant. We're going to be at our hotel. It's quite late again tonight. Quick. No. Oh!
You know no one else can hear that. You know no one can hear it.
No one can hear us.
Oh, I think if you had volume there, there'd be a feedback loop when we're commentating. So basically, we call it.
You were laughing and everyone's going,
Because otherwise we'll hear an echo of us and it will go a bit...
Cool. Feel free to explain to other people who clearly don't. I.e. the woman stood beside you. Let's go. Da 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 da
Da-da-da-da.
da 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 da. Do 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 do.
Oh, I'm a bit further away than I was. There we go. If you're on FS Online, go to YouTube. Go to the Former Student UK YouTube. You don't want to miss it.
Get the visuals there and get the reaction from the crowd here.
Exactly.
Ooh, ooh.
25 minutes of racing.
25 minutes.
Yes. So they're more than likely going to have to pit because of fuel.
How much time? Come on.
They're probably still prep. How long we got left? I think I remember getting mental as well when I saw Queen Mary
Rightfully
topping
so,
that.
Michael. Rightfully.
Yeah, that was not this from this one, but the few ones before when Queen Mary.
Just a comment from Mike saying, "I'm watching both. I need my Giles fix for the days."
Ah, yes.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
You get more this
Hello
week.
to your missus and hello to your dog. If you're still in,
Hello to your
you might have
dog.
already come. You don't get here till Thursday, do you? Fair enough.
For those of you that still got trapped their Silverstone, have a safe journey.
Yeah. And if you are watching this and you're not watching YouTube, put it on YouTube as well. Right.
Right, let's go. Let's go.
Monty, come back to us. Ah.
We want to go through the grid.
Upstairs for this one, and it's looking a little bit busier here compared to what we've seen so far today. He said we broke down.
Are they? I don't think so.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Go on, louder cheers than that.
Cheer gauge here. Who here thinks Southampton's going to win?
Sorry, Mike. Bristol. I like Bristol. I'm from Somerset. Yay.
On that basis, who thinks Queen Mary's going to win? Wow. Okay.
Hang on a minute. Only two of them can win. Right.
Back to you as we build up to the finals A.
A very good evening. Thank you very much. Bolton on pole. Southampton in second. York A in third. Queen Mary in fourth. Vigo in fifth. Glasgow A in sixth. UCLM in seventh. De Montfort in eighth. UCD in ninth. Hull A in 10th. In 11th is University of Leicester. Liverpool John Moores in 12th. 13 is Portsmouth B. Queen's University Belfast in 14th. UCL in 15th. York B in 16th. Exeter in 17th. Sheffield Hallam in 18th. King's College London in 19th. And University of Hertfordshire 18 in 20th. That rounds out your top 20. We're about to go racing. This is what it all comes down to for the next 25 minutes. Up come the revs. Up come the lights. We're about to go racing for the final time for the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. And away goes Southampton with an absolutely blinding start off the line. Straight into the first position ahead of Bolton. Behind them then. And Southampton all of a sudden apparently according to the screener, Southampton are in the lead. Bolton right behind them. Vigo up there. York A piling on through into second place now. It's an absolute disaster at the back for some of these teams. Someone's facing the wrong way. Who was that? That's Bolton. Push way down there. And the question is, where's Queen Mary Formula Student? They're in sixth. They're one position above the minimum they can have to win this. Southampton are winning, but and that way go wide.
Glasgow
go
A's
York A.
around. Glasgow A's had a moment which has allowed Queen Mary. Queen Mary are going up positions like no tomorrow here. They're up to fourth place.
Absolutely fantastic stuff for Queen Mary. They've already jumped up from sixth to fourth in the space of a couple of corners. This is exactly what they need. Bump drafting now onto Motford. Queen Mary Formula Student. They are here at Williams. They're determined to take victory for the first time ever. Are the team from London, and they look to the inside, looking around here at Silverstone as they come through the chicane complex. Jess, you know this circuit like the back of your hand. They want to get past the Motford. Do Queen Mary? Where is the place to overtake?
The best opportunity is heading towards Stowe Corner at the exit of the Hangar Straight. This looks absolutely brilliant. As you can see, the downforce that it's needed. You get the toe, try and go for the move on the inside, and then that's moved done. This is
Well,
what Queen Mary's going to do. Looking to the outside, and here comes Queen Mary on to try and get the podium. And by the way, Top Hat Tyler is up into fifth spot.
Absolutely fantastic. I didn't expect anything less from Top Hat Tyler, smoking his brakes there, but right in the mix at the back end of Queen Mary, who are more interested in getting through on De Montfort as they come down the national pit straight, headed towards Cops Corner.
They're going to try and go for the. They're going to try and go for the move here, surely.
I don't know, Jess. It doesn't look like it to me.
That's not Cops Corner.
That wasn't Cops.
That's Abby.
That's Abby. Thank you. The last time I'll be trying to name these corners, for goodness sake. There's De Montfort then ahead, but only just as Queen Mary look again to try and find a way round, biding their time. But every second that they bide their time for, it gives another second to Tyler Davison to close the gap. As here we go then with Queen Mary on the inside of De Montfort, and they go through, and they are up into third. This is exactly what the team from London need if they want to take victory in the championship. This is exactly what they will have wanted to see. And Top Hat Tyler now has a front full of De Montfort. Can they get through as well? The team from Hull, surely they can. Out-dragging them. Now they're on to Cops.
Oh, what a move from Top Hat Tyler into Cops' corner. He got past De Montfort very easy there. Brilliant stuff. But Queen Mary's pace, I have to say, absolutely brilliant, of course, and that's the same driver that's won, I think, quite a few races this season as well. So they picked their best driver for the finals, which is great. So I think a lot of teams have saved their best driver for the finals, including a few other teams that are doing it for the last time as well. So I think they're going to make the most of this opportunity and basically try and gain as most positions as they can. These are the type of cars we will see in endurance racing, and we get to see it here in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. As we could see, I think someone trying to go make a move into Stoke Corner doesn't quite work. Exeter gets past King's College London. Exeter, by the way, they've made up massive. They're up to 11th.
That's a great drive for Exeter. Just hope they don't run out of fuel again. Meanwhile, you're on board with UCLM, who are under pressure from Glasgow's A-team. Ahead of them is York's A-team with Dylan Warren behind the wheel. That looks to me to be Exeter have gone wide. They're back on the track, but Liverpool John Moore went through there. Meanwhile, we've got Top Hat Tyler's dad, Darren Davison, saying the Top Hat is flying.
He is.
They really are flying. They are up into 4th position at the moment. Going through there is University of Portsmouth's B team on Glasgow's A team, who you're on board with there. They're pushed down into 9th. UCLM ahead of them. Ahead of them is York A. Dylan Warren behind the wheel there. Excuses were heard earlier. We were expecting something a bit more spectacular than 6th from York A, but then again, at the moment, all eyes are on Queen Mary and Southampton. 4 seconds between Queen Mary and Southampton. Southampton have got a gap between P1 and P2 of 3 seconds. Meanwhile, here comes Bolton on University College Dublin. They are duking it out here for 13th position. And Bolton trying to get through on College Dublin. Meanwhile, Liverpool John Moore's at the front of that train there. They've got KCL in front of them. Meanwhile, here's Exeter right in the middle of it. They've got UCD and Bolton right behind them. They can't afford to make a mistake if they want to try and get into the top 10. They're in 12th at the moment. Vamos Montoro, says Alberto on the stream. And Carlos is commenting Spanish that I don't have time to read out.
A move for Baggett and Beckett. Oh my goodness, that was really, really brave. I wouldn't be able to do that in a heartbeat. No one should make a move through Maggett and Beckett. Well, someone has proved that you can.
On how many laps? The laps is not really the question, Mike. The question is, in fact, timing. We've got 19 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. We get as many laps in as we possibly can. College Dublin up on Bolton. They're up into 12th. Exeter are in 11th. Meanwhile, the fastest laps set by Queen Mary and Hull. They're 4 seconds back from the first place team, Southampton. Southampton are doing everything they need to win, but Queen Mary are just that bit better. They are holding themselves above the minimum of 7th at the moment. They're on the podium in 3rd, and they are trying to get past Vigo in 2nd. The gap is 0.5 seconds between the two. I got a funny feeling Queen Mary may not just settle for 3rd. They might be gunning for the victory. 19 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock. Can they get close to the team from Spain? Time will tell, but the Londoners have come this far. They've come from London to Silverstone to be here, and they might be here for their inaugural victory in the Formula Student Sim Racing Championship.
In their 2nd season as well. And don't forget, they're one of the top teams that took part in the Engineering Challenge. They've won the last one, and which means they're scoring really well. So it shows very wide for Queen Mary, and that's allowed Top Hat Tyler to close up.
That's going to bring Tyler right into play, and that is Bolton on the grass, waiting for a moment to get back onto the tarmac.
We joined badly, please, Bolton.
Meanwhile, the Queen Mary seem to have recovered from that off. They've pulled the gap out between themselves and Top Hat Tyler, and they are now back in pursuit of Vigo. Here's the view from the cockpit of Queen Mary, going a bit wide here, just trying to get onto the apex, just to use every inch of tarmac they possibly can. Braking hard here. Really not an opportunity to overtake here, Jess, surely.
Well, I haven't seen many go through here as well, even in real life. But if you can make it work, fair play. Because in Formula 1 cars, you can literally take this flat out going through, Abby, which is what they're going to try and do now. So here is Queen Mary chasing down Vigo, who has done very well in this event. Oh, no. They've gone wide, and that's allowed Top Hat Tyler to gain the position they need up into 3rd. So pretty much like on the brakes and it didn't work out.
An absolute disaster for Queen Mary. 2 seconds behind them is De Montfort. De Montfort will be determined to catch them up because the gap, though, is only 0.4 of a second between Queen Mary and Hull. York A have gone through on De Montfort, so De Montfort clearly have got other things to worry about rather than Queen Mary. University of Portsmouth there in 8th. There's York A duking it out with De Montfort. Dylan Warren up into 5th as in come De Montfort, trying to take the place back. The sort of driving we expect from Dylan Warren, just lower down than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, everyone has the same rig, so maybe they're not used to the setups that they have because they can't really tweak that much to the Fanatec setups. But this is UC. I think this is UCLM on a Portsmouth B team.
Portsmouth B team. You're on board with the team from Spain here coming through. We love our Spanish compatriots, provided they don't beat us in the football. Charging on towards York's A team as they attempt to regain that position. Through go Vigo, through go Hart A, through go Queen Mary, and York A bringing up the rear then of this train. Queen Mary getting close to the back end of Top Hat Tyler for Hull A. They are closing in now, and this could be only a lapse time before they can make a move, and it's not just
a freeway fight for P2, Giles.
Exactly, because Vigo are right there as well.
I have to say, Vigo, one of the high stand-up performances in these finals of the Formula Junior Sim Racing Series. And also Top Hat Tyler as well, doing well in this race, even though there's some stuff there where he bins it. Queen Mary are definitely putting their money where their mouth is right now, saving the best driver till last, putting in the most practice for this, because that... I wonder if they've been practicing.
There's a move about to unfold here, and Top Hat Tyler is squeezed on through against Vigo, and they clash, and that's going to allow Queen Mary to reel them both right in. They are side by side, Hull and Vigo, and unfortunately, Tyler's had to abort that move in order to hold position. They were close, but it was no cigar for the team from Hull.
That is good. I wonder if Queen Mary have not practiced too much for these races, but enough to get through to Finals A and put all their practice solely on Silverstone.
15 minutes, 10 seconds on the clock. Southampton have gone away with it. They're 8.5 seconds clear of P2 with Vigo, but that's not going to make a difference to the outcome of the championship if Queen Mary hold position. But Queen Mary have got that racing instinct. They're not going to hold position. They're going to gun for as high as they possibly can go. Queen Mary chasing down Hull A, driven by Top Hat Tyler, a Formula Student Sim Racing legend, who is also on the back end of Vigo, who've been doing supremely well all day today. Here is the view from Hull A. You can see how close they are. They've just got to get that little bit closer. These cars don't have DRS, so it's just a case of driving skill to get as close as possible to be able to make that overtaking maneuver.
Yes, I think that's what they're going to do in real life in 2026 with no DRS as well. So this is kind of like a
prelude,
a preview to what the F1 cars are going to witness.
Lap set for the lap so far for Vigo, as well as York A and De Montfort and University Portsmouth B team. They are all on flyers at the moment. Meanwhile, here's Liverpool John Moores. They are down in 12th. Queen's University Belfast have got through on KCL to take 15th.
Look at
That's
this!
A very close train indeed there. Very nice stuff from these three. They go side by side. Do Bolton on KCL. Can they make this work? No, they can't. Meanwhile, Hertfordshire, Hull's A are back through on Queen Mary. Queen Mary clearly have made a move, and then Hull A have retaken it. Top Hat Tyler a force to be reckoned with, but as are Queen Mary Formula Student, who are on course at the moment with 13 minutes and 45 seconds of racing to go for their inaugural victory in only the second year of the team taking part in the Sim Racing Series. This could be absolutely impeccable. They've just got to make sure they manage their tyres, manage their fuel. Through Cops they go. We'll be there on Saturday and Sunday. Good luck to the Dynamics Marshals. Big shout out to Mike in Bristol.
They're going to get wet.
KCL down, Bolton up, Queen Mary trying again to get through on Hull. No such luck. And is it me, Jess, or is York A on the approach?
York A is definitely on the approach. I wonder if some people are just saving a bit of fuel because we don't want to be in a situation what we saw Aberdeen do in the last race. So they've got to... There's some corners where they probably have to lift and coast. Not every corner, but some corners they have to pretty much... What lifting and coasting is... pretty much lifting off the throttle a little bit before you brake.
A little bit wide there from Queen's University Belfast. I've also got to shout out...
Oh, we got a pit stop. Top Hat Tyler.
Top Hat Tyler into the pits then. I got to shout out a really good boy, Vince. Meanwhile, Hull A are in the pits. They are pulling themselves down as a result. But then again, we don't want to see a repeat, as Jess was saying, of what we just saw with Aberdeen, who ran out of fuel on the last lap in the lead.
Which costed their chance of being in the finals.
Really, really disastrous for them. And Vigo are 9 seconds behind Southampton. 7 laps completed. On the medium tyre are all teams in the top 10. University College Dublin now in the pits as well. Queen Mary, former student, up into 3rd as a result of Hull taking that pit stop.
We also got College Dublin that's in the pits as well.
Yeah.
So will we see a response from our front 3 teams? Will we see either Southampton, Vigo or Queen Mary think, you know what, I'm going to have to come in too?
Oh, I don't know. I really don't know how to judge this one. They're both on mediums. And here comes Queen Mary on the charge on Vigo. All both using every inch of tarmac they possibly can. Vigo defending like wild. Queen Mary, foot to the floor, unwilling to give up any room to them. The question is, Jess, are they going to spend too much fuel and tyre wear trying to get past Vigo when they've got about 12 minutes left on the clock?
We saw that earlier, didn't we, with 2 cars fighting, but it was Bolton the one chasing them. This time we got York chasing them with Dylan Warren. They can't afford to squabble too much, and Queen Mary done the right thing. They've done the right thing there. They're trying to avoid the traffic, and Vigo just had a bit of a lock up there going through Vale and Club.
So Vigo may be low on tyre wear. Their tyres might be expiring as we speak. De Montfort holding track position. They're holding out in 5th. University Portsmouth Racing are in the pits. York A are in the pits. Queen Mary are in the pits. Queen Mary is the one to keep your eye on. If they drop below 7th, they will lose the opportunity to win the championship. Southampton, all they have to do is maintain their position in P1. Queen Mary, former student, are right in the drop zone now. If they go any lower, and they have, Queen Mary have dropped below that all-important 7th position. They will have track position to make up in order to keep their championship hopes alive. Bear in mind, a lot of these teams have yet to pit, and as a result, their tyres will be going away, and they will be lower on fuel as well. Surely some of them ahead of Queen Mary.
Queen Mary is 7th.
And Queen Mary are out of the pits in 8th position. They've got to get up from 8th to 7th. They've got 1 position minimum to make up here. 10 minutes left of racing here for the grand final of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series. Here is Hertfordshire's A team on the approach to Bolton. York's A team, meanwhile, they also pitted. They're in 9th behind Queen Mary. Here is Top Hat Tyler. He pitted as well, didn't he, Jess?
Yeah, I believe so. And he's on the softs. He was on the softs before, I think, surely.
That's an interesting choice. Meanwhile, here is Southampton. They've opened up that gap. They had a 10-second gap between themselves and the 2nd place car.
They didn't want to be like Aberdeen, did they?
No, but bear in mind, even with that gap up to 11 seconds as they entered the pit lane, they have to finish in 1st to be even within a shout of winning the championship. So they've got to get out of the pits and put the hammer down. Talking of putting the hammer down, Queen Mary also need to be doing the same, because they need to get up into 7th place to keep their championship hopes alive in case Southampton do take that victory. But they've got to get past Top Hat Tyler, who won't give up the position. The defence from Top Hat Tyler is legendary. This is going to be a real challenge for Queen Mary, Jess.
They've got 2 of the best drivers in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series going toe-to-toe, and I absolutely love this. And they can't afford to make any mistakes as they go through Vale and Club. Here is Southampton.
Will they come out in the lead?
No, they are going to come in the league, because they had the gap anyway to Queen Mary and Top Hat Tyler before the pit stop. So there we go.
The pressure now is on Queen Mary. They have got to get past Tyler Davison, and all of a sudden they're up into 3rd as a whole swathe of cars hit the pit lane. Vigo, Glasgow, UCLM, De Montfort, Bolton, Exeter, University of Leicester, Hertfordshire's A team, and Queen's University Belfast. Queen Mary, former student, are safe, provided they don't get into any unnecessary drama, and yet they are still determined to get past Hull.
I mean, what would you do? I know you people are ready for a hard go for the move, but if you only need to finish 7th or higher to win the championship.
Jess, I'm boring. I'd be holding position.
Yeah, that's what I would do. If I had a championship on the line, if I know that where I am is going to win the title, as long as I don't lose time to Dylan Warren and Vigo and Portsmouth and College Dublin, then surely you should just hold position. But unless you're losing time, of course, if you're losing time, get past. But if you're not losing time.
They're not as well. There's a 3-second gap between York A and Queen Mary. Now, I appreciate Dylan Warren is fast, but Queen Mary have got the pace. That's a really interesting take there from Queen Mary as they outbreak Top Hat Tyler.
They just about saved it there. What good car control from down there. Wow.
Oh, my days. This is it, Jess. 7 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock. It's all that stand between Queen Mary and championship glory. The Queen Mary team are behind us here in the commentary box, sat on the sofas, I imagine, chewing their nails to the bit. All they have to do is hold position, but the racing instinct is too strong with these drivers as York come into view, and that looked to me to be a bit of a tap on the back of Hull's team from Queen Mary. And you can see in the back of your screens there, one of the most formidable drivers of the season, Dylan Warren, coming into play here. 6 minutes 45 to go, and this might be about to get very, very dramatic, and Dylan Warren's being reeled in. And if they come together, could Queen Mary be ready? Oh, this is tense, Jess.
This is very, very tense. I believe they're near each other on the rigs as well, Queen Mary and York.
They're sat right next to each other. So if York interfere and screw this up, I wouldn't want to be sat where Dylan Warren sat.
And I didn't want to sit. I didn't want to sit where Dan sat from Queen Mary either.
Dan on the hunt, but with Tyler ahead of him, Dylan Warren just easing it round, keeping the pair of them in his sights. He might be able to capitalise on this and take York's team into second place here.
They could be on for third in the championship, you know, because where's University of College Dublin in all this? 7th place.
Wide there a little bit with Queen Mary. That's just going to bring in York A even more. This is really intense stuff now. Holding position at the moment is Dan. Tyler ahead of him. Behind him, we've got Dylan Warren for York A. 3 of the best drivers we've seen in this series this year. And it all comes down to the next 5.5 minutes. As things stand, if they cross the checkered flag at this moment, Queen Mary would take the championship. But it's a question, as Jess has been saying. Do you hold position? Bear in mind that Queen Mary, all they have to do is finish 7th or above to take victory in the championship.
So as long as Queen Mary don't make a mistake, the gap's too big for any other team to beat Queen Mary. So Queen Mary just can't, as long as they don't make a mistake, they can afford to let Dylan Warren go if they want to. But I know they're not. They're gonna want to race at heart, but. They're probably going to try. If I was there...
Is Tyler under pressure, looking to the inside, trying to find a way round. Is Dan for Queen Mary. Amy Davis saying, Queen Mary, let's go. Hisham Abbasi saying, Daniel's got this. They're side by side.
Oh.
They go wide, do Hull, and that's going to allow Queen Mary to go through, and that's Queen Mary up into second place.
That was a crucial move, but that was almost a look up there for Top Hat Tyler. These two are racing toe-to-toe. It's incredible. The final race of the Former Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025, and we're treated to an absolute great battle between Queen Mary, Hull 8 and York A as well. Meanwhile, Southampton are doing what they need to do at the moment. They put their best driver in, and it's definitely paying off. Queen Mary's went a little bit off in Cop's Corner. That's where me and Giles are going to be for most of the weekend.
Meanwhile, though, we've got this to contend with right now. 4 minutes on the clock. Queen Mary in second, Dylan Warren in fourth, and between them, one of the greatest drivers we've seen in the Sim Racing Series, Top Hat Tyler himself. And let's be honest, even though Hull are not in with a shot at the championship, he's going to want to make a go of it, and here he goes down round the outside of Queen Mary.
And I think Top Hat Tyler just was playing it very, very safe there. I think he's not going to wait. He's going to wait to the final lap, surely.
Well played by Top Hat Tyler. Just holding off to avoid a collision. Going past KCL, one of the back markers in the gravel trap there. Queen Mary, 1 minute 42, their latest lap. 0.8 of a second quicker than Hull's latest lap. So they are lapping quicker, are Queen Mary, than Hull at the moment. Dan behind the wheel for Queen Mary. Top Hat Tyler behind the wheel for Hull. Dylan Warren behind the wheel for York A. The three of them incredibly close together. A tap on one could spell disaster for all three. It's exactly what Queen Mary need to avoid. They need a clean finish to this race. 3 minutes on the clock. All they've got to do is put some distance between themselves and Hull A, who are about to get into a fight with York A for the final podium position. We've seen this all before. Tyler and Dylan, wheel to wheel. It's classic Formula Student Sim racing, Jess.
Honestly, the rivalry between Dylan Warren and Top Hat Tyler has been amazing. And look at the straight line speed that Dylan Warren just did, heading towards Carp. Contact being made between the pair of them. They're going to lose time to Queen Mary here.
Both of them go well wide and off the track as they come together, and that's Hull back into third. It was Dylan Warren's position for a moment, but they both went right as a result of contact.
I have to say, York A, though, they're trying to aim for third in the championship. They had a great season nonetheless as well compared to last season, right?
Oh, 100%. And this is spectacular regardless of the outcome. I got a funny feeling that Queen Mary might just have avoided getting involved in this, as these two are going to distract each other from getting up into second. Top Hat Tyler determined to hold on, and Dylan Warren having none of it and goes through immediately on Top Hat Tyler. And that is Dylan Warren for York A up into the final podium position of the final. Top Hat Tyler reeling them back in for Hull A. And here we go. It's a repeat of earlier. They've got the straight line speed.
Oh no!
Touch, and was it inevitable, Jess?
I think going removed through Abbey is never on sometimes because there's not much space and it's a very tricky set of corners because you're going at full speed. That's
There's murmurings here in the grandstand trying to work out who was at fault there. A 2-second gap now between Top Hat Tyler and Dylan Warren for Hull and York A respectively. Meanwhile, here is University College Dublin reeling in Portsmouth Racing. 1 minute 10 to go.
Portsmouth Racing in 6th place. I'm sure they'll be happy with that. They're going to score some really great points into this as well. We'll get a reminder of how much they score. I think 6th place in a finals A will get 72 points.
Wonderful
That's
stuff.
massive.
The fastest lap they've done is Exeter. Wow. Really great stuff for Exeter, who clawed their way up to 11th, starting very near the back. And that is Portsmouth. Who was that just went off? Was that it was UCL, one of the back markers, UCL off. Oh, get out of the way.
That was Queen Mary.
That was intense. That was a moment and a half. Queen Mary nearly got taken out by a back marker there. The groans of panic erupting from the stands here at the Williams Sim Racing facility. Southampton, though, 22 seconds on the clock. Can they get over the line before the clock runs out, or will this be the final lap for them, is the question. Here's University College Dublin hunting down Portsmouth Racing with de Montfort behind them.
Final lap. Final lap of this race, because there was a 14-second gap, and Queen Mary is still going through Stoke Corner. So, yeah, Southampton are on the final lap. Queen Mary just hit their fastest, the best lap of the race.
That was fantastic stuff from Queen Mary. Meanwhile, here is the battle for 6th between Portsmouth and College Dublin. Portsmouth pulling away now. Just managing to hold on to that 6th position, but College Dublin coming at them down the Hamilton straight into turn 1.
This is what it's all come down to. 6 rounds of incredible racing. We've had a great day here at Williams, and it's now come down to this final in Silverstone. 5 teams came with a short winning today, and now we're down to 2.
Yeah, well, you say that. There's a 13-second gap between Southampton and Queen Mary. Southampton needed to win this, but all Queen Mary had to do was finish 7th or higher. And here comes UCD trying to get through on Portsmouth yet again, but nothing going on there. The chat's full of drama as well. We'll get onto that in just a bit as we call the final corners of the Formula Student Sim Racing Series 2024-2025. It's come down to 2 teams. Here's your race leaders. They've led from the start. They've done everything they needed to do. Southampton are looking to finish this race in P1. It's exactly what they had to do, but I don't think it's going to be enough unless a miracle befalls them. Here comes the checkered flag. They take it across the line, slaloming the way. The crowd erupts in applause and fair play to them. But right now, all eyes are on the black and orange of the team from London. Here comes Queen Mary Formula Student to take the Sim Racing Championship.
Absolutely amazing from Queen Mary in their second season. They must be delighted.
We'll get a word from them very, very soon. York A, Dylan Warren crossing the line in third, with Hull A and Top Hat Tyler behind him in fourth. Vigo, meanwhile, will come across the line, and guys, Queen Mary are running in to celebrate. They have gone mad. They're following them with a camera. Someone cut to that on the feed. They're cheering already. Can we get... There is Queen Mary victorious for the first time in the Formula Student Sim Racing Series after only their second year in the series. Impeccable result for them. They drove all the way from London to be here ahead of Formula Student at Silverstone, and wasn't it worth it? Wasn't it worth it? That was impeccable, Jess.
That was amazing. And to be honest, after the first race in this Formula Student Sim Racing Series this year, I had a feeling that Queen Mary were going to take it, and they did.
You called that from the start, Jess. Back on day one of this series, you called that an absolutely fair
Brownie
play.
points.
Well done.
You're welcome, Queen Mary.
Monty's busy talking. I don't know whether Monty, you can hear us or whether you can hear Monty at the moment, so we're going to keep talking until we get told that we're going to Monty. Bless his heart, Dan looks absolutely exhausted. So, shall we finally get a word from your race winners and your champions, Queen Mary, Monty, go! Arguments between Top Hat Tyler's dad and York's team in the stream comments. Oh my god.
That was so good. I want to hear this interview. I need to pack all this up later on. I love this. We didn't even need to use the backup rigs. Hooray!
Cool.
John,
That was brilliant! Oh, fantastic. Welcome back to us here in the commentary box, Giles and Jess, and that has just been spectacular from start to finish. Jojo Scott saying, well done, Queen Mary. Theo Miranda, go, Queen Mary, Formula Student, good game. Evan Dalton, well done, all good racing. Louis, congrats, Queen Mary. And Yazan Solom saying, Dan the man.
Of course he is.
Henry Carter says, well done, Queen Mary, Formula Student, congrats. Well done, Top Hat Tyler, starting 10th, finished 4th on the track. Darren Davison getting into a bit of a debate with York over to who was at fault with that off between the pair of them. I'm not going to comment until I see a replay myself, but very clearly a lot of emotion going on in the chat, and rightfully so. I mean, that was some spectacular driving between two very key figures in the sim racing. It almost did feel like Hamilton and Verstappen, Jess.
Yeah, it did kind of a little bit, and and Queen Mary was just at the right place, right time. You're like, keep fighting, you two.
Yeah.
Up all the way and win the championship.
And in P2 as well, which is just spectacular.
Insane.
Jess, it's been a pleasure commentating with you as ever.
High five.
Thank you ever so much to everyone who's joined us on the live stream throughout the day. We really do appreciate your time. Thank you to Williams, who are our title partners in the Sim Racing series. They've been unbelievable all year. They've given us this facility. They've laid on some fantastic events throughout the day for us. We really do appreciate it. Thank you to Hi-Vis, who've made us look and sound as good as we do. Without them, it would be just this guy. This is James, by the way. If you ever had any weather reports during the races over the past few months, it came from this man, who, you know...
No, it wasn't me. It was Gus T. Win.
Wow. Gus T win, sure. But we're going to get a replay now, so this might be able to settle some debates that are going on.
And this is looking at the replays whilst Monty toddles up the scores, because we want to see the final championship standings, and we want to know if it's York or
so
College
we
Dublin
set
getting
off,
third.
and there was some drama towards the back, and that was that, and there we are. Anything interesting happening after the race?
A lot of things happened.
A lot happened. Here we are. Here are the replays. I don't even know where to start. It was absolutely spectacular from start to finish. Queen Mary. Right. So, whilst you watch these replays and decide amongst yourselves who was responsible for some certain dramas that were going on, we're going to disappear and we'll rejoin you shortly. So, enjoy these replays.
I would be able to do that, but I study sports management.
Where are we going?
Projector. Oh, where are we going, Monty? Right, thank you guys. I will see ya.
Bye, everybody. If you want to see more, head over to YouTube. YouTube, Formula Student UK.
Bye. I'm gonna end also my YouTube.